goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness.
Weak to dark?
Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championship.
Play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out. A little combination play. A blast burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion.
Fluttermane taking a turn of sleep. This is really where we see the Palafin now. Maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul as it's able to go for the wave crash and it lands it into the Amogus, getting the knockout. Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
110 to scramble to score. If this goes in, that could make it happen, but they... Oh, it went out! If Tally takes this, they win right now.
Good morning and hello trainers, welcome to the 2023 Pokemon North America International Championship Day 2.
I hope you're hyped for all of the Pokemon action we have coming up today.
I'm Anna Prosser.
And I'm Sierra Dawn. We'll be part of the wonderful lineup of casters and analysts breaking down all the strategies, the memes, and the top plays throughout the weekend.
Day 1 got us off to a great start, and the best players from the Pokemon video game, Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite will all be aiming to make it their way to their respective finals.
Trainers Victor Ong, Rowan Stavino, and Alex Szymanski in Pokemon TCG are looking to continue their Day 1 dominance.
In Pokemon video game, keep your eye on Dorian Quinones, Carson Confer, and Chupa Cross the Fourth, because they are poised to make it to the top 8 bracket later tonight. And then from there, it's anyone's guess who makes it to Championship Sunday.
And then in Pokemon Go, Nino, Rise to Occasion, and Nighttime Clasher are the top players we have our eyes on as they look to lock in their place in the top 3 of NAIC 2023.
And the teams Luminosity, TTV, and Amaterasu from Pokemon Unite will be the ones battling their way to be crowned the NA AOS Cup champions here at NAIC 2023.
I cannot wait to see who gets crowned champions of the 2023 Pokemon North America Championships.
There are some very exciting stories to follow, and remember, our trainers will all have their minds on the road to Worlds taking place in Yokohama, Japan in August.
And let's not forget that the 2024 season will be here before we know it. We'll be teasing a few of the details in the opening events at Championship Sunday, so make sure to be tuning into the broadcast and not miss it.
Before we get into the action, though, we want to say a huge thank you to the staff, judges, production crew, and everyone else who is helping put on such a great event this weekend.
Now let's find out who will be crowned the NAIC 2023 champions.
Trainers, are you ready? Casters, over to you.
Thank you, Anna. Hello, everybody here live at NAIC. All right, and everyone watching at home, this is the final event on our road to Worlds, the last Pokemon Unite Championship Series here at NAIC. Doob Snacks, are you ready?
Am I ready? Are you ready? Where's your outfit?
This is my outfit. It's blue, it's sparkly.
No. We said we were going to be casting Cowboys because we're in the Midwest.
Oh, that's right. I did promise you that. I changed my mind last minute, forgot to text. Very sorry. I love this for you, though.
What am I going to do with the yeehaw catchphrase I came up with?
That's my catchphrase. You can use that all weekend for free.
For free?
For free.
All right. Well, yeehaw, Vince Braggles. Top 8 teams yesterday. We're down to 6. Today, we crown our NA Regional Finals champion. We're to find out which 4 teams are going to Worlds in Yokohama, Japan.
Jake, smile. Let
no,
Doob Snacks finish his sentence.
Don't read that part.
No. Okay. Something. Oh, that's right. And you are not going to want to miss it because the Regional Finals Day 2 starts right now. Yeehaw!
Go.
Welcome to Championship Saturday here at NAIC. The Pokemon Unite Regional Championship for North America is well underway.
That's right. We've got 6 teams of our 8 remaining. One of them will be our final spot for Worlds in Yokohama, Japan, and one of them will be our champion here today.
I am so excited to crown a champion of North America. What's up, everybody? My name is Zoinks, and I am joined by Wonder Chef. We are in the middle of an incredible tournament, and I've had so much fun so far.
That's right. It was every single match yesterday was electric. From the first one where Brave Bird is almost pulled off the upset to the very final one. It was just an incredible day, and we're only halfway done with this bracket. We are now getting to the meat and potatoes of it.
Yes, and of course these teams are all competing to try to earn a spot at the World Championships later on this year in August. Of course, our road to Worlds has been a long one, but we're at the end of it now. The regional CP earners from the region at the top, of course, qualify, but also the winner of this tournament auto-qualifies for Worlds.
That's right. It's going to be so important today to see who wins and who makes it further of our teams that have a chance to qualify in that 4th spot, or potentially the 4th spot. So
yeah.
Depending on how it plays out.
Exactly. The stakes could not be higher for this tournament, and every single match is going to be mattering. Of course, if you win this tournament, you are not just winning Worlds, you are also winning $50,000 prize pool, divvying that out amongst our top 8 teams. First place taking home $20,000.
Woo, that is a lot of money, and it's going to be awarded today. But also today, we're going to be awarding some championship points. I keep building up to it, but the championship points are going to decide everything today. The final event to see championship points for this season of UCS. 2,500 to first, 2,000 for second, 1,600 for third, and I think those spots are probably the most important that we're going to see today.
And let's take a look at where these teams are stacked up currently, because there's a few that matter a whole lot. Of course, the big highlighted 3 there, Amaterasu, Luminosity, and TTV, already qualified, competing for a bit of travel award as well. But now, Team YouTube and Rogue are still within this tournament bracket and are so close in championship points. It's so close, in fact, that if YouTube can defeat Rogue, they are actually within championship point contention. Of course, if another team wins the tournament, namely Ginyu Force, then things are shaken up a little bit. But YouTube in charge of their own destiny, but that is the exact same situation for Rogue.
That's right. It's all about the losers bracket today, where all 3 of our remaining teams trying to qualify for Worlds are sitting there alongside our first seed of championship points, Amaterasu. What a weird way for this to play out. But Ginyu Force needs to win the entire tournament, and the most important match that we may see as far as qualifying for Worlds today, Team YouTube versus Rogue, where the winner will guarantee that the other team is no longer in contention for that. Well, no, I'm sorry, not in contention, but at the very minimum, they need to beat the other team to be in contention still.
Yeah, exactly. If either team's dropping out of that tournament at that point, it gets very difficult for anyone else to make it into that World Championship spot. Every match mattering so much, but for a team like Ginyu Force, who's going to be up first, every single match matters more than anything, because they need to win this entire tournament if they want a spot at Worlds. Let's take a look at Ginyu Force, Asnable, Katie, Boozle, Kratos, and Bloodline. A bit of a Cinderella story for this team, going 8-0 so far, but finally dropping a game yesterday and ending up in the losers bracket.
That's right. Finally suffering their first loss. And one of the biggest things about teams is seeing how they deal with the losses. And now it's time to really put it to the test for the Ginyu Force, as they, like you mentioned, have been so dominant, but finally suffered their first loss, have to bounce back in the biggest way possible, because their opponents, of course, like I mentioned, seed 1 of championship points, our most consistent team of the season, Amaterasu.
Yeah, Amaterasu looking to make everyone remember why they have been so dominant all season. Nudo, Yeetfan, Trainer, JL, and Roland. This squad hasn't shaken up the roster at all year long, and they are looking fantastic. A average placement of 2nd. Only 1 tournament win to their name, but they are looking to make this one their 2nd.
That's right, a big one to make it second it would be. And of course, they went down to the losers bracket in the first round of the tournament in a very, very close match, of course. It was a very, it was a very tough match, of course, to have in our first match, actually of the entire bracket, was Amaterasu versus LG. And so they were, I would say like either of those teams would be favorites to make it to the finals of this tournament, but one of them is going to have to make it through losers. And we knew that at the start of the weekend. We said one of these teams is going to have to make the biggest losers run of all time in Unite. And so far, Amaterasu doing a great job of it.
If there's one team that I don't want to see angry down in the losers bracket, it's absolutely Amaterasu. They look like they're on a tear. We've only seen them in 2 games so far in our tournament bracket, but they look fantastic in that second game. I mean, Amaterasu is down in the losers, but they are not out yet. I mean, what a game from them last we saw. And now they're going to be going up against Ginyu Force, who definitely has a pretty unique play style. Not a lot of tape on this roster, so you got to be creative when you're competing against them. And well, let's see how we're going to do this first matchup.
That's right. As we're getting into this first draft of the day, let's just talk a little bit about what these teams have been picking. Of course, we've seen a whole lot of the Sableye from Amaterasu. Ginyu Force on the other side has been going a lot more, I think, for some of the comfort picks. Starting off with the bans, it's looking like nobody wants to deal with these speedsters. Fully understandable. They have been both very impactful over the course of the tournament.
Yeah, the Zoroark ban honestly seems mandatory to me at this point when you have Trainer on the other side to get that Pokemon out of the way. Dodrio, a bit of a call out towards Kratos as well, who loves playing that Pokemon and is extremely impactful on it. So take that one out of the equation. Ginyu Force now covering their first selection. Currently, it's Urshifu, and we're going to lock in Urshifu in. I don't know what Bloodline's been doing in solo queue, but that is a goal-getter currently equipped to their Urshifu. We are going to see that swapped up, but yeah, shout out.
The 2-item goal-getter, a new meta comp for sure. Yeah. But that does mean for one of the first times we're going to be seeing the double meta defender comp going over to the side of Amaterasu, picking up Lapras and the Slowbro. Usually we don't end up getting to that situation, but we've seen that both of them together can be devastating.
And we've not really seen Amaterasu play like 2 defenders on their roster whatsoever. I mean, rolling with a bit of a roll swap into that top half. So we're going to see that Brawler Lapras in tandem with the Slowbro. And wow, the Decidueye lock in for the side of Ginyu Force. Not worried about the mobility of 2 defenders. Instead, outrange, do some poke damage. We're going to be playing some front to back for Ginyu Force.
I feel like it's really interesting to pick Decidueye so quickly. I mean, we do know, of course, that there is a very strong Decidueye player on the other side in the form of Yifan, but we still give you the opportunity to kind of counterpick and not have the best targets for the Decidueye Spirit Jackals if you pick it early. And it does look like we did see this yesterday. Are we going to get the Talonflame again and the Blissey? Interesting.
I mean, understanding that Amaterasu loves these double evolution compositions, preemptively pick the Talonflame. Decidueye also works very well into it, so a bit of a bird comp on the side of Ginyu Force. Final lock-in for Amaterasu is currently a hover of a Venusaur, but a last-second pivot over the Espeon. I mean, here we go. We now have that double evolution. Amaterasu not worried about Spirit Shackles or Flies, apparently. They are going to be running it back with a similar strategy to what they've had all day. However, JL not on Sableye, JL on their Hoopa, which, I mean, they've seen so much Sableye from them, I think people might be forgetting how incredible of a Hoopa player JL really is.
Oh, extremely strong. We have some of the best support players in the world here today, I think, just amongst all of our teams. So every single time that, especially one's going to get a Hoopa, they have a chance to really pop off. But this is a very interesting comp. The backline is going to be extremely unsafe on the side of Amaterasu, just based on the entire Ginyu Force lineup. We'll see overall if they can make that work, though. With that double defender comp, of course, you just saw them on stage, but it's time to bring them back once again. Spraggles and Doob Snacks, take it away.
Here we are, game 1. Doob Snacks, are you ready? Amaterasu, Ginyu Force.
Am I ready? Where's your outfit?
Oh, no, that was earlier. That was earlier.
Oh, no. I'll tell you what, I really like Amaterasu's draft here. JL and the Hoopa getting that 4th pick in the draft, absolute insane. And that's, I mean, it was to the point, and I kind of like where Ginyu Force went with it, is give JL an embarrassment of riches and make them pick one. Like, you don't have, just force them into one direction and then maybe adjust as the best you can from there. So Ginyu Force playing to their strengths here, and I like what they're trying to do with what ASU is presenting.
I really like what Ginyu Force is bringing here. It feels like an extreme counter pick situation to Amaterasu. They knew what ASU was bringing into this match right here. They don't want them to get that Decidueye. As Zoinks was mentioning earlier, you know, they've got the ability to outrange these Eevees, and at the same time, they can break their passives with the Snorlax, they can break it with the Spirit Shackle, and then they can make some big plays with that Talonflame.
Yeah, most importantly for me, ASU needs to pressure Kratos early. Obviously, they're going to try and get into that central area a little bit later to make sure they hit the Decidueye level 7, get that Spirit Shackle online. But right now, the priority is that Urshifu. Get Kubfu to Urshifu ASAP so it can go impact some lanes.
Here we go, up into the top path. The points raining in a little bit for Amaterasu as they're being pushed out by Bloodline. Katie coming back up here, looking to possibly pick up a KO, but maybe getting a little too deep. However, Boozle is right here, ready to grab it. Oh, here we go. We got that Water Bear jumping in, looking for a KO on Trainer, and they do get it.
Yeah, that's a K opener, and then right back Ginyu Force takes it. And Boozle, with the ability and the mobility that Rapid Strike Urshifu has, they're going to be able to cut through and carve through and close distances to ASU, which is going to be critical, which clearly they're trying to get that back line.
Here we go. We can see Yeetfin. Oh my gosh. Already level 6. They've got both moves. Psyshock, Psybeam. Incredible range. Incredible secure. You know, I am actually shocked we don't see more of this Pokemon. I know it got a slight nerf, but this thing is still an absolute monster.
It really is. The secure is phenomenal. It does great work. It has just enough spacing and mobility for it to stay kind of out of danger for the most part, which is why we saw Ginyu Force hard commit to getting into the back line. Look at that movement back through. Nice support there by Bloodline. Boozle keeps going. Can they get another one? Picks up the berry, and right there we have Roland in the reset. Boozle's kind of caught out. Perish Song goes up and takes away as Boozle's still grooving, picks up another KO, and oh man, I can't believe, there it is. I mean, Boozle's reactions back and forth, such an emotional player, and that's exactly what you need on stage right now.
Yeah, without question. And while this was all happening, look at Katie right here, almost level 7, that huge break point for Talonflame. They're going to get Fly, and that is going to be a game changer, and you have to love watching the Rapid Strike Urshifu just dive into that flux zone, pick up massive KOs. No matter which way you go with Urshifu, it's one of the most devastating Pokemon in the game.
Absolutely, without a doubt. I really like how Katie's playing this Talonflame right now. Yes, they got KO'd early, K opener to ASU, but they're playing aggressive and without fear, and that's what you need out of your Talonflame player right now if you want to get it to the back line and make a difference.
Yeah, and here we go. We got Bloodline up here in this top path, just keeping everyone healthy with that soft-boiled Blissey. Take a look here. This is the first matchup between these two teams this entire season.
Well, they better have a very steep learning curve because this is a big game for both these squads. And now they're kind of collapsing. Nudo getting some good spacing there. Nudo, you know, we saw them on Absol all last year, now picking up a lot of these tankier Pokemon. Nice little Spirit Shackle getting ripped through. Kratos going to be able to play for a distance. Regirock leashed over to ASU. Where's he engaging there? Boozle wants the backline. They're going to move for it. They're going to let Kratos sort it out. We got one onto the Snorlax. Decidueye gets right back. Fly takes through. Tries to take out JL before the reset. Gets credit for the slow bro. And Decidueye seals up an objective because, of course, they did. Nice flame sweep going back. Katie is aggressive. They want Trainer. They're putting the pressure on, but all that's doing is buying time for this goal zone to get closed. ASU is trying to figure out how to get Katie. They finally get that KO, but Ginyu Force has put in some good amount of points.
I think Katie forgot that they were not the Urshifu there for just a minute, looking for a big KO on Trainer, but that was a really nice exchange for Ginyu Force. Obviously getting that big secure on the bottom objective, kind of at the last second there. It felt like everyone was off it for a minute and you didn't realize it was just at a sliver. Point blank Spirit Shackle to secure as we now have Amaterasu. Heading up to this top path, dealing with this Regieleki, obviously this objective has a lot less priority for most of these teams, because early you want that experience more than you want the score, but of course you would love to get this, and they do.
Yeah, Katie flying in and actually taking priority on the Swablu and Altaria and trying to bait in so Kratos could lace in a Spirit Shackle. ASU sussens it out, backs off. Now Ginyu Force is going to have to take care of this Regieleki. Amaterasu looking to dive. That Psybeam goes a little wide here as they're still trying to figure out if they're going to put some pressure on. Doesn't look like it, though.
Yeah, it looks like they're just kind of posturing there, seeing if maybe they could get a nice Psyshock and if they can get a big catch move in. Otherwise, they don't need to. Rolling in a little bit of trouble right here as they are moving in this top path. Aznable trying to defend against 3 in this bottom path, and that is going to be very, very tough. Picked up by the Unite move, but here comes the block, pushing them all back right there. I mean, it was a valiant defense right there. Very Hodor-esque.
Yeah, I mean, valiant effort, but don't forget, Aznable was able to get 2 Unite moves out there, was able to buy time, and now they're just smashing through this goal zone. So ultimately, that's a huge trait for Ginyu Force. Aznable has been doing a lot of work, and then we have the Urshifu Unite trying to push through right into the Slow Beam Perish song, so ASU gets a quick KO on Boozle, forcing Ginyu Force to retreat.
Ginyu Force, a lot of points on the board from that exchange right there, but Amaterasu with a ton of big KOs and perfect positioning here for Regirock. It's going to be very difficult for Ginyu to do anything about it. I'm sorry, why do I even speak?
I mean, Kratos coming through long range, getting that Spirit Shackle in, and that's why that Pokemon's so good. And that's what I love about Aznable's play right now. They know they're going to get KO'd, but they got to play deep to open up the path for your Kratos and your Katie's to come in here. I can't believe they just made it out. ASU completely let them off the hook.
Yeah, incredible stuff there from Ginyu, able to get the vision, as we talked about yesterday. Give me the vision, I'll carry the match, as Lutano says. So they got the vision, they had it, and they could set up a beautiful Spirit Shackle right there from Decidueye. And that's the amazing thing that Ginyu has. They have Talonflame and they have Urshifu, can dive in towards those EVs. And then you've got Kratos on this Decidueye that can play at extreme range where they can't fight.
I mean, look at this level disparity here. Everybody on Ginyu Force is at least level 10. They're taking this Regieleki to the skies, crash land. Nice side shock by Yifan to take the objective here. Is that going to leash into a combo here? Unite move comes off. They're going to try and get KOs. They already got Bloodline. Boozle in the mix, and they have to move a lot. Decidueye with the Spirit Shackle taking out the Hoop. I can't believe Boozle's still standing. Katie goes for the engaged KO streak of 2 for Kratos. Katie's kind of caught on the backside, but now they're flipping over as Boozle's working on the Regieleki, and that's another positive exchange here for Ginyu Force.
Huge stuff for Ginyu, and they just seem to have every fight under control. It gets a little chaotic inside there as Boozle's jumping in, just karate kicking everyone. At the same time, we are raining in damage from afar, and then of course Katie flying over the whole thing. It looks like it's actually been really difficult for Amaterasu to deal with, and one thing that I find pretty fascinating is it doesn't feel like either of their defenders have been that impactful. Of course, heading up to the Rayquaza fight, that Slowbro could be the most impactful Pokemon of all.
Yeah, really, Slowbro's only job, Nudo's only job right now is to catch Boozle when they go in. So that's going to be something you have to look out for. Ginyu Force is doing an amazing job taking positive exchanges. 2 for 3, 1 for 2. And oh, look at Katie going on the backside. They get caught out immediately. That was a quick KO, and I was talking about positive exchanges. That certainly wasn't one. Aznable's trying to isolate Nudo, pushing them back. The commitment's on Boozle, though. They get shredded. They are so low. They actually use all their abilities to retreat, but Amaterasu able to get all the space they need to take this Regirock at the low, low price of 3.
Beautiful stuff there from Amaterasu, and you see a lot of these fights are all dependent on whether or not Yeet lands these massive combos, and he has over and over again that Psyshock, Psybeam. Every time you get that big 1-2 punch, Ginyu has to retreat. Oh. Right there we have a huge catch to start this fight.
I mean, that is what Amaterasu needed. That's a big problem for them because Aznable has been opening the door for all these engagements. Boozle's looking for opportunity, and they're going in on Nudo. They try to get to the back line, but they're stunned down, and they eat every Unite move. Flame sweep by Katie's too late. Nice Unite on top of them. 2 players down. Finally, Aznable's back. If they can get back into the mix, Ginyu Force might have a chance. But right now, they're just trying to buy time. Amaterasu slipping on top of the Rayquaza. Bloodline's playing forward. Katie's split from the pack here. We've got Kratos up top, going to try and line up a Spirit Shackle. Amaterasu is gingerly hitting this Rayquaza. It's below 50%. Where's the follow-up, though? Katie gets caught again, gets KO'd quickly, and now this Rayquaza's low. Kratos doesn't want to scramble. Rolla's trying to chase them down, keep them out of the mix. Big Blissey Unite right into the middle. Bliss is back through. Heavy Slam comes to Rayquaza's right there. But no, it's Trainer that takes it down for Amaterasu. And there's 4 players down for Ginyu Force, and Boozle's next up on the chopping block. And we're kicking this day off with an ace.
Beautiful fight from Amaterasu. They controlled the tempo of that perfectly. After that first pick, it was masterful what they did. Just down the line, getting the KOs, hitting Rayquaza, putting the pressure on Ginyu Force that entire time. They had to move in and fight. And then the second they saw Ginyu, Amaterasu, boom, turned on the newest member of Ginyu. KO, 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 picking them all up to the point where there was really only one arrow in the dark that could have saved Ginyu, and even still there weren't enough of them up. That was beautiful by Amaterasu.
Their KO priority after picking up Aznable was clutch. They knew immediately as soon as that happened, they need to flip on top of Boozle. You saw 2 Unite moves immediately expended to catch them. And then after that, there was literally not enough firepower on the side of Ginyu Force to take care of the 2 tanks in their face. They're trying to make a push here, but I mean, it is a fruitless endeavor. This Amaterasu squad is going for it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why they are the #1 ranked team in North America. Obviously, the decision-making near the end of that game, I really think was flawless from Amaterasu, and that's what, you know, can separate them from the rest of the pack. That's what makes them a champion here in North America. I love what Ginyu Force brought to the table. Most of the game, it felt like they were up, but Amaterasu dominating at the end.
Before we kick it over to the analysts, I just want to point out that Amaterasu used the same trap point that they used against LG yesterday, and they got another catch there in a big way. That being said, let's kick it over to Zoinks and Chef to break this thing down.
Thank you very much. What a way to start day number 2 of NAIC. Amaterasu with a extremely good performance there. They're taking down the Rayquaza at the end, of course, but Ginyu Force with some solid middle of the game spots.
Oh yeah, early and middle, I really felt like Ginyu Force was in control. You can even see it from the graph here. They were taking so many of the basement Reggies. They were ahead by points. They were ahead by experience. Yeah. But in the end, the positioning that we've seen from Amaterasu all weekend has been so good. Exactly like Dupsnack said, that last little spot where they got that pick was everything. And the way that they took advantage of it as well, beautiful.
Yeah, let's take a look at these numbers. Of course, Kratos 75,000 damage on the Decidueye. Katie, of course, being the kind of sweeper role, only hitting that 28,000. Yeetfan at 75k and Trainer at 71. Those evolutions that have become so popular on the side of ASU truly are so strong. We're seeing it in the numbers as well. And, well, when it comes to Pokemon selection, I definitely have some questions towards the side of Ginyu Force. A lot of comfort picks chosen by them. Double defender given over to the side of Amaterasu. Let's take a look how it looked in that game number 1, and we can really break down whether it was a good call or not.
I mean, I will say again, though, they were doing so well the entire time. I feel like so much of it was that gigantic pick on Asnable, but I do feel like they dealt with that front line very, very well by just almost not dealing with it. They were able to deal with the back line very, very focused, you know, very just pinpoint accuracy. Also, I mean, a lot of this damage just added up so much that, for example, like we saw Slobo falling a decent amount over the course of the game. I think that just overall, despite the fact that it was a little bit of a strange draft pick, you can see here they were winning a lot of fights.
Well, yeah, well, I agree with you that they were winning, but I think when it comes down to Unite moves, just Lapras and Slowbro just provide so much utility in terms of the defender positioning that it was too difficult for Ginyu Force to go through neutral fights. They are definitely making those look good, and, well, this is that play for Asnable, completely caught out. They did not expect them to be in that tall grass, but, I mean, not very much vision gained by Ginyu Force in that final moments. Amaterasu taking full advantage of it. That bubble beam onto Kratos was unbelievable. The Spirit Shackle was teed up. I think that was securing Ray no problem at all. Rolling with the perfect bubble beam to cancel the Spirit Shackle charge and allow Amaterasu to secure the Rayquaza. So amazing defender play from Roland. I know they've kind of been playing that top path role. I suppose they still are with this Lapras, but such a good call by Amaterasu.
That's true. And honestly, we've seen, we were just actually talking about, well, you know, actually, I'll tell you about that in a second, because JL on Hoopa, player of the game, you popped off a little bit backstage when you saw that Phantom Force dodge from the fly.
It's so, I mean, every Phantom Force is a dodge with JL. you actually see as where they put the Phantom Force portal. If you put it in that tall grass, they don't have vision of where it is. So Katie had no idea there was a Phantom Force portal even available. And then as soon as that's in the tall grass, they just pour it out of the way as soon as the fly drops down, dodge it. I mean, JL, truly a master of this Pokemon. I know the Sableye is the little gentleman. The Hoopa feel like a very similar role for JL.
That's true. I feel like we should talk about that, right? So we've seen the Sableye every single game this weekend, and finally they're switching off, going back to a little bit more of the normal comp that we're used to seeing. Not that we don't, of course, know that Sableye for JL is an amazing pick, but over the course of the past few months, I'd say we've seen primarily the more normal picks, especially once we saw the nerf on Sableye. So it's interesting to see them now that they're here in the losers bracket in the top 6, go back to this comp. Of course, they were kind of given the availability strategy of just going for a huge meta comp. We'll see if that's going to happen again. Clearly they're not going to be able to at least immediately pick the double defender, the slow press combo, but we'll see exactly what happens here if we're going to see the same comfortable draft from Ginyu Force.
And I was just going to say, I think that's why we see the Hoopa pick there. Double defender is just so good for portal resets that I think it just lends itself to Hoopa immediately, especially if Ginyu Force isn't going to pick that one up. Obviously, they had that first pick, Urshifu, that time around. Amaterasu now hovering the Lapras ban this time. Haven't seen a Lapras ban in a minute. Obviously, I think this is going to lean towards a Slowbro first pick for the side of Amaterasu, giving Ginyu Force the Urshifu back.
Right, I mean, Amaterasu just doesn't want the same thing that they got in the first draft to give to Ginyu Force, basically.
Yes.
Of course, the other side, the Zoroark, is always going to make sense. We talked about that a lot this weekend, and exactly like you said, the Slowbro pick going off first, so the entire strategy of Ginyu Force is going to have to go around a different defender, just like last time.
Yeah, exactly. So last time we saw Asmongold pick up the Snorlax to try to go against that composition. And this time, of course, we're seeing the Urshifu lock-in and Bloodline playing that Blissey again. I think that on paper, that's one of the best combinations that Ginyu Force could have pulled off. When Boozle goes in on that Blue Shifu all the way deep, Blissey Unite moves onto that Pokemon. It's a great combo. We just didn't see it in that final fight. After one pickup happened, Boozle goes deep, Bloodline's not in position, just a bit of a miscommunication. So maybe this time we can see that pop off.
All right, and we are going to be going back to that Sableye, undoubtedly going to jail. So I'm going to assume that the Hoopa pick from the last game was just based on the fact that they were given the double defender combo. And so they're going to go back to a little bit more from what we've expected to see them use. On the other side, we do see the defender finally picked as the Snorlax. Of course, we're both wearing the Snorlax pins today, so we got to be a big fan of that.
Shout out! Yeah, I love that we match. Mine's a little smaller. I have to talk to somebody about that. Amaterasu going to have their final two selections. Roland still needs to find their top path Pokemon here. In the past, they have been playing the Espeon there, but instead pivoting over towards Blastoise and the Greninja locked in. Double special attacker. The crowd here at NAIC loves it, and well, so does the caster booth. I'm not gonna lie.
So did Ginyu Force, honestly. You can see them popping off in the cams. They are going to be very excited to play that. I mean, we've seen one showing of Greninja this weekend, and it was probably the most dominant showing from any Pokemon that we have seen in the entire tournament. Just an absolute dominance. Level 15 before the 2-minute mark, but we'll see if it can work out again.
All right, bold prediction here, but if Ginyu Force wins this game, there is no way that there is no Greninja on the side of Amaterasu in Game 3. I guarantee Trainer counterpicks that one. But this game, it is Boozle's chance to play the Greninja. They are probably going to be putting that in the central area. Kratos could be playing the Urshifu. I imagine we are going to see a single strike, but we are going to send it over to our casters, Spraggles and Dubsnacks.
Here we go. The Greninja coming out in game number 2, Dubsnacks.
I agree with Zoink so much. If somehow Ginyu Force wins this game with Greninja, Trainers is literally going to look in the camera and said, I took that personally. And they're going to lock in that Greninja again. Because we were talking yesterday, Trainer might be the best Greninja player on the planet.
Yes.
And Boozle's looking to challenge that. Listen, I like that type of energy. They know what they were doing when they locked that in. They know what this means. They know what ASU, the trainer on ASU's Greninja is. And this is quite literally just putting some sauce on the soup.
Obviously, Amaterasu wants to close this thing out right now. Move on through our losers bracket. To remind you, that's where we are right now. Losers round 2. If Amaterasu wins, Ginyu is done in this competition. Their chance of heading to Yokohama, Japan is over.
Without a doubt, we already see JL going to cause some static in the central area Ginyu Force, and they poached their first buff right out of the gate.
And here we can see that lane Greninja looking like solo queue right now, getting taken down by a Ninetales and a Slowpoke.
Yeah, big solo queue energy there, and of course JL again just living in the central area so much so that the Chansey just has to sit there and babysit.
You know, Pokemon we really haven't seen a ton of, but it does do very well often, is that Blastoise up in the top path here for Amaterasu.
Yeah, if it get online, right, it's always how quickly can it get to Blastoise and then actually play the game. And if it takes too long, well, then that's a problem. We've got the first KOs going over to the side of Amaterasu.
Ooh, there we go. Nice pickup from Kratos right there. Got the buff right back, gets to evolve. A little bit late for this fight still. but not too, slowed down by that Sableye from the side of Amaterasu.
We got Nudo going with the Skull Bro here, going to be able to provide a little bit of damage front line like that, slow down the opposing team, and really allow the rest of the ASU squad get into the mix and get some KOs. Kratos kind of caught out by the A9 a little bit. If they had, I was going to say, if they don't make it out, that is a huge pickup for ASU.
Yeah, Nudo almost got him with the hot water right there, playing that Skull Bro, tons of damage, and of course still being one of the tankiest Pokemon inside the game. Kratos, I mean, look at him hanging out very, very low HP as they have now sent their Greninja to the central area. So they did that classic one rotation through for Urshifu, get it its level 5, and then send your other carry Pokemon in there.
Oh, look at that catch. There's a 1 KO. Can they get the follow up on Aznable? No, they cannot. Aznable gets out, but now they're able to get on top of this gold zone, and they're putting tons of damage on them. And I'm taking a look at where Boozle is because they have not been impactful yet as they're desperately trying to get to the Greninja. And that's a follow-up KO right there. Holy, ASU is taking them. They didn't just take the Greninja pick personally. They took just everything that Ginyu Force brought to the table personally.
Yeah, and they're playing fantastic right now. They picked up a KO on this Snorlax as well here in this bottom path. 5 seconds now until we have the Swablu Altaria spawn between these two teams right here. We can see the Wicked Blow charged up, and they're looking for a big secure right there. However, Kratos caught in a huge way, having to eject button out, it looks like.
And they just made it out, pick up both berries, but that's going to allow ASU just enough space to get some points in, and now they're caught, and they don't have any berries to pick up right now. The push is happening, but ultimately they just closed the goal zone. ASU going to back out.
Kratos seems to survive these fights on 1 HP so often right now, as Amaterasu is in a great position to secure this. No one from Ginyu is anywhere close. Easy Reggie Rock for Amaterasu because of how dominant they were in that bottom path, and that's why you don't play lane Greninja.
That's why you don't play lane Greninja. War Turtle holding down this goal zone. JL's pulling up for the KO. They get 1, they get 2, and now they're on top of this goal zone, and Boozle is still trying to level up. They're finally level 8, and let's see if they can actually turn on one of these players. Nope, JL hasn't been touched because there's nobody from Ginyu Force there. You can't even take their berries.
Here we go. More points running into that top path. They do decide to break this goal because they're going to push this Regieleki. This looks like a lot of the games we see from Amaterasu. Just intense domination early. They are pushing these goals. They have Unite moves they can move towards. They have 3 Unite moves up right now that they can push towards this tier 2. The only thing they have to worry about is a level 9 Greninja here that could make their day very, very bad.
And Boozle was trying to get in there. JL actually sends Boozle packing just by the threat of existing in their sphere, and now they're just going to work through Regieleki. Amaterasu really taking over this map.
Yeah, they're taking over everything, grabbing all the experience that they can. I love this combination, the Helping Hand Safeguard Blissey, however, on Greninja. It is an amazing combo, especially if they could set that up before a Unite move moves on in. We can see JL once again trying to take up a win. I mean, come on, what a catch! And somehow 1 HP, somehow.
Kratos just immediately getting buckled down to 1, gets out of there. Amaterasu, though, I mean, they're living on this side of the map for Ginyu Force, and they can because they're so big, they're so powerful, they have so much more experience. Now the pressure's on Katie. Solar Beam goes wide, doesn't touch anybody. Nudo and JL peeling back, and Amaterasu, again, in complete control.
Player to watch here, Bloodline on Ginyu Force, soaking up 327,000 damage day 1 of NAIC with their Pokemon of choice, Snorlax.
I truly believe that NA has one of like the deepest regions along with EU when it comes to these defender and support positions. That's why it's so much fun to watch these teams because they really hit a different level when they're going into their engagements on these Team V10 fights.
Absolutely. You can see JL got great vision on them, and then it's also very scary because you see that Sableye above your head and you're like, where is it? What is it doing? And now Amaterasu is continuing to keep some good forward position right here. We've yet to see the big Unite move from Greninja, but it could be coming out very, very soon, possibly on that Alola 9 tanks.
Yeah, it is level 11, so Boozle's going to be the key to the castle here if they're going to unlock any KOs. Registeel is leashing back. They're chipping into it a little bit. Solar Beam chips Nudo, but they don't take the full brunt of it. As look at JL just kind of backdooring, getting more vision, causing static. Boozle actually forced to hide. They can even get in the mix. Kratos is back. JL's looking for an opportunity. Confuse Ray on Katie. Solar Beam goes through threw back the other way. And now, I mean, this Registeel has stayed on the map longer than any other second Registeel we've seen. There's the Glaceon Unite. Where's the follow-up? Two players down, 3 players down instantly. That is working in tandem. We saw the Trainer Unite straight into the Snow Globe, and then Yeetfan gets KO'd. The KO streak of 2. They quickly take the Registeel, and JL can get all the vision in the world.
Right now, I don't know if we have to worry about Trainer taking that Greninja personally, because it has not been able to do really anything here in game number 2. Amazing fight there from Amaterasu. Beautiful slow beam on that Greninja, and from there, everyone on Ginyu Force fell. Something I want you to take a look at here, Dupes, next. Level 9 Mew on the side of Ginyu. That's a lower level than both EXP share supports on the other side of the map. That is rough.
That is very, very difficult. Katie not able to find much experience on this map and kind of getting bullied all over the place. And that's the danger with Pokemon like Sableye. They don't necessarily care if they KO, but if they are out-leveling you, like, look how long it's just existing in the sphere of space. Bloodline and Asmongold have been working on this now for about 15 seconds. Finally get a KO after it scored a bucket full of points. And I mean, is that really a worthwhile KO? Look how low your levels are. While you're doing that, you're not farming up experience.
Now Mew taken down in that top path right here as 3 members of Ginyu are pushing towards this goal zone. However, here comes Alola Ninetales. Here comes the Glaceon here, and it's just another moment where Amaterasu is collapsing onto Ginyu Force, picking up huge KOs. That's a triple KO for Trainer.
I mean, they just used their Unite move. 240, 230 might have looked suspect, but they're like, no, I'm just going to take all of them. It's good, it's good, it's good. No worries. And Trainer definitely delivered 3 KOs. Ginyu Force tried to cobble together a 4-on-1 goal zone push, and it got absolutely thwarted by one Trainer.
And take a look at this. Regieleki, they've held it to the perfect moment right here. It is going to walk towards this tier 2 goal. They are up 252 to 50. The level lead is insane. Amaterasu is controlling this game, and Ginyu Force is watching their tournament and worlds slip away right now. They really have one final play to make something happen, to get back in this tournament. The question is, where will it be? Where will the Unite move come from? Are they going to be able to get a catch? We're going to find out right now.
They're going in. There we have the Snow Globe comes out. It catches so many players. The follow-up there. First player's down. Kratos is down. The follow-up. Greninja's got the Bliss Assist. They're pushing deep. 3 players down for ASU, though. They're able to find tons of purchase. Boozle was waiting for their opportunity. They picked up KO streak of 2 there. JL's on the backside, and finally Ginyu Force is pivoting. They're going to try and take this thing. That's what I would do with so many players down. Trainer on the huge cooldown. So is the Alolan Ninetales. Finally, they're going in. Hydro Typhoon catches 3. They're all chipped up. Rapid Spin Water found the follow-up. 1 player down, 2 players down. Where's the follow-up? Boozle so low. Is there anybody on Amaterasu can actually convert? Huge slow beam. KO streak of 2. Nudo's getting it done themselves. Look at this Rayquaza. It is so low. Kratos line up the Wicked Low. Can they take it for the squad? Bang! They get it. Ginyu Force takes it, but they have 4 players down, Spraggles. That is only 1 shield, and they need a bucket load of points.
There is nothing they can do right here. Beautiful play right there by Amaterasu. Yes, they knew that they were going to be able to secure that. It's a Wicked Blower Shifu, so instead they pivot off. They take the KO on the Blissey. They make sure they can't score any more points. 45 seconds left, and they're down by over 300 points. Amaterasu once again played this beautifully, even though Greninja picked up a triple KO.
Yeah, Boozle was waiting for their opportunity, and they took it, but they couldn't leverage. They couldn't pivot onto Rayquaza fast enough, and that's because they didn't have the damage output to get it done. Now they're just trying to find more KOs, drop more energy onto the map. But look at this, Nudo's getting that hard-earned Mundo Burger themselves, and I'll tell you what, Ginyu Force had this dream run, but it's quickly turning into a nightmare at the hands of ASU.
That's right, Amaterasu is winning this thing. Ginyu Force's tournament is done here. Such an impressive run from Ginyu, but they couldn't beat the #1 team in North America. You know, there was a moment there, Dupes, next that I thought was so impressive. Did you see that Sableye Confuse Ray hit Boozle, hit that Greninja in that last moment? They were going to rip Rayquaza, but instead they had to take a little time to do damage to their allies. It was a beautiful Confuse Ray, and it might have been one of the big things that changed that final fight after the triple KO.
What's super impressive to me about this ASU team is they're bringing in these squirrely supports and they're able to get it done. You know, JL, there is no healing on their side, but they're mitigating and moderating the map very, very well, making sure that they understand what their limits are when they don't have that type of Pokemon on their side of the map, and they're using every tool in that tool bag to make sure that they're getting good wins here.
Let's take a look at our score graph right here. This really is the story of Amaterasu dominating the entire match right here. We only had one real window where it felt like there was anything that Ginyu Force could do that was right at the end.
Yeah, and it was off the back of that triple KO by Boozle, but again, they couldn't leverage that. Let's take a look at the numbers here. These teams weren't scrapping out as much as you'd think, except once you take a look at Yeetfan there, 82K.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Yeetfan right there. Obviously, you know, Amaterasu must be very excited about this win. They had a rough day one, a day one they probably did not expect, but here they are moving through this losers bracket with impressive victories against a team that looks so good.
Without a doubt. You know, we're watching them on the stage, shaking hands, giving hugs. You know, some people out there that might be watching at home, maybe tuning in for the first time, this NA community is stitched together pretty tight. All these players, they 5-stack together all the time when they're just loading in, having a good time, right? They obviously have their scrims with their teams, but when they get together and they're just trying to have a good time, Pokemon Unite, all of these teams cross-pollinate. They play with each other all the time. They're in each other's streams, on each other's chats, and they're really just pushing the collective group forward as NA tries to solidify itself as the best region in the world.
That's right. And you know, some people before this weekend were joking that there was going to be a fist fight, but all there have been are fist bumps and hugs. That's all it is. A ton of fist bumps, ton of hugs. Obviously, these players, yeah, they have a lot of respect for each other. They scrim against each other. They practice. They play with each other. So I think it's these are big moments for a lot of these teams. Amaterasu obviously is the kind of team that could go all the way, and I think Ginyu knows that.
Yeah, let's take a look how ASU got it done here in Game 2, and it was able to dispatch Ginyu Force.
Yeah, here we go. I mean, this really was a dominant performance. I feel like Ginyu had very few moments inside this match that really looked good at all. Beautiful take of this Regieleki as they push towards this Tier 2 goal zone right here. This fight was gorgeous with that slow beam catch on the Greninja right there. I mean, that was perfect.
Yeah, the Unite moves being used in unison there and in tandem. It's just great communication and great calls. I mean, as soon as the Glaceon Unite came out, it was Yeetfan into slow beam, and they dispatched the entire team. And we kind of see that be the bread and butter type play that ASU does.
Yeah, beautiful Hydro Typhoon, as you called out earlier. You know, you get a couple KOs off of that. And right here, here's that moment where they get Greninja, they realize they can't stop Urshifu. They're going to KO the Blissey instead, not even worry about Rayquaza, because they know it's only one shield.
Without a doubt. I mean, it's one shield. They're up by 300 at that point. You know, you're forcing Ginyu to push your pads, and meanwhile, you can still get some burgers in on the other side. Great understanding of the game here for ASU, and great play by Nudo themselves, because they're the only one really in the mix standing.
I feel like those are those moments, those are the, you know, the champion moments. Those are the difference makers when you can see a team and you go, that team has what it takes to be a champion right now. Nudo with the MVP. I mean, not super surprising, especially with those amazing plays. The slow beams caught Greninja twice in 2 massive moments right there. And then the beautiful heads-up play against that Blissey. I loved it.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is one of those moments where maybe the score line doesn't really indicate the true player of the game aspect moves or plays or whatever that Nudo did. So shout out to that. That being said, though, we do have an interview with Trainer on stage. Chef Zoinks, take it away.
Thank you so much, you two. That's right, I'm on stage with Trainer from Amaterasu after a wild first game of our day. What an amazing game. You had such a fantastic performance. Game 2, a dominant victory, and I mean, you have 1 tournament title over the course of the season. Are you looking for the second one here at NAIC? How much would that mean if you won this whole tournament?
It would mean a lot for my team. We'd get the travel awards secured already, but right now we want the run back with LG, so we're not going to lose in lose-lose.
That's what I like to hear.
All right, and I got to ask the question I think everybody in the crowd is wondering after we saw yesterday, is the Greninja coming back?
Yes, Greninja's going to come back in grand finals.
All right, the call out. That's what I'm looking for. Now, you mentioned LG is the team you want the run back. How do you feel like you're going to match up against them? Is it going to be a sweep in grands when you show up with LG, or is it going to be another close battle?
It's going to be a comeback. I'm pretty sure we're going to sweep them next time we fight them.
That's what I like to hear. Well, fantastic. Great to hear from you, trainer. Good luck on the rest of your tournament run. Well, let's take a look at our top 8 bracket now. We only have a few teams left. We sent another one home. Ginyu Force, after an incredible run in this tournament, are now eliminated. And next up, another elimination match of Team YouTube versus Rogue.
That's right. The first match here that we are going to guarantee has a chance to send a team to Worlds.
Exactly, with Ginyu Force out. Now, if YouTube wins, they get to go to Worlds. And if Rogue can win, they are also in charge of their own destiny. We will be right back after this break.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite and North America Regional Championship live in Columbus, Ohio here at NAIC. We have eliminated a few teams and we're about to eliminate one more.
But more importantly, there's a chance for a team to qualify for Worlds in this match. If Team YouTube wins, there's nobody left in their way to stop them. They will guarantee that 4th place spot.
Yeah, Ginyu Force losing in that last match was the first part of the equation for Team YouTube, and now Destiny really is within their hands. This best of 3 means so much for this roster, but it's the exact same for Rogue. If they win this game, they do not qualify for Worlds on paper quite yet, but if they win one more after that, they do as well. So seriously, Destiny is in charge of these players. Let's take a look at these 2 rosters.
That's right, starting off with Team YouTube. Look at the character in these pictures. I love these ones. Some of my favorites for sure. Chaotic has to have easily, without a doubt, one of the best pictures, player pictures of the entire weekend. If we get to give an award for that, I think they should let us do that. I'm going to give it to Chaotic.
Yeah, Phil with the ultimate twist of having the most serious photo of everybody else. They're going to look at Rogue as well. Average monthly place of 7th place, but really outperforming themselves here in the North America Regional, especially in qualifiers as well. I thought they were looking fantastic, but their biggest obstacle there being listed as Team YouTube, I think makes sense. And I mean, they are each other's greatest obstacle right now. Team YouTube locked in place. When we did that interview just a moment ago, I got to tell everybody, I was walking off stage and Phil is there hyping both his team up, but also checking to see if the other teams were ready too. So a lot of talk coming from Phil. I'm excited to see if Team YouTube can back it up in this match.
Oh yeah, there is a lot of energy going into this match. You know, we've been able to walk around there a decent amount as we're doing all of those interviews, and we got to hear the teams both before and after. Team YouTube in particular, they are just so amped up as we get into the first draft of the day. I've been loving their energy. Let's see what energy they bring to these bands. Looks like Zora.
Yeah, I love the Lapras band on the side of Rogue as well. Not only because that Pokemon is so powerful, but because of Team YouTube's new rosters change up of Pikachu being on the team. They love these bulked up together style compositions where Lapras can truly shine. Taking that Pokemon away really puts Team YouTube in a slightly different position. First pick Slowbro makes a lot of sense. Get Phil on that Pokemon. Let's see what Rogue wants to counter with.
At first pick, A9 and Eldegoss. Very interesting. It does look like the hoop is being immediately gone over, which makes a lot of sense. Maybe could even wait a little bit longer for that. But A9 should probably get away from Chaotic, who is in turn going to be picking this Mew.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, when you have these aggressive picks like this at the front, oftentimes you obviously have a predetermined strategy, but it's actually because you want to narrow Team YouTube into a few specific spots. Now that you know the Hoopa is picked so early because you grab the Eldegoss, you can counter pick around it, and that's what Snorlax is for. You ever tried going through a Hoopa portal reset when a Snorlax is coming from the sky onto you? It is so hard when you get bounced up.
Hey, it seems like Snorlax is the name of the day today. The name, yeah, I mean, our pins, the picks, everything, but Buzzwole coming back out. We've only seen it one time, even though it's been kind of a Team YouTube classic, only one time this weekend, with, of course, the last pick also being Delphox.
So Delphox being the choice, probably for Chaotic to be running. I'm assuming Sosat Sam will be playing the Mew. We could see those 2 players swap it around, but normally Alola Ninetales is the option for Team YouTube, obviously with an aggressive draft from Rogue, taking that one away. And then Machamp is locked in on the side of Rogue. They're talking a lot. I don't know if they all agree or if they're all disagreeing, but it is what is locked in for the side of Rogue. And now we are going to have double special attacker or these mage-style Pokemon on both sides, and Buzzwole and Machamp are going to be the 2 looking to punish those long-range damage dealers.
You know, it's not that rare that we get to see a Buzzwole or a Machamp, but it's not very common that we get to see them kind of in a brawl-off, in a grapple-off, so I'm excited to see how that goes. It's pretty balanced teams overall. We've seen great stuff from both of these teams over the course of the weekend, but like I said, the stakes are as high as could possibly be in this match. Team YouTube can qualify for Worlds, or Rogue can be one step away. Let's send it back over to the casters as we start the highest stakes we've got.
Team YouTube versus Rogue right here. Buzzwole versus Machamp. Will the bigger muscles prevail, or the one with the 4 arms? Of course, I'm talking about you and me. You have bigger muscles, but I actually do have 4 arms. The other 2 are very tiny.
Yeah, well, they're just well hidden by the jacket.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. It's really like a Rocky Apollo Creed type situation when you have those, because they're most likely going to end up in that top half, like eyeing each other down, and it's really going to become up to the Eldegoss and the Hoopa to see who can best support these 2 brawling Pokemon. Buzzwole, a little bit of an advantage early in the game because it doesn't need to go through those evolution stages. But Machamp, once it gets there, it can really, really have those big, impactful Unite moves.
Game 1 right now, and obviously, as we talked about before, you know, Zoinks and Winter Chef mentioned, there's so much on the line for Team YouTube and Rogue right now, as they are both the teams that are in the spot to possibly secure that 4th spot to Worlds. This is the first matchup of Team YT and Rogue since the February Cup, where Team YouTube won 2-1.
Yeah, so Rogue mentioned that Team YouTube is the biggest hurdle that they have, and it's the first one ahead of them in day 2 here. So that goes without saying. Team YT can punch their ticket to Worlds in that 4th championship points slot by winning this game.
The question is that amount of pressure going to hurt Team YouTube, or is it going to fuel them? We're going to see what happens. Yesterday, it felt like they had great games, and then it felt like they absolutely collapsed when they went up against the team that they've actually beat a few times before, Luminosity.
Without a doubt. And if I'm Rogue, I'm trying to be the biggest spoil sport on the planet, right? I want to dream crush out here because you have to win this thing to go to Worlds, so might as well shatter some dreams on your way. And YouTube, you're looking to have your heart broken.
Here we go. Ton of damage being thrown in. Buzzwole trying to pick up a KO, and they do. Are they going to continue this push? They're not, but they got that little Machop. Poor little guy.
Rare reservation there from Fui, but I really like it. They're playing a little bit more composed, back off, didn't chase down more KOs and get themselves caught out. So I like that Team YouTube is playing a little bit more conservative, typically a little bit more YOLO style team, but in the early stages playing with real composure.
Yeah, absolutely. Fui's Buzzwole is just so amazing right here, and I think he's absolutely at the point where he knew that a little too much push right there would not have helped the squad, even though he might have been able to have, you know, a nice little pop-off moment.
I'm taking a look. We saw the Fire Blast from Delphox, so maybe a Fire Spin, Fire Blast combination down there. Really going to help gum up the board on the side of Rogue anytime they go for any of these engagements, specifically Machamp. Now we have Relax just hanging out. They've been on this Glaceon all weekend. It's looked really good sometimes and kind of mediocre in the other opportunities, so they're looking to level up.
Yeah, and here we go. Team YouTube, the only team to put some points on the board. Also ahead on levels as we start heading towards the 7-minute mark where we'll have Reggie spawning in the top and bottom path. Obviously, most teams prioritizing this bottom path Reggie. We got Chaotic once again on that Fire Spin Delphox, and they've sort of been using this as almost their, you know, support special attacker in a lot of these matches, disrupting the enemy in a ton of big ways.
Yeah, and it's also leashes engagements, right? Like, hey, I'm going to Fire Spin here. If we get this catch, everybody goes. So it's a great way to kind of have a sandbag engagement. Well, they do catch Boozle there. Excuse me, not Boozle, Buzzwole. To still got my mind on the last match. But Rogue has a really opportunity. They didn't have any points, but they certainly got a bunch in there as Pikatif was responsible for trying to hold that thing down, and they just could not in the face of 4.
And what an aggressive play there from Rogue. They said, we're taking the KO, we're taking the goal, we're taking everything right now. A lot of teams do not want to break that goal this early, but Rogue is keeping the pressure on Team YouTube right now. Team YouTube in a great position for this Regirock, but they are going to have to deal with this Regieleki in the top path as multiple members of Rogue are now down here. We're going to see who can get this secure, and it is Team YT.
Rex going for it, giving Rogue a real shot. If they would have taken that basement Reggie on top of all the work they did upstairs, that would have been a great look. And now Team YT has to collapse on this Regieleki so it doesn't hit. Nice little push back here as Rogue finds themselves on their side of the map. And now the portals are up and everybody's moving across the map for YT.
Yeah, the question is, are we going to see a fight here? It looks like, in some ways, Team YT wants to push towards Rogue here and take this fight. They're being pretty aggressive right now. But Rogue had a massive counter punch earlier, and they might get another one on Pikatif right there.
Pikatif actually put the hyperspace hole and Phantom forced into it and actually got knocked out to not be able to take it back. So that was a good little move by Rogue to prevent anything from getting a little too out of control for YT there as they were trying to secure all that Swablu and Altaria experience.
If you take a look at the side of Rogue, they do now have their Machamp. The big level 9 is here. That means that Unite move is available. And of course, it is a massive one, a game-changing Unite move oftentimes. Phil just trying to get away from this fight, and he does because Slowbro legally cannot be KO'd.
Rex with a perfectly timed heavy slam. As soon as Phil came back, popped up, and they were able to put a ton of damage on and really give themselves an opportunity to get a KO if they could get just a hair more follow-up. Relax wasn't there to get those icy wins going, but they certainly are here now. Rogue with an opportunity to get themselves another objective as they're up on the scoreboard.
Take a look at this. The win rate for the season. Team YT 66%, Team Rogue 61%. You can see how incredibly close these two teams are, why this is such a good matchup, and how ironically or unironically, I've never used that word right, both of these teams have a chance to go to Worlds.
Look at Glow just absolutely handing in the pocket. They go in for the engage. Big Unite move doesn't catch anybody except the Delphox gets a good follow-up with Chaotic as they keep pushing forward here. Excuse me, Oblivion is there going in through and they're knifing through, but now Team YT is falling like dominoes. They pick up 2 KOs being in the exchange of 1, and Rogue already closed that tier 1 goal zone, so this Regieleki is worth something to them.
It looks like we actually had a missed Unite move there from the Slowbro Phil on Team YT. I think it's very unlikely they wanted to grab the Snorlax right there. Was probably trying to grab the Machamp and unfortunately just missed that. So now Team YT has to deal with this Regieleki while Rogue is getting themselves in position for this bottom Regi. That being said, Team YT's got the Hoopa. They can bring everyone down, so they need to get rid of this Regieleki so that they can fight right here.
I like what they're doing. They're collapsing on the goal zone, forcing out a weird Hoopa Unite on top of their own goal zone. Unites to follow up. They're getting in the shadows. The fist stuns are out. The Snorlax actually catches on top of Zed Sam, and they flip over. The follow from Oblivion gets the KO, and now all of a sudden Rogue is pushing back in the face of YT. They saw their opportunity. They're fire spun real quick. Rex does go down to the Delphox, and now Rogue is getting pushed out a little bit, but Team YT doesn't have enough firepower to make any moves here.
Yeah, and you can see Fui in the central area moving through, getting some experience. It looks like they were either looking to charge their Unite move or get their level 12. Either way, they are coming down to this bottom path right now. Regice is at half.
At half, and look at that Buzzwole on top of Oblivion. That's a quick KO. Barnwell's called on the backside. They get KO in short order too. Phil gets credit for that when they're moving forward, and there's another Buzzwole slamming them down. And relax, take a break, Chief. You're back in a respawn point. His team YouTube just got themselves a Regice.
Yeah, I have to assume what we were looking at right there was Fui charging that Unite move because he came in with it right away for a big KO. Nice huge Solar Beam into another KO as YouTube is trying to put some points on the board. You know, I said these teams were incredibly close. How about a 1-point difference right now? 100 to 99.
Yeah, we've said this before. A lot of these teams operate on the slimmest of margins, and this is definitely one of them. And in a game that's as high profile as this one is, this is exactly what you want to see as a spectator.
Yeah, incredible stuff here. 2 minutes, 50 seconds. We have Rayquaza hitting the map soon. Rogue in another great position to take a Regieleki. This could be a Regieleki that really trips up Team YouTube if Rogue is able to take it in the right moment. The question is, are they going to put priority on it? Is Team YouTube going to do something about it? Are they going to counter score? We're going to find out now.
We are going to find out indeed as Rogue is trying to rip through this thing. Rex is playing far forward to keep any shenanigans from happening. They want this Regieleki because it causes so many problems in the top path for the team. Heavy Slam comes through just to protect it. They're good. 20 seconds till Rayquaza. Now YT has to deal with the main objective, Rayquaza, and of course this Regieleki that's bounding its way down the path.
We've seen Rogue play very, very aggressive here inside this match. I could see Rogue trying to start this Rayquaza and then just turning onto any member of Team YT that they see. Rex looking for a catch right here, getting the yawn right there on the Slowbro. They let the Regieleki walk into the top path so that they're going to have a good position for this fight, but now they are behind on score.
They are behind on score. Fui doesn't have their Unite move. Everyone else is locked and loaded, ready to go. They actually let that Regieleki hit, but is Rogue going to make a move to go try and score? That's the big question.
Yeah, you know, I think they're aware that they're ahead right now, so maybe they don't even want to take that score. They don't want to get caught by YouTube right there, so they're just going to let that walk, get the points, and then see how they're going to win this fight.
A lot of damage going in onto that Rayquaza shortly here as they fire spin Rex. No follow-up there. That's great. You can fire spin and then immediately Solar Beam into the fire spin once it catches somebody. Get some big-time damage. Phil actually coming through the portal with the surf to make sure they don't get caught out as Barnwell's moving pretty well, dodging these fire spins. But Rex is in the front line, but nobody's there for the support. They're trying to collapse on top of him, and they still make it out. Glow has to use the cross chop to escape.
That was a beautiful heavy slam yawn, but yeah, no one was there to do anything about it as it looks like Fui is positioning themselves for this fight. Big KO right now as they move in Machamp Unite.
Machamp Unite, Chaotic actually flashes out, and now they fire spin on top of themselves. KO Streak a 2 here, and that's so sad. Sam's absolutely heating up. They haven't really been a marker, but they're certainly making their mark now. 4 players down, and YT's flipping on top of Rayquaza. If they take this one, they're one step closer to going to Japan. Where is Relax? Get in there. You're the Glaceon. Can you do anything? Oh no, Fui's on the hunt, and say say, oh, I'm a big bad bug with big old muscles. YouTube taking the teams out and then taking the Rayquaza for themselves.
And there we go. The points are raining in with only 25 seconds left in this match. There really is no time for Rogue to do anything about this, as we are now to 500 points for Team YT. Beautiful final fight. Felt like it was, executed perfectly. I don't know what happened with Rogue. I don't know what happened with the comms in some of those moments. And I think if you could see the looks on the, faces of Rogue down there, maybe they're confused as well. I felt like we had a catch possibly on this Delphox. And just like you said, Dupsex, where was the follow-up?
There was no follow-up. I mean, you have to give credit to Chaotic on that Delphox. They hit that eject button using the corner of the wall, so the Machamp couldn't actually follow in a meaningful manner, so they couldn't even follow up their own Unite move. But I mean, the big standout to me was the insane heavy slam yawn that Rex pulled off, and there was not a player on Rogue in sight to absolutely dumpster the two players they just caught, and that to me was maybe the first misstep in the litany that followed for Rogue.
Yeah, I wonder if it had anything to do with Flea, boxing out that Machamp, but I've got to hear what Zoinks and Wonder Chef think of this whole thing here in game number 1. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much, YouTube. An incredible first game between YouTube and Rogue. Very, very close until that final moment. But when Flea's Buzzwole really started to become a factor, I think that's when YouTube got a lot of steam.
Oh yeah, I'm so excited we're seeing the Flea Buzzwole again, a Pokemon that is not the most common to see, but we started seeing Flea just dominated with it in the previous few tournaments that we've seen in the Unite Championship Series, and now it got some buffs, so we get to see it back again. Great to see the muscle versus muscle fight, even though we do get to see the damage here. For example, Flea damage a little bit low. It was just all the damage on the side of Team YT just mattered so much.
Yeah, like we said, a pretty even game, so things were going back and forth, and that final team fight is really where everything was defined. Of course, the scoreline was a big difference to decide our eventual winner, but when those team fights happen at that final 2-minute stretch, really things will set in place for any other team. Let's take another look at that matchup.
That's right, and yes, there were so many good Snorlax plays. I do have to say, when I said the Snorlax has been kind of the MVP Pokemon of today so far, of course we're only 2 sets in, I was not kidding. We have seen this Pokemon just over the course of its lifetime of this game. I guess we're just about to hit that 2-year anniversary mark. Make so many hero plays as a defender. Look at this, we got to see actually 2 clips in a row of gigantic CC chains. Unfortunately, no follow-up, just like Dupsnax was saying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Pokemon that got buffed, not too recently, but in recent times with that Unite move, when they do that power nap, that powerful move they can only use a few times a game. They land on the ground, knock everybody up airborne, and then they can do it again. And this final fight just showcases how powerful Chaotic and So Said Sam can be when positioned correctly. And Pikadif's Hoopa was exceptional this game. You saw perfect timing with the Hoops Unbound. Whenever Hoopa uses their Unite move and becomes in that Unbound form, they have access to new moves. One of those being Hyperspace Fury, that area of effect with so many fists. It's a gigantic stun, a lot of damage, and if you place it in the perfect spot, you can really make it impossible for the other team to move around, and Pikadif was landing those every time.
Yeah, when you get Hoopa Unite, you're like, you know what? I was a support for a while, but now I no longer want peace, only violence, and that is what you bring to the fight. You also bring your entire team to the fight, so yes. That's exactly what you want to do, but really, really amazing play. It did seem like that was a little bit of a back and forth, but the lead shifted all the way back for sure into Team YT's favor. Yeah. I love that all these teams are bringing out the plushes as we're here, and I gotta say, we gotta start talking about this. The stakes are here. The stakes are huge. We've been talking about it, but we are now one potential game away from seeing who our final team to qualify for Worlds in Yokohama, Japan is.
That is very true. Rogue not wanting to go down without a fight, though. Again, that matchup was extremely close until those final moments. Honestly, a picture-perfect team fight by Team YouTube. I was very, very impressed by that one. And, well, are we going to see Flea get the Buzzwole again? Because that was such a power pick. I know there are some fantastic Buzzwole players on the side of Rogue, so are we going to see an aggressive draft kind of pivot to try to counter Flea instead of countering Chaotic in this next game?
that is definitely on board. We've seen a lot of teams kind of shift over to the counter player draft rather than almost the counter Pokemon draft, where they try to either steal the Pokemon or ban away the Pokemon that are just these strong comfort picks on the other side. For example, Buzzwole, we would never see that as a meta ban. Never, never. We finally saw it one time, I believe it was either in the May finals or in the earlier in the regional finals group stage, but overall, it's just not something you see. It's banned out, I think it was like 2% of the time at that point. But I think we're at this point here where there are so many strong picks from so many of these players that sometimes you just have to go for those very off-meta bans or steals.
Well, and that's the most exciting thing about draft pick being added to Pokemon Unite for this championship season. I mean, the fact that, yes, there are bans that you can implement at the start of the game to allow no team to pick those Pokemon, but of course we have no repeat Pokemon on either side. So it's a bit of a pseudo ban, but selecting a Pokemon onto your side eliminates it from the other team having the option to choose it. That is always going to be fantastic. We've seen a whole lot of that this tournament. All right, Rogue in that first pick position, and a preemptive Zoroark ban from Team YT. I love that one, and, well, it seems like Rogue is going to move over towards the Slowbro, looking like Rogue's going to get the Lapras with their first pick.
Right, now the team on the left will be picking first. That's going to give 2 picks in a row to the team on the right, but the 2 meta defenders are going to be the Slowbro and the Lapras, so you're immediately getting rid of that first big meta defender pick, and then giving yourself the other unless the other team decides to ban it out. I feel like that's going to be a little bit too nice to pass up, and that's exactly what they're going to be going for. That very, very popular Lapras going first pick to Rogue, but now the full pick of the field for Team YouTube.
Team YouTube grabbing the Hoopa and the Alolan Ninetales, giving Rogue the chance for an Urshifu. They did not select it in that previous game, though. So Rogue obviously having their own strategies that they want to implement a little bit off the beaten path. But I think YouTube definitely familiar with those as well. And, well, there is the iconic Eldegoss selection for Rogue. This Pokemon and this team really do seem like a match made.
I'm actually almost surprised that we didn't see the Eldegoss taken very early from Team YouTube as somewhat of a counter pick, but we can see that the Hoopa worked so extremely well in that last game. They're like, you know what, we're going to go with exactly what we're going with, and wow, the 2 comfort picks that YouTube is known for, the Buzzwole and the Goodra, coming out in their potential Worlds qualifier game.
Assault Vest Goodra, of course, that held item boosting the special defense of Philumus. I mean, this Pokemon, not very popular in the Unite Championship season, but if you only watch Team YouTube, you would not think that's the case. A whole lot of Goodra selections. Rogue responding with a Mr. Mime and Dodrio, so we get to see Rex's Mr. Mime on stage now. I'm very excited about that selection. Their Snorlax was amazing last game, but now we're going to be playing with that Mr. Mime, whose Unite move of that Showtime is so incredibly powerful.
Oh, literally one of the best interruptions, and then another interruption, and just over and over. I mean, maybe most importantly, though, we're seeing the Dodrio at the very, very end of the draft. That is going to be huge for targeting this backline, which we now see is going to be the Espeon on the side of YouTube, and then, of course, Chaotic, which they honestly targeted quite strongly in that first game, but now it's going to have that Alolan Ninetales that is so well known for. But here we go, one chance here for YouTube to qualify for Worlds in Yokohama, Japan, and let's let this game get underway.
Doob Snacks, I don't know if there is a more important series this weekend, but I can tell you for Rogue and YouTube, there certainly is not right now, as Team YouTube is 1 win away from qualifying for the World Championships.
For them, literally their destiny is in their hands. For Rogue, like I said before, they've got to win this entire event to qualify for Worlds. So they're looking to dream crush. And step 1 is crushing YouTube's dreams right now.
This is such a huge matchup. YouTube looking fantastic in game 1. I thought Rogue had so many amazing moments, but when it came down to that final fight, YouTube was like a well-oiled machine right here. We're going to see if there's anything that Rogue can do about it as we move into our next game here. We've got Rogue, your purple team, Team YT, your orange team, and this one really is for all the marbles.
Yep, we can actually see that Gossifleur rolling down to get into the pocket of the Doduo just in case Team YouTube pulls that invade strategy where they cross the map and try and take all the wild Pokemon on the left-hand side like they were doing yesterday.
And we can see Fui is on the Buzzwole here in this top path. This Pokemon is so incredibly good early because of that move. The Fell Stinger right there, able to do so much damage. They're looking for another KO onto the Lapras. No, not quite able to get it. Raining some points into the goal zone instead and securing all of these wild Pokemon. Obviously, these Pokemon can go to either team here, Doob Snacks, so it's so important that they get the last hits on them.
Yeah, the K opener going to Team YouTube is huge. We's going to try and look big in the big Buzzwole here. However, Lapras has so much HP, so much defense, and is so tanky, is able to stem the tide of 3 players by themselves.
And take a look at this right here. Chaotic on the Alolan Ninetales, a Pokemon that is just doing so well in our tournament this weekend. Already has their evolution, but so does the Dodrio. As we come up here to our top path, we're going to see what Buzzwole can secure here. Now that it's level 5, it has unlocked one of the most powerful moves Buzzwole can get in that superpower.
If you just saw right there, picking up that wild Pokemon and displacing it, kept Barnwell using their attack to secure it for themselves. And if you notice, they actually selected Eldegoss, not Gossifleur, and Fui is too big right now. They're going to be able to bully all over the map. That Gossifleur still level 3 Spraggles, and that is a huge problem.
It is a huge problem. As you can see, the Buzzwole already level 6 in that top path. Level advantage in a Pokemon game obviously is massively important, but in Pokemon Unite, a couple level difference is so monumental, as Fui is almost level 7 right now.
Yeah, but without a doubt, if one of the lower level players catch Fui and get that big KO, they're going to get so much of that experience back. We call it comeback experience, because if you KO a Pokemon that is higher level than you, you just get an insurmountable amount of experience.
I call it catch-up experience because it sounds delicious, but either way you look at it, you're right. Big drill effect from the Dodrio coming in as they're picking up a KO right here. Now they're throwing it right back at him with the Blizzard Avalanche.
I mean, this chaotic A9 is something different, but that Dodrio's looking for some action, and they're catching 2. They've got the jump kick follow-up. Kyoto's caught out. Can they make it to the portal just by the sliver? Relax gets themselves a KO streak of 2. They needed 1 more for that 3rd head, and all 3 hats.
All 3 of Dodrio's hats, the most beautiful holoware that has ever existed. Dodrio has 3 different hats, everyone, and I seem to be a little obsessed with it. As we head up to our top path, that is a 3-level difference between these 2 Pokemon. Wow, Team YouTube is crushing it up there.
Yeah, Lapras normally able to hold down in front of these bigger, tankier, because it is so tanky in these aggressive Pokemon, but when the level difference is so big, that kind of withers away. No, a big Unite move by the Espeon catches Rex. Is there any follow-up, though? Not really, as Rogue just takes themselves another objective. They're kind of taking everything, Sprague.
Yeah, Rogue looked amazing right there. That Regirock, popped up in this bottom path, and these are these big moments that these teams are always fighting over, these huge objectives. Really, Team YouTube couldn't even get in to fight over it. Rogue positioned it perfectly. Beautiful barriers from the Mr. Mime right there, and they were able to secure that objective, giving them not only a really nice defensive buff, but also some extra experience.
Fui is let off the leash. How they are already level 9 is ridiculous. They've just been upstairs by themselves doing whatever they want. Pikachu can't catch the portal. Nice poach by Relax. This is where this thing is going to start for them. The engage is on Fui. The Pear Song comes through, but the KO after the Unite move by Fui right back the other way. We thought Fui was on the doorstep of getting knocked out, but no. Flip the script, called an ambulance, but not for me. Fui getting it done, and that goal zone is short on points that it can accept.
I want to let you know that you will be disappointed in yourself that you didn't say call an ambulance, but not for Fui. Instead, you said call an ambulance, but not for me. You're going to regret that for the rest of your life, I think, Doob Snacks.
I regret it immediately right now. And actually, that's why I said Fui right afterwards, because I was like, I missed it. I missed it big.
You felt it right here. Team YouTube is all alone with this Regieleki. This is going to push towards a goal zone of your enemy team. And that first goal zone was just broken by Team YouTube. So that's going to walk towards the tier 2 goal zone of Rogue. It's going to give YouTube a lot of options here. They can either push with it, try to get some extra points. They can move around the map, find some wild Pokemon, get some experience, and get themselves ready for the next big fight. And that looks like what they're doing right here. They need to get some Unite moves charged up. And the way you do that is not only getting your levels, but also KOing wild Pokemon to charge your Unite.
Yeah, you actually see on your screen, we call it the Hyperspace Highway, but it's when the Hoopa puts their Hyperspace hole on a goal zone, it actually makes a path from one goal zone to the one on the other path. And that's a quick way for YouTube YouTube to rotate across this map. And you can already see downstairs, we've got Phil putting tons of pressure on Rogue so that Fui and Chaotic and So Sad Sam can get this Regieleki to hit. Rex identifies what it is. Showtime, Spear Fingers right in the middle. Espeon Unite right back the other way. Chaotic gets the follow-up. Rex is getting buckled. They get uppercut out of the zone. Caught and crashed by Barnwell right on top of that goal zone. But Fui's going for the follow-up. What does that do, Spriggles? That lets the Regieleki hit, which means they can close themselves out another goal zone.
Beautiful stuff here from Team YT. And there's the Unite move from the Hoopa, bringing the entire team down Avengers style to this bottom path to get this Reggie steal. Only Dodrio is here from Rogue. He has a prayer, but we're going to see if he can run in there and get some type of secure. No, not at all, as Team YT sews that up. Beautiful plays from YouTube.
I actually like what Relax did. They actually pivoted on Phil and said, we're not going to be able to take this. That's a long shot. Let's try and at least poach a KO. So they used their drill peg jump kick to reposition to see if they could get some follow-up. They could not, but it was a much more calculated move than just trying to int into the basement Reggie there.
Take a look at this. Buzzwole level 12 right now. Huge level advantage on the side of Team YT, basically across the board. If Team YT wins this set, they advance to the 2023 World Championships in Yokohama, Japan, coming up here in August. And I can't imagine the feeling inside these players' chests right now as they know they are this close to securing their spot to Worlds.
Quick Unite move by So Sad Sam. They'll be able to charge that back up in time. Fui going for the engagement, 3-player from Rogue. They need to get a KO on Fui in some time. Blows on the backside. They actually surf back out. Snow Globe comes through, picks up Barnwell and the Mew. KO streak of 2 for Chaotic. How many times have we said that? Pikadev gets chunked a little bit. They're going to be able to reset with that hyperspace ult, but Team YT now all over this Regieleki, and Rogue can't make a move anywhere, Sprague.
Yeah, this is a tough moment here for Rogue. This Regieleki is going to walk towards their tier 2. It doesn't have a lot of points in it already. I don't know if they want to let it walk. That would open up their home base goal zone to a very sneaky Hoopa maneuver that could happen later in the game. As we were watching this Goodra fight in the bottom path, that is a very late Unite move from Goodra. Now, that is going to keep them healthy for a little while here, but they're still going to get KO'd. I think that was a big mistake on the side of Team YouTube. I do not know any good reason they would have thrown that Unite.
No, they did get 40 points in the bottom path while the rest of the team was working on Regieleki. Rogue let that thing hit, so it broke that goal zone, so they don't have to deal with it, so they could focus on getting the KO on Mew. KO on Phil. Getting that Unite move out is huge for Rogue.
Now the question is, was the thought process behind that Unite move from Team YT because now they have that top goal zone broken and they can make that Yamada play, the play to bring all of their allies towards that main goal zone, not even worry about the big objective coming up here in a few seconds and win the match. We're going to find out very soon. In 5 seconds, Rayquaza hits the map. This is the massive objective that they are going to be fighting over. Team YouTube could secure their spot in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, that play might not happen right now as Pikadev, that Hoopa who facilitates that, is sitting in the middle. We got Phil trying to leash somebody in. Oblivion's playing forward. They got the Parasong on top of them. We got a little stored power Espeon putting some damage in back the other way. Rex is getting real low. They're Spirit Fingering in the middle, but they need to get the follow-up. Is there anybody? Chaotic gets the KO. Espeon Unite right back the other way. 1 player down for each team. Eldegots gets the follow-up on the Espeon. 2 players down for Rogue. Team YT's trying to pivot here. Pikadev pulling through with their big Rings Unbound, but the Lapras KOs them. There's 3 players down for Rogue, 2 for YouTube. Where's the follow-up? It's on Phil. Fui gets 2. Lapras gets 2. We got 3 players down, and finally Rogue's coming back, so now they've got the player advantage. Where is the follow-up? It's going to be on Oblivion. Can Chaotic and Fui get it done? The Parasong is there. Can they get the final move? No! The K9 gets it done, and now YouTube can rest on their laurels for a minute, Spraggle.
Just for a moment here, 1 minute left in this match, and now Rogue really only has one option. Take Rayquaza off the board right now. They need to make it happen, but here becomes that big, over-leveled Buzzwole running into the face of Rogue right now, jumping in, knocking them into the air, looking for a big KO, eating a solar beam, and backing off right now. Time is ticking down. Rogue needs to make a play or YouTube wins this thing.
It is literally a Rogue against the clock, against YouTube, and against the scoreboard, and that is a lot to overcome in 33 seconds. Rogue is not making a maneuver to the middle, and I think Team YouTube is feeling pretty good. Look how poached and safe the rest is playing. Phil, of course, is yeeting into the middle. They might get caught, but no, there's the portal right there. They catch it. They use their Unite move, Spriggles, because they said I wouldn't need to use it before until now. They just use it. They get their KO. Team YouTube is 15 seconds away from qualifying for the World Championships, and Rogue is not putting anything on the map right now.
That's right. 10 seconds right now, Doomstacks, and there really is nothing Rogue can do right here. In just a moment, you're going to see the fireworks from Team YouTube, because in 3 seconds right now, that is official. Team YouTube is going to Worlds in Yokohama, Japan.
Can you believe it? Pika popping off right there. He is a player that qualified last year, found themselves on this team in the late stage of this season, and they get it done on stage here at NAIC. Look at this team, a real kind of pretender to absolute performer this season, showing out in the last 3 events we've had.
What a story for Team YouTube, the team that so many people counted out. So many people said Team YouTube, they couldn't win. I remember one from being on broadcast named Zoinks, but at some point, Team YouTube got it together, and look at that team now. Look at Team YouTube as how they have just secured this spot against all of the odds. What an incredible series. What an incredible story for this team.
And doing it in that way, you know, normally as a person like us who loves these games, we want something a little sweaty, but YouTube wanted to be a no-doubter. And in that game, too, they hit a second gear, and they absolutely buckled Rogue and said, nobody is keeping us from qualifying for Japan. Not Rogue, not anyone. They won in May. They ran through their pools. They made it this far in the tournament, and now going to work.
They had to overcome so many things, Dude Snacks. They had to overcome the fact that they were not together at the start of this season, figuring their team out. They had to overcome the fact that another team was ahead of them in championship points, and they had to dispatch them in groups. Now they are here, and they had to overcome Rogue, an incredible team that had the other shot to make it to Worlds here. And obviously, Team YouTube is elated. This is huge.
It is well earned. Let's take a look at this score graph, and really the story is that orange line. They got on top and they stayed on top, and that was off the back of Fui and those big bug muscles literally putting the full Nelson onto Rogue and not letting go until all that air was gone.
Yeah, you can see after that Regieleki was taken right there, that top goal zone is broken. That's what that little indicator means. And that's really when YouTube was just so far ahead that they put the stranglehold, the chokehold there on Rogue, and they just could not get away from it.
You know, we talked about some of the plays that they could have made when they're up on that scoreboard with that home goal zone open, but they played it safe. They knew they were ahead. They said, if we just play our game and stay with each other, we've got this on lockdown. Great plays by Relax and Rex on the side of Rogue, but it was not enough to overcome the determination and the cohesive team play that YouTube put together.
Yeah, it really wasn't. And I do agree. Relax on that Dodrio was brutal inside that game, but it felt like every time it took a little bit from YouTube, there was another member on Team YouTube there ready to punish it, ready to make sure that it wasn't the big KO. It wasn't the big final blow for YouTube. And just what a series. I mean, what a time to be Team YouTube, man.
What a time to be Team YouTube. Obviously, they're gassed to the gills. They are ready to go. And actually, you know, Zoinks mentioned it before, Phil is an absolute character for that time. Definitely the heart and soul of them. And if anybody gets all the way up, it is definitely Phil. They're that way before the match. They're there after a loss. They're there after a big win. Love the energy he brings to the team, and truly the anchor of it.
You know, the fun thing about Team YouTube and Phil is he says he owes it all to me, which is pretty incredible.
That's wild, because he said he owes it all to me.
Really?
Who's he lying to?
We have an interview on stage with Team YT. Which member of it? The entire team of Team YT. Take it away.
Thank you so much, you two. We are standing on stage with Worlds Bound Team YouTube. Congratulations to all of you. Pika, I gotta ask you the first question here. I mean, you're going to Worlds for the second time now. How does it feel to qualify both years in a row?
It feels great, but job's not finished.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, my question. I know it was a little bit of a rough early season for everybody, but obviously y'all pulled it together. Incredible teamwork right now. What do you think changed just made everybody just gel together for these past few tournaments?
I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, Akilo did everything for us. He does our drafts. He manages our scrims. He basically does everything.
All right, full fair. Huge shout outs to Akilo out there.
All right, Phil, you are now going to Worlds in Japan, and you got there with a Gudra pick on stage. Unreal. I mean, you really proved, well, me wrong, and everybody else too, but what do you got to say to all your many supporters out there?
We did it. I hope I made you guys proud, the team too. Thank you guys for supporting me and playing with me. And this is the brightest timeline.
Yeah. That's right, we support Phil. Let's go.
Okay, and I gotta ask, we saw the shift back in the very final game to all the comfort picks that we're used to seeing. We saw the Goudreau, we saw the Buzzable come back. Was that a decision based on the draft, or was that a decision based on the fact that y'all knew it was just a qualifying game?
Well, we got all of our comfort pick, and like Sam said, Akilo did all of our drafts, so everything just went perfectly for us, and we got everything we wanted.
All right, perfect. Well, hey, it worked out perfect.
And now, Chaotic Picadiff at the start of this interview said, job is not done. Is that the same vibe across the side of all of Team YouTube? Are you gunning for a championship here at NAIC?
Yeah, dude, LG 2-0'd us. I want to ego them and 2-0 them back.
All right. That is what we like to see. All right, well, so good to hear from Team YouTube, and we can't wait to watch you in the rest of this tournament. And of course, in Yokohama, Japan, one more time for Team YouTube. All right, we are going to be looking again at our top 8 bracket. We are getting down to just the last few teams. Sorry, we are not looking at that one. Instead, we are going to be going to a very short break. See you right after this.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series here live in Columbus, Ohio at NAIC as the road to Worlds in Yokohama, Japan continues. I'm Spraggles, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw, and I'm joined by the one and only Dupe Snacks.
What a weekend we've had so far here. We've locked our 4 teams for the Pokemon Unite World Championships in Yokohama from the NA region. But like Pika Diff said on stage with Team YouTube, job's not done, because now we need to crown ourselves a champion, and you better believe that the 4 teams remaining want to be considered the best team in the region going to Worlds.
That's right. You want to be the best team in North America, and they also are playing for a ton of prize money right here. This is going to be Amaterasu, the #1 ranked team in North America, against Team YouTube. If you just joined us, you might not have seen Team YouTube, but they just qualified for their spot at Worlds. Now they're going up against the champs here, Amaterasu.
You can see where and how good this team is. I mean, regionals, first in their group 6-1, second at AOS Cup, a record of 58 versus some change, not many losses. This team is looking to prove something because they have gotten second place over and over and over again, only securing 1 big-time win, and they want to make that second big-time win today.
Yeah, their middle name is consistency, but I think they want their first name to be champions here of the regional finals, and they are going to need to get through Team YouTube, a team that couldn't be on a hotter streak if you tried. They just secured their spot to Worlds right here. We saw an amazing performance.
Yeah, without a doubt. We saw kind of a little bit of deja vu there. Chaotic in that framed picture of themselves is pretty much what they did on stage once they got that win. But again, the job's not done. They actually need to reset their mental now. And you actually see...
He's literally resetting his mental right now. I mean, he might be resetting his mental.
That is a hard reset right there. We are in the well of resets going real deep, Spraggle.
This is why I can't compete at a high level. I wouldn't be able to reset my mental like this. I wouldn't be able to come down from that last match. I think I would just play so wild. Yeah, still screaming, playing wild. I might not even know exactly where I was at that point. They need to recenter themselves, and they're doing just that.
They're doing just that indeed. Team YT needs to reset the mental, but maintain the momentum, because Amaterasu has kind of been on ice today. They haven't stepped on stage, and they're ready to do it right now.
As we head into our draft right here, Amaterasu has a lot to prove heading down into our losers bracket. Team YT, you know, not as much to prove as they just proved just about everything right here. Team YT is going to be your purple team here. Amaterasu is your orange team. The names are flip-flopped down there. We'll have that fixed in a second.
Yeah, no sweat. We're taking a look here, and Zoroark has been really public enemy #1 in the Thea Sky Ruins and earning a lot of bans, rightfully so, this weekend.
Yeah, there are so many powerful Pokemon inside Unite right now, but no one in North America, especially when they're all playing together, there's no latency or lag or anything like that, want to deal with the beast that is Zoroark.
That's for sure. Quick lock-ins, though. We get the Urshifu and the Slowbro, 2 high-quality picks. If you're not getting Lapras, you better get these 2 on the backside, on the other side of the draft. All incredibly strong Pokemon. I think I mentioned the ASU wasn't on stage. They've definitely played on stage. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I never know what you're talking about.
That's great. Good thing we work together so much.
Here we go as this draft continues. We got Alolan Ninetales, Hoopa locked in. I mean, Hoopa as a 3rd pick is, I mean, so amazing here for Team YT. A lot of teams will snap that Pokemon up first. The pressure that it can put around the map is just so incredibly important. Able to, you know, portal its allies back and forth.
Back and forth, back and forth. Really, they take it for themselves, but truly is to keep it out of the hands of JL, who is such a strong supporter player, actually going with, like you like to call him, the little gentleman, Sableye. They're over there, and you're going to see them cause a whole bunch of static on the other side of the map.
Look, he is such a little gentleman, too, and he's a rascal. He spends his entire time making sure that the enemy is having an awful time inside of a match of Pokemon Unite. And it is a thing of beauty to watch, and it is a nightmare to play against. We'll see what Team YouTube wants to do about that.
Well, it looks like they're going So Sad Sam, that Venusaur. We saw that in the final game of the May Finals that they won to win the May Finals, and definitely a comfort pick and something they like to default to when necessary. But we've got the double EV comp for ASU, another one of their favorites on their side.
Yeah, you know, the evolutions all evolving at level 4 and becoming powerful very early. They're difficult Pokemon to deal with. They get Unite moves very fast, and we've been seeing some great stuff out of Amaterasu with this setup right here. I can't wait to see what happens when these two teams go at it right now. Is YouTube ready to win this thing, or are they just kind of spent from that incredible match that they just had?
Well, I'll tell you what, Wayne, we had an interview with Phil yesterday. They said these other teams need to fear me. Have you seen my tree? And they locked that Trevenant in, but it's game time now. So let's pitch it over to the casters. Zoinks, Chef, take it away.
Thank you so much. Here we go. YouTube already qualified for Worlds and now hunting for a tournament win. But Amaterasu wants the biggest stage victory possible.
That's right. The winner of this match makes it into the top 3 of the North American Regional Championships. But it is true, it's very possible to get gassed after you've achieved kind of your initial goal for a tournament. It's time to see if YouTube still has that fire in them. I think just based on what we've seen from them, especially just seeing them on stage right here, what an awesome chance that we have to see all these players live in person. But they look like they are still absolutely fired up, and I'm really excited to see how this comp works out. What a tanky comp.
Yes, Team YouTube definitely playing a brawling style. This, make no mistake, this Venusaur will have no Solar Beam equipped with it. They will be going the Pedal Dance Giga Drain build to get up in the face of Amaterasu. But Amaterasu not going to wait until those late game moments. Instead, JL is on a mission.
Oh yeah, here we go. The Sableye, very infamous for trying to invade, and of course steals that final hit, getting that red buff. Very, very important. That is a huge amount of EXP now taken away from Team YouTube and on the side of Amaterasu.
One of the most important moments in an early game of Pokemon Unite is that fight at 850 on either the top or bottom path. And, well, when you have the central area players slowed down in their experience, they won't have as much of an impact, and that is why you pick Sableye. However, a whole lot of slows do go into JL, and they are eventually knocked out, but So Sad Sam is only at level 4 at this 9-minute mark and needs to really take their time with the rest of the central area clear.
That's right, being able to clear that central area, get out to level 5, and get here for this 8-minute, 50-second mark where all of this EXP spawns that you have to fight over is huge, and only one of these teams is going to be able to really, truly achieve that. We're going to see 3 versus 2 here on the bottom, and you can see, I'm sorry, 4 versus 2, I cannot count at all. I'm not the number person either. You can see how dominant they are here, pushing with a level advantage and the numbers advantage, but we are going to see the Urshifu go down. That is a huge turnaround, and we're going to see the Hyperspace Highway taking members down from Team YouTube all the way down this bottom path and turn things all the way around.
And this is the strength of an Alolan Ninetales master like Chaotic. You drop that Avalanche at the picture-perfect spot. If that doesn't stop Amaterasu from getting away, the Blizzard and the Freeze passive effects that will happen will get it done. So amazing stop there as Amaterasu is traded out and Team YouTube has a bit more presence in the bottom path.
Oh, Pikachu trying to get in those 18 points, but is not going to be able to. Just a few too many in the pocket, taking a little bit longer to score, and that does mean that he will be taken down. But this has already been a very aggressive game. These teams have been playing safe a lot of the time, but right now it is just all aggression. Chaotic in a tough spot here, getting chased down by JL. Gonna not be able to get away. There could be a counter pick from Phil if they can get Yeet Fan, and it looks like they will. A huge fight. JL going down as well, and they're still just going to be brawling.
Yeah, and Phil actually, since the early game went so well, was able to out-sustain any amount of damage that Trainer was able to provide. So great playing by Trainer, but again, a great counter push by YouTube. And now Sam not too worried about how slow their early was with 2 knockouts in that mid-fight. They're well on their way to Venusaur, already at level 8.
Oh, wow, they just got chunked by that single strike Urshifu. Now, they had to go back as they were trying to get all that EXP from the Altaria and the Swablu, so that means a lot of it went to the side of Amaterasu. You can see now, just based on the levels, though, all that fighting has given a lot of experience to the side of Team YouTube. They've been doing very, very well in those team fights. We don't usually see quite so many by the 7-minute mark, but with you, exactly like you described, a brawler-style comp, they want to get a lot of EXP from the enemy Pokemon.
And Phil and Pikachu in perfect position, playing outside to make sure their team has vision and understands where the enemies are. Big engage by Nudo on the Slowbro, though, but they're taking the 1v1 versus Phil, who's trying to get damage done to Yeetfan. They knocked him out before the Regirock is knocked out, but still, Amaterasu comes away with the last hit secure, and they get the first objective of the game.
All right, the objective, that's going to give team-wide experience, but there's also a lot of team-wide experience just because there were some picks for Team YouTube in that fight, so still think slightly an edge for experience for Team YouTube. They're trying to win this experience race. They've got to stay in it at the very minimum, which is how fighty their team is. And now this Regieleki at top. We're seeing some rotations up here too. Oh no! Pikatif getting out and getting caught. Too many people in that tall grass, especially with all of that side shock damage from the Espeon. And now there's not going to be a hyperspace highway to pull anybody up top. You can see the manual rotations are starting to happen, but 4 stacking top for Amaterasu is going to be pushing this down.
A wicked blow into the Solar Solaire as it tosses everyone in the air, lines them up perfectly for Yeetfan to capitalize on the 1 and 2 and maybe even 3. Chaotic coming back, finds a KO on JL, but Amaterasu is the one coming away with the fight. So many knockouts, and now they're going to shatter this goal zone. An even break, no points overscored, but Regieleki should be a pretty easy objective to secure.
And now it's going to be even that much more important because it is walking all the way to the tier 2 goal zone. That means there's going to be a lot more time that it's going to be putting pressure on the enemy team, a lot more space that you're building because the team has to be even further back, and it's more valuable if it does manage to go in. But that means we're going to be using it for space, and look at this, so much of an invasion still from JL.
And we are at about the 5-minute mark of the match, so exactly at the halfway point, and this is where Amaterasu's comp is supposed to, on paper, be the best that it is. The power spikes that Urshifu, Sableye, and even these evolutions are getting are where they are at best in the matchup. If we come down, the big Unite move is going to combo with Sam as they find a way to immediately knock out Yeetfan. Nudo tries to chase away, Slowbro able to ignore so much of that damage, and Sam has to pivot towards the reset, but Trainer and Nudo combine for the knockout before they can escape.
And now Flea getting chased by multiple, but Lapras just so tanky. Pikatif once again in a tough spot, trying to find a way to, you're literally caught between a rock and a hard place, but the Unite is going to come out even at low HP, just to make sure that everybody on the team can teleport through that portal, get down to this Registeel. They need to win this EXP game. They were slightly behind. This is going to be theirs most likely. JL's there, trying to take a Pikatif while in Hoop Unbound. It's going to work out. JL might go down in exchange, but that's already a huge win. And the final hit is going to go to the Espeon. ASU is going to stay in this EXP lead.
Perfect shot from Roland, but honestly, the confuse rate from JL, so perfectly timed. That confuse rate will, of course, give a status effect to an enemy Pokemon where they will attack their own teammates whenever they use moves. It actually made Pikatif put a Hyperspace Fury on top of Chaotic, which was a terrible spot to be. Yeetfan having a good 1v1 fight versus Pikatif there, and well, JL with a grin on their face on the bottom right side of your screen with how amazing their Sableye play has been all weekend long.
That's right. We have seen so little of Sableye over the past few tournaments, but it's coming back so strong, especially because of JL, this one in particular. What an annoying little gentleman, as Fraggles says, walking by me actually as we speak, but currently trying to get in a little bit of annoyance, not in a very safe position. That might be, yeah, that is going to be the end of it right there. But as you play Sableye, you do expect to be taken out a few times. You don't expect that when you're Espeon getting chased all the way down behind your tier 1, and that's actually not going to happen as all of the backup comes. And they're going to try to turn this around. Flea, though, still so hard to take down. The sustain of these two Pokemon here, the Lapras and the Trevenant, is high, but maybe not high enough to deal with 3 strong attackers on the team of Amaterasu.
Yeah, Team YouTube has that bulk, and of course the healing of the Hoop of Portals is so powerful when you can make it to the portals, with the burst damage of Espeon and Glaceon and Urshifu is so immense that Amaterasu is finding these knockouts before Team YT can even find a way back to their base.
All right, now we're only 40 seconds away from the 2-minute mark, the final stretch where Rayquaza is going to spawn. This Regieleki is going to be a very contested objective here. Not that it's necessarily going to actually literally be contested, but you really, really want it late in this moment, especially as Amaterasu really has a gigantic score lead, over 200 points. So that means the Regieleki kind of has to be dealt with. Otherwise, the counter scoring could be a little bit too strong. We don't see the side of Team YT try to take it off the bat. They are going to probably have to defend it, but they need this Rayquaza to come back into this game. Too huge of a lead on the side of Amaterasu, who we've already seen has amazing positioning in this Ray pit.
Yeah, they don't want to give Venusaur, or don't want to give Sam and Phil a chance to get an engage, but they do find a direction into the Rayquaza pit. So now, all of a sudden, they are not trapped in that corridor where Trainer and Roland would love for them to be. Psyshock and Icy Wind would just do so much damage in that area. So Phil has gained a bit of space. Great defender positioning, but the problem is the points lead. Amaterasu is above by so much right now.
That's right. The Red Lucky actually did go in, just getting another 20 points. There was no follow-up from Amaterasu. They wanted to really highly value defending here, but this could be a big pick. That was a forced red from the Espeon, only catching one member of Team YT, and they're a little bit split up, but not everybody's here on either side as Venusaur goes down.
Venusaur goes down so early in this team fight because of an amazing slow beam from Nudo. Phil getting the chase down. They trade. Roland is down, and now Phil is still ready to fight. The double defender are still relevant, but Nudo and Trainer are trying to combine for a big knockout. Yeekfan swings in on Phil, chases the knockout as Fui chases Trainer in towards the bottom path. That's a level 14 Glaceon, but Fui is not deterred at level 12. However, finally, Amaterasu collapses and finds that knockout.
There are still 3 members up from Team YT. It's not enough that Amaterasu could take down Ray themselves to guarantee themselves this win, but they don't even need to. They are going to be playing very, very safe. They've got a ton of points in pocket. This Eos energy is very valuable. They're up by now 220 points, so all they have to do is defend for 40 more seconds. Team YT needs to make one giant final push, whether it be score or here we go, the hyperspace portal into the Ray pit. They're all here. It's chaos everywhere. There's not many unites left, but they're burning it down. Last hit going to the Hoopa. That is going to be Team YT with a chance, but look how many points are on the side of Amaterasu. Not even trying to defend, just running over to score themselves.
Pikadik said job's not done. Same situation here. The scores need to tally up quick, but Amaterasu is counter-scoring in that enemy home goal zone. So many points can fit within that. Sam charging in. It's double score time. That's going to count for 10. Phil finds 50 in the enemy goal zone as well, but Amaterasu racked up so many. Let's take a look at this final scoreline.
It's still up in the air. I don't know how many win in that final goal zone of Team YT. The lead here is Amaterasu convincingly. 200 points. They got enough. Amazing choice at the end there to go for the counter score rather than defending.
And that is where that hard work of getting that score lead pays off so much in the late game. You've broken so many goal zones that the home goal zone is available for you to score on. Incredible macro decisions from Amaterasu. Pays off in a big win. It got scary, but they hold on to the victory. Love to see it. Let's send it over to the analysts of Spraggles and Doob Snacks.
I mean, incredible stuff there, Doob Snacks. Obviously, the big moment for Amaterasu was knowing that they were so far ahead, recognizing that even if Team YT is able to take this, they can still win this game. You love to see a finish like that.
Absolutely. We're taking a look here at the score graph, and of course, you see exactly where Rayquaza is taken and then the scramble to score back the other way. Yes, that score line is 405 to 607, which looks a little egregious, but in those last 10 seconds, so many points were going in. We had to see where exactly these two teams landed because, like Zoinks mentioned, in the final 2 minutes, every AOS energy you deposit is actually worth double.
That's how you get those burgers that end up being hundos when you have a full pocket of 50 AOS energy. And obviously this was an amazing game for Amaterasu. You know, Team YouTube kind of flying high off their last series right here, but Amaterasu in control of this thing. And take a look at some of the damage numbers on the side of ASU here. 87k for the Glaceon, 74 for that Espeon, and I'm so happy to see that Psyshock.
Yeah, I mean, the double EV strategy that ASU has been employing all weekend long is obviously working. It worked there, but they're also working in tandem very, very well. And that's credit to the rest of the team and giving them support to allow them to go that off the rails. I mean, we saw the Glaceon get chased down. Urshifu pulled up for the support, able to get the big KO on Fui the Lapras, and then that was kind of all she wrote in terms of the pressure they could put on those big damage dealers.
That's right. Let's take a look at some of these big moments from that last game and see what exactly Amaterasu was doing so right. We remember this huge moment near the halfway point right here where they just start raining points in that top goal zone, and they continue to score throughout this game and hold YouTube to a very small 51 points.
Something that was incredibly impressive to me from ASU was their ability to rotate across the map despite that Hoopa being on the other team, which means they were very cognizant of where they wanted to be and what they wanted to be doing, so much so that even though Team YouTube had the ability to rotate faster, they were still beating them to the punch.
Amazing secure there by the Espeon. You can see they start to push in. The Venusaur Unite misses everything. The Trevenant Unite misses everything. Amaterasu is able to reposition inside of this fight. However, we have the full-on jump in here towards this Rayquaza. YouTube doing everything they can to take it, and they do. However, Every member of Amaterasu is up, so they're just running the other way.
Well, those little getaway legs that Sableye got into that goal zone fast enough, and it knew it wasn't going to do anything in that team fight, so scramble to score. And what that allowed to do is the Urshifu to go straight for that home goal zone and get their points in just in time to keep that lead a nice, comfortable 200.
Yeah, big stuff here for Amaterasu. Team YT is going to need to get it together if they want to make it up to the grand finals, win this thing, win the lion's share of our $50,000 prize pool. You can see the audience is pretty pumped to see Amaterasu back on top.
Yeah, you see here, Trainer's going to be our player of the game. Obviously a ton of points, but we're looking at that damage number, and they were the facilitator to those KOs. The 3 is not normally one of the most astronomically high numbers we've seen, but their role that they played was done meticulously. That's why you have that high damage number, and that's why Trainer is your player of the game.
I couldn't argue with you. 3 is not that big of a number here, Doobsnake.
It is bigger than 2.
I will have our stats team check that out here very, very soon. Now, the question is, what is going to change here in game number 2 for Team YT? What is Amaterasu going to change, if anything? Obviously, their strategy worked pretty flawlessly there.
Yeah, so for Team YT, they're going to Worlds. One of the players they picked up was Pikadiff, a Worlds caliber defender player, having to flex over into the supporter role. And to be quite honest, when you have JL on the other side, who is great on the Sableye, great on the Hoopa, and you have to take a Hoopa for yourself, that is not the support character that Pikadiff is most comfortable on. So if they can actually leverage that in some more meaningful way, I think that might be a recipe for success for YouTube.
Speaking of Pikadiff and Worlds qualified players, let's take a look at Worlds qualified teams here. The Pokemon Unite Championship Series has regions all over the world playing and competing. You see big names on there like Tally Bobo, Believers and Nouns, Esports from EU. Of course, double-elimination is on there as well. Secret Ship from Japan, Doob Snacks. So many incredible teams. Now we have North America.
Yeah, now we have North America all filled out there. And if you noticed, you and I qualified on that first page. Old guys in there.
Old guys are in there?
Yeah, that's us.
We're going to Worlds,
We're going to Worlds, baby.
Let's go. Let's go. What? That's not us? Another team. Another region, not us. Oh, I hate when that happens.
Listen, Team YouTube, they are obviously riding high because they've qualified for Worlds, of course. But if Pikadiff is right, the job's not done. You can't give up after that game 1. Amaterasu is really taking it to them. They need to reset, and they need to figure out their recipe for success. Honestly, if you're not going to cut off JL for one of the best support Pokemon, the Sableye or the Hoopa, put Pikadiff back on the Eldegoss, something they're comfortable with and can have a higher impact.
Let's take a look at how this draft is starting out. No surprise at all. Once again, no one wants to deal with Zoroark, especially Trainer's Zoroark. Trainer is one of those players from Amaterasu that's just so incredibly mechanically skilled. They can take one of these intense carry Pokemon and just really let it sing out there. And obviously, YouTube does not want to deal with that.
Trainer is coincidentally also one of the best Greninja players on the planet, and I wouldn't be surprised if this would be a game where if it goes down and the draft kind of lines up and the stars align, that they pick that Pokemon to have a big pop-off moment to get themselves progressed into this event, and I know Zoinks will be a big fan of that.
Here we go. Pikadiff locking in that Hoopa and a Lapras. I mean, this is a really strong start here for Team YT. Obviously, ASU grabbing Slowbro, probably the premier defender inside of Pokemon Unite, at least until, Lapras came here, and maybe soon Umbreon.
Yeah, if you take a look at Fui's Lapras there, it's wearing those specs, and that's going to be a stacking item to allow it to do more special attack damage, which means Fui is actually taking that and is going to be playing that as a front-loaded brawler rather than like a defender to cover for those squishier Pokemon in your backline.
Yeah, that's right. One of the best things about seeing this draft mode is not only do you see what Pokemon they pick, and the enemy team cannot pick them, which is a little different from the normal ranked mode inside of Pokemon Unite, you also get to see all of the items they are bringing into these games. It gives you an idea of how they plan on playing these Pokemon. For instance, the Urshifu on the side of Amaterasu also has a stacking item, an attack weight. Every time they score, their attack stat is going up and up and up. Blastoise locking in that final spot for Team YT.
Yeah, that Blastoise is going to be filling the true defender role, using that Surf to get spacing for your Pokemon like Chaotic. really controlling the engagements for Fui. Phil's actually locking that up. It looks like So Sad Sam's going to be taking that, and we're going to be rapid spin water spouting out here. So, look, I thought Team YouTube, I thought I had them all figured out, but then again, they throw you another curveball. They're ready to go.
Yeah, they're the kind of team that really has so many options, and ones that are curveballs to a lot of these, what would be considered stereotypically bigger teams like the #1 team in NA, Amaterasu. We're going to send this thing over to our two casters right now. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away for game number 2.
YouTube, with their back against the wall, is going with double defender, and then of course the Alolan Ninetales on their composition, comfort picks, and then of course some brand new looks for YT.
Ooh, I'm actually so excited for this. It was really funny. Every single time that Doopsnack said something, which is exactly what we've seen every other game this tournament from them, they did something different. It was like the ultimate caster curse. It was actually amazing. But it's because they made 3 giant switch-ups in this game, right? We've seen every single time they've gone Lapras, they've given it to Flea, used it as an all-rounder almost, and then decided to kind of switch the, obviously they didn't run the Buzzwole, and they kind of flipped the script on how they ran their comp. But this time around, they shifted the Buzzwole to Flea, they gave the everything's different, so we just gotta see how this is gonna go. We don't even have time to talk about it all.
Some brand new looks for sure. Central area clear is always going to be a little terrifying when JL is on the case, but actually so far playing pretty safe at the top path, actually trying to shut down Flea's ability to score early. Spraggles was talking about how impactful that attack weight held item can be. Well, real tough to do when Sableye keeps stealing away all your Aeos energy.
Oh yeah, you've got to focus on Flea's Buzzwole. Even before the buffs, it was a force to be reckoned with. Really interesting as well to see the Blastoise in the center area for Team YouTube. Still currently the Squirtle, trying to get that 5. Should be 5 pretty easily with the no invade from the Sableye.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the only Pokemon that could really use that experience. Alola Ninetales is just going to be so powerful anyways. When you go to frontline like Lapras for Alola Ninetales to work off of, well, that is a terrifying bottom path. But, well, if you populate a bottom path for Amaterasu with Trainer in it, I am just as scared.
That's true. Honestly, this is just kind of the best of the best here. The biggest thing, again, all the switches for Team YouTube, it's interesting to see how they're going to work. We've not seen Phil on the Lapras yet, but so far it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, with split central area clear from Amaterasu, defense took a little while to level up. However, they are going to ignore that fight on the Lapras, understanding that it might be a little too much time invested to find that knockout. Instead, get a lot of scoring value, as Amaterasu loves to do.
Yeah, they actually just gonna walk past each other. Pretty funny. Rolling, trying to get away from this scary Buzzwole. And this is a full chase from Fui. Oh, stopping them from getting to the berry in time. That's gonna be a KO. That's gonna be some more points for the stacks. Everything looking pretty good. Jail there to try to steal a little bit more. And the damage from Trainer could be huge, so we might need to get out of there soon, especially with that berry gone. But that was still a pretty good situation overall.
And those scoring strategies are so important. Whenever you score in Pokemon Unite, obviously you earn points, but however, you become invincible for a short time while actually putting that Aeos energy in. While you're scoring, you're a little safe, but when you don't have any points to score with Amaterasu actually taking away the wild Pokemon and doing damage, they were not safe at all.
That's right. But so far, we're looking look at the level advantage here. You can see it's slightly on the side of Amaterasu. Not a gigantic lead so far, especially since it's so early. Jail looks like they might go down. No real great, amazing escape from a Spinstoise. At least, I mean, currently a Wartortle, but still same effect overall. And now Nudo getting jumped on. The backup's here from Yeetfan, but the damage isn't going to be enough to fully take down Phil, unless Phil overcommits by a lot. Still, though, you can see the chunk that you can deal with that Single Striker Sheet.
Yeah, Lapras has a passive ability called Shell Armor that if it takes too much damage, it actually reduces it by 25%. Well, Buzzwole doesn't have that one, as Trainer swings in with an Icy Wind to find 1 knockout. 2 might have been a bit too much to ask for at this 7-minute mark, as Team YouTube actually showcasing a lot of presence towards that top path. They do not want to give Amaterasu a gigantic score lead like they've got so far. They're going to play for that one, but in the meantime, Amaterasu is going to rotate to Registeel, knock that Pokemon out, earn team-wide experience, and an attack and special attack buff.
That's right. Now, just like you said, Team YouTube, the majority up here. Looks like there might be an attempt to steal from JL. This would be an amazing play. No, not going to get it. Love the attempt, but like you said, they need to stay at least even-ish in score. When we see the huge score advantage, a lot of times it's because we see the Sableye, especially JL's Sableye, and that score advantage was why they weren't able to win even after taking Rayquaza in that last game. So their confidence right now has to be, okay, we need to make sure we stay good in score, and then we'll just win like we did.
Oh, wow, yeah, Emon Fist from Yifan not knocking free mid-air. That was a really strange interaction. They're going to get chased down and knocked out as well. Team YT finding a way to earn some big knockouts in the mid-game, but that was a lot of investment. That was Hydro Typhoon from Sosad Sam, and with a Reggie coming down to the bottom path very soon, you're not going to have that Unite move available for your team fight. Blastoise's Unite move, one of the strongest parts of its kit, but not having access to it could be detrimental.
Oh, Nudo just getting out of there, yeah. The trainer's actually not even going to attempt to get any of that wild EXP, but Phil, oh no, caught out, and yeah, 4 is way too many, no matter how tanky that Lapras is. But Chaotic's going to be hiding here. Let's see if there can be a pick, actually. Look at that, so much damage, even on a defender like Slowbro. There's a reason why Chaotic has been denied this A9 multiple times that we've seen them play.
Yeah, the Alolan Ninetale is such a powerful Pokemon. And then, of course, with the held items that boost their special attack, they are really completely set up for big damage numbers throughout that game. And some of those even ignore that special defense. JL, of course, constantly looking for scores. But look at this, 20 seconds until that bottom Reggie comes in, and now Team Amaterasu knows exactly where YouTube is positioning because JL is this far forward. There's parts of the map where you're not able to see sometimes because you have no players there. Well, JL is almost always there.
JL is, yes, there's constantly playing on the wrong side of the map, it feels like, which is the right side of the map for Team Amaterasu. But we can actually see, as this is being taken, there's a pretty big push from Team YouTube up on that top tier 2. This Reggie still for sure going, well, actually, no, not quite uncontested. We do see Phil coming in, so this could be a little bit of a 1v1. The level advantage is there for sure for Yifan, but, I mean, with the Reggie still already kind of taking some shots in, there's a little ring around the rosy right here. Yifan just trying to confirm this with this Wicked Blow, one of the best objective secures in the game. Just trying to charge into it. Had to let go of it, actually. They could burn it down if they get a chance, but no, the punch is going to go through, and 1v2, it's going to happen. The Unite coming out very late to try to take out Yifan. This is for sure going to be a huge push of this tier 1 on bottom.
Yeah, Bigotif's had enough. They lose that Registeel. They're bringing in the whole squad. Sosad Sam down with a little bit of passive damage from Roland. However, the rest of Team YouTube is going to find this opportunity to score. That first goal zone shattered, and now they have more opportunities later on in the game. A lot of wild Pokemon to knock out, though. They need that experience, but Team YouTube doing quite well in the leveling department after getting that second Reggie. Oftentimes considered one of the most important objectives of the game, outside of course, Rayquaza, which enters the battlefield at 2 minutes.
I actually love this shift altogether. The way that Team YouTube is in playing, look, they're the ones that are in the lead in score, despite the fact there's a Sableye on the other side. And on top of that, they're also holding on to the EXP. Well, at least, yeah, it's a lead. It's a lead for sure. Yeah. So they're just ahead of everything. The way that they've decided to prioritize objectives, as you can see, of course, no bottom Reggies, but now maybe potentially 2 Regielekis. We'll see if Roland can actually steal this. Amazing secure as well from the Espeon Psyshock. The chance to steal it is very, very high, but instead it's going to go to Chaotic, which is another true raid objective.
Yeah, here we go. Sam let it ripping all the way into the back line. They're going to find one knockout as Urshifu goes down, as well as Roland on that Espeon. Nudo sent back all the way towards the Regieleki, and Fui finds the last hit there, as well as knocking out the Regieleki, which is headed towards that tier 2. JL, of course, trying to out-rotate and instead playing for a scoring pattern, but Phil is there to respond on the defense. Amaterasu are going to hold this goal zone against the Regieleki, but it's up to Team YouTube to decide where they want to rotate next.
That's right. The macro decision here is really crucial. There's 14 seconds to the next basement Reggie. They could burn it down in time. It looks like that may be an option, as we're going to see the hyperspace portal go down to take at least one member of Team YT down to the bottom. There's not that many there. They don't have that much time to clear with only 17 seconds left to the final stretch where Regice will despawn. They're going to try to get it in time, get a little bit more experience and the Regice buff as they go into this final fight. It looks like they should have it in time, but look at this positioning from Amaterasu. They are ready for an ambush. We've seen it before it could happen again.
I was going to say, this is straight out of the playbook of ASU, and already they're kicking it off. Yeetback finds one. Phil is completely down. Beginning drops the hoops unbound, and so sad Sam responds with a huge Hydro Typhoon. Eject button past the barrier. They're able to convert it to one. Fui finds Trainer, and Trainer is gone. Beginning with the laser. That's a full team wipe as Team YouTube have shut down Amaterasu here at the final stretch.
Even with that huge ambush, Team YT was ready. The Rayquaza is theirs. They already had the lead by 50 points. They've got so many points in their pocket. As the great Dupe Snack says, time to score some Hundo Burgers.
Here we go. I mean, I called it. I said it is a first page of their playbook. Well, obviously, Team YouTube has been taking a peek at that one. They understood exactly where Amaterasu was going to be, and they responded with their Unite moves immediately. When Amaterasu plays those ambush-style plays, you could catch teams out, of course, but you can also make them feel a little bit weird about using their Unite moves so early. Well, Team YouTube, not afraid of that whatsoever. They counter Unite, turn that team fight, and then, of course, knock out the objective of Rayquaza.
Oh, and they are now at a pretty insurmountable lead. A few more Aeos energy going in from JL, but just looking at the points in the pockets of Amaterasu, there's a 50 on Glaceon, but realistically not enough. There's 40 seconds left. There is some time for them to farm back up, but they are going to be, looks like, stacking 5 up top. No true defense on this tier 1 from Team YouTube. That's usually a pretty smart choice. They know that they have some leeway. They want to be as close as possible, but another 100 going in from Chaotic to add insult to injury as the defense is going off. Even if there's a full wipe here, they might not have enough. Still, you try your best. That's 3 down for Amaterasu. This one's in the bag for Team YouTube.
Yeah, we might be in garbage time, but give us one more team fight for the entertainment. I like to hear that. Team YT keeping their tournament run alive, and now Amaterasu has been taken down a map. We are tied 1-1 in this matchup.
Wow, incredible. So far, it's just been fight after fight, and I can't believe the level of action in this set. This has been one of the most action-packed sets that we have had so far in this tournament, and we're only 2 games down out of 3.
I know, I cannot wait to see how our Game 3 goes down. Well, for the draft look, let's throw it over to our analysts of Spraggles and Dupe Snacks.
Incredible stuff here from Team YouTube, coming right back in this thing. Amaterasu looking dominant game 1, but here's Team YT.
Yeah, as Chef said, I cast or cursed myself into oblivion going into that game. Never been happier to be wrong, because this is a great matchup between 2 great teams. So we're going to a game 3. We're taking a look at this score line, and yeah, 727 points is, as the kids say, quite a bit.
That is quite a bit here. An incredible fight from Team YT in that final moment. We had Amaterasu. They seem to be the masters of this ambush play around Rayquaza. But the second it happened, you saw YouTube react to it. They threw all of their Unite moves. They decided to take this fight as well, and they were able to win it right there. Some big, big numbers on the side of Team YouTube. The biggest one is going to be Blastoise right here. I think that's one of the most interesting, switch-ups that we had. Sam oftentimes was running this Venusaur right here, and we have kind of a similar look with Blastoise. It's just a lot tankier.
Exactly. We're taking a look at these numbers, obviously, scrapping back and forth. The adjustments that YouTube made were phenomenal. But one thing I want to point out, you mentioned the masters of this ambush-style maneuver that ASU is doing. Well, I'll tell you what, that has diminishing returns, and that's the 3rd time they've sprung that trap this weekend. And every single time it becomes more into the front of everybody's mind as they're trying to deal with it. And YouTube knew it was coming, had the response, and handled it incredibly well, and took a masterful team fight. So let's look at the highlights in game 2. Maybe we'll catch a little clip of that.
Yeah, let's take a look right here. Nice fight up here in this top path as YouTube takes this Regieleki and starts pushing it down. Obviously, YouTube looking to get a score lead early. Here comes a big Blastoise Unite move, picking up 3, one of them being an Altaria.
Yeah, well, just collateral damage, because what they really wanted there was Yeet Fan, and they got their man. Team YouTube really felt in control. They were doing really well, and the only reason the scoreline is this close is because of the little gentleman on the side of ASU constantly scoring points to try and keep Amaterasu in this thing. But ultimately, Team YouTube, as Zoe said, Pika Tips had enough. We're taking this thing, and they put tons and tons of damage forward and are able to get tons of points in and then start stretching that score lead.
Yeah, they kept stretching that lead until this big fight right here, and that was that beautiful catch, bringing Glaceon right into the rapid spin. Gorgeous stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, all of ASU was rinsed there, which means it's pretty easy for Team YT to take this Rayquaza with no challengers in the pit with them. You scramble to score, you get your ducats, your double buckets there in the last 2 minutes, and then like Zoinks and Chef were saying like, hey, we're fighting it out to the bitter end. We're in garbage time. Let's boost those stats a little bit.
Yeah, beautiful stuff here from Team YT. Like you said, they all went down. They take Rayquaza. Do you hear that, everyone playing Pokemon Unite? They all went down. Take Rayquaza. I'm begging you.
Chaotic. Alolan Ninetales has really become synonymous with chaotic to me, not only in the May finals, but in this regional finals, in the pool play, and now on stage. 55k damage, 185 points, 6 KOs. But again, the facilitator to allow So Sad Sam to get in there and be that high damage Blastoise character.
Yeah, Alolan Ninetales in a lot of these top players' hands are just so incredibly impressive. I love seeing this Pokemon make it back into the meta.
Absolutely.
Obviously, we've been missing Alolan Ninetales for some time, and now that we have Alolan Ninetales, you know what I'm asking for? Can we have Pikachu back, please? I want to see a little Pikachu back, please.
Pikachu doesn't sound super relevant to most Pokemon games, but it would be nice to see them have a resurgent in ours.
Yeah, it would be nice if Pikachu was around. I don't know why Zoinks is shaking his head no so much.
I mean, Pikachu does not get enough love, in my estimation. I think almost everybody on the planet would agree with me. But let's talk about the game itself. You mentioned Alolan Ninetales. I actually caught Chaotic after their big Worlds qualifying win, and he looked at me.
He was slippery. I was trying to catch him.
Yeah, he literally looked at me and said, "I don't know why they don't ban this thing. If Alolan Ninetales is available, I'm taking it every single time."
We have seen teams actually counter pick that choice. We have seen, I don't know if we saw a ban, but I think we have seen teams steal it away from Team YT. Let's take a look at where we are, where we've been, where we're going. We are at the NA Regional Finals live here at NAIC. And what a season it's been, Dupe Snacks.
Absolute ride. You can see all of the events we've had up to this point, giving everybody a breather, a little rest, if you will. Snorlax filling up July, but in August, we're right back for the biggest event of the year for Season 2, the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan.
It's going to be insane. Last year's Worlds were unbelievable. This year, I think it's going to be no different. More teams are going, more competition from around the globe. But what we're playing for today, $50,000 in total prize pool. That first place team getting $20,000. Second place, $10,000. That first place getting almost double second place. Let me do the math.
48% more, if my math is correct. Spraggles, first place to second. The lion's share is the first place prize, but really, you get the money, you get the travel award. All these teams are already going to Worlds, so what are they playing for? To be and actually have cemented themselves as the best team in the region, because NA has been incredibly turbulent all season long, so it's time to put an absolute stamp on this thing in the final event before Worlds.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for one of these teams to kind of figure. I'm just trying to get my math right.
You've been counting on your fingers the whole time I was talking.
Have you ever tried to count to 20,000? It's not easy, okay?
I have not tried.
I'm only at 17, buddy.
Only at the fact that you got that high or that low. How long were you? It was like a 20-second bit you were doing with not even on camera, by the way. You were just next to me counting on your fingers, like acknowledge this hilarious thing I'm doing. You're welcome, Spraggles. I just want to call attention to that.
Thank you very much, okay? Not everybody gets to see it. Some of these are just for you, buddy. As we head into our draft for game number 3, Team YT versus Amaterasu. Team YT, your purple team. Amaterasu, your orange team, as they are looking to start this draft out. No surprise on the side of Team YT. They don't want to deal with this Zoroark. And Amaterasu, I don't really want to deal with Mew either, to be fair.
I think ASU's in a good spot here. We've seen these bans kind of go back and forth. Team YT is going to have a great opportunity to pick up Lapras again, kind of the first pick defender slot, which means there's incredible good Pokemon to take on ASU side. They can lock in the Slowbro, whatever remaining defender they want, and the Hoopa, which in my mind is really going to be a way to elevate this team.
Yeah, and here we go. Just like you called, that Lapras getting locked in there. It's a big difference maker for Team YT. We have Yeet Fan on the Urshifu, and of course, the most popular defender, at least until Lapras really hit the scene slow, bro. And now we're locking in a couple more big picks. There is the Alolan Ninetales, possibly for Chaotic.
Yeah, and again, that's giving YT the Hoopa. Again, forcing JL, are they going to go into the Sableye for the third game in a row? That's the big question here. Chaotic, Alolan Ninetales is available. Give me Alolan Ninetales. So we're seeing a lot of the greatest hits out of Team YT right now, and why not? They're winning games. ASU is really on the bubble here to adjust as the #1 ranked team by championship points in North America. They're up against it, against the raucous upstarts of Team YT.
Here we go. We've got the Blastoise once again getting locked in here for Team YT, and there is that Buzzwole.
I mean, Fui's Buzzwole is insane. It looked great in May, almost to the point where we were wondering why they weren't picking it more yesterday when we were watching Team YouTube play. It seems like Fui has found their way back to the big bug, and it is big and mean.
Yeah, I think sometimes I wonder if they just try to hold it back, you know, a little bit. If they play it every game, maybe it's not as special, you know?
Yeah, well, it's special in my heart for sure. Last couple things locked in here. JL back on the Sableye, and we've got the double EV staple composition from ASU. These teams have literally gotten their desired compositions. This is the type of thing that they would default to in these opportunities, and they're putting it in their hands of their macro play and their skill in these engagements, and we've got a heck of a game 3 on the way.
Yeah, we got a beautiful setup from both of these squads. This match means a whole lot because one of these teams is knocked out of this tournament. After this one, will it be YouTube? Will it be the current #1 team, Amaterasu? We're going to send it over to Zoinks and Chef to cast this one. Gentlemen.
This one feels familiar, Wonder Chef. In fact, so familiar that maybe these are the exact same 5 Pokemon on both sides as the last game that we just saw.
Exact same 5 Pokemon, exact same player, I guess, allotment for those Pokemon.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of confidence from both sides to let that happen. And remember, these players are currently at minimum 4th place. But if you win this match, you guarantee at least double the prize money that we just saw on stream. So this is going to, at the very minimum, right? They could get way further, especially with these 2 teams, but double your prize. And more importantly, the pride is there. We've seen it from both these teams in the interviews today, talking about the job's not done. Both of them want that run back. Amaterasu for sure. They're all ready to go, but here we go. Game 3. One of these 2 teams is going to come out on top.
I completely agree with the sentiment that these teams have, by the way. I mean, North American Worlds Qualified team does not sound near as good as North American Champion. All right, so I think these teams are competing for that title alone, personally. All right, JL doing the same strategy. No invade, trying to shut down Fui's early game yet again. We saw the Sableye really take a backseat from how much they were scoring in the previous game, mostly because they were playing that one-on-one fight for the majority of the early game.
That's right. You just have to deal with Fui in some way or another. Down here, we're going to see the same Chaotic and Phil kind of path duo here. Honestly, this is a scary duo on both sides. It's not going to be easy either direction. There's just a lot of really good kind of like in-path Pokemon on both of these teams.
Yeah, and look at how Team YouTube is playing that one out. Instead of sending Fui over to stack so early, because they know that JL is here and just honestly being a nuisance, they're instead just waiting so long and giving Fui every single clear option that they can have. Sam hits 5, they are comfortable there, and now Fui is also hitting their power spikes.
Ooh, and almost all of that experience is going to go to the side of Team YouTube. They might even get the little pick on JL. It looks like it will be. So this 4-stack up top is huge, and I love this. The Hyperspace Portal is going to reset them, and actually it could have given them the opportunity to kind of shift over to different areas, but they want to push it in, get some more of these stacks, get some maybe another KO or 2, but 3 members now of Amaterasu coming up for the defense.
Big scald by Nudo there to saw multiple scores, actually forces Pikachu all the way back, and now the Hoopa Portal reset is on cooldown. No one can use it, which means Phil will cause some damage, but they're going to get knocked out in return. Now we have that back and forth going, and same in the bottom path as Alolan Ninetales having to compete against that Urshifu.
And still JL just playing more in these paths rather than the enemy center area. Just has been completely going back and forth, back and forth. Nobody there for the 8-minute center Altaria spawns. We're actually going to see even 2 members of Amaterasu pass that up to try and prioritize defending against Fui. They cannot let Fui get out of control and almost getting the KO by just slamming them with JL, but JL escaping. at almost no HP.
Yeah, surviving there is so incredibly important. They're able to turn and burn and get those knockouts the other direction. Amaterasu finding some big early fight wins thanks to, well, I mean, Fleet just being just shy on the damage numbers.
Right, Roland getting chasing down. But right now, here's the big questions. What are the objectives that are going to be prioritized? Of course, the mobility of having Hoopa on Team YT is going to be huge. You can already see that 4 members are stacking up top, maybe prioritizing once again, getting some scores in. It worked very well last game. They prioritized Regieleki so much to try and stop this scoring competition of, I mean, well, it's a competition, but it's really just one Pokemon on the side of Sableye.
Yeah, this is the exact same strategy they employed last game. They're going to put Phil down here mostly for vision and try to defend this goal zone in terms of counter scoring. So Phil kind of falling on the sword for Team YT as Amaterasu is going to take this bottom objective, but Team YT sending the Regieleki all the way towards that tier 2. As Team YT is a 101 point lead. That's easy map to do, Wonderchef, because Amaterasu has nothing.
I could still mess that one up, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But, you know, it's such a smart choice to leave the Lapras as the one down here. Lapras is so hard to score against. Of course, you know, every hit interrupts the scoring process, and there's a bunch of multiple quick hits, and of course a ton of sustainability. That's an understatement from Lapras. So that is a great strategy that they employed right there, just spreading all of their resources exactly where they needed them. And of course, both teams were pretty, I think, comfortable either giving up one or the other, knowing the other team was probably going to be going for that, and they just got exactly what they wanted. So now that we're going into the 6-minute mark, experience is looking relatively close-ish, a definite slight advantage to Team YouTube, but just barely.
Well, advantage in terms of level numbers, but you got to watch out because Amaterasu's power spikes have all been achieved now. I mean, Trainer at that level 10 Glaceon is a terrifying threat. The Urshifu just as important. Sam is at 10, but they're spending a little more time trying to farm up and get ready for the next big team fight where Amaterasu is kind of set up for these really good 1v1 or 2v2 engagements, and well, their Pokemon are definitely in prime position to start winning those.
I do have to say, though, we have to assume that Flea has hit max stacks because there was such a dominance in that top path from that Buzzwole, and that's going to make the Buzzwole that much scarier. Oh, a chance to stop, but the Unite is going to send 2 people back! Both So Sad Sam and Pikatif just saying, hey, leave me alone! I'm trying to score!
Don't look into JL's eyes. Never do it. You automatically go back to your base. Sableye is not without any more tricks up their sleeve. The Unite move, of course, sending enemies back to their home base if you are looking at that character. This basement Reggie is about to spawn in. Again, Team YT dedicating 2 to 3 of their players towards that top path, and Amaterasu doing the reverse, having a little bit of a goal zone defense, but focusing on that basement Reggie.
But wait, Pikatif is here, has the Unite, might try to pop it, they can take the Reggie, and then immediately come down for the fight. That's exactly what's going to happen. The mobility of Hoopa coming in huge. Looks like Phil's going to be moving forward. Most of Amaterasu is going to be backing up, realizing the power that is coming in, down to support them. The Spin Stoice is going through a ton of damage, going to be taking a ton of damage themselves with the slow beam, but surviving long enough to get off the Unite, and that's going to be huge. The numbers advantage is big, but the defense on the goal zone is huge, as we're going to see Fui go down. Phil has to back up. The push was huge, but maybe not enough. It's still a pretty even numbers game here. There's going to be a good reset from the Hoopa portal, and that actually might be more than enough an advantage for Chaotic to come in. This range is still being fought over.
The capitalization fumbled on both sides there. No one will capitalize onto the huge Hydro Typhoon, but just the same, no one can capitalize on Nudo's Slow Beam. We're still brought down to 0 HP as Chaotic finds the last hit. Team YT get a Reggie from the basement onto their side now as Fui is hunting down Nudo. A ton of damage, but no knockout yet. Pikatif the one to close that one out.
And Yifan is still in there trying to defend, paying the ultimate price for it, going down. And we're seeing trainers say, I don't even know if I should be trying to defend this, is going to back up. While that happened, I do have to note, we saw a pretty big 50-point score, I believe, from the Espeon in the top tier 2 on the side of Team YouTube, or maybe it was tier 1. Regardless, the point is they got some points in, but wow, that was a huge swing in the advantage of Team YT.
Now, Amaterasu no longer sitting on a donut in terms of score. Roland's Espeon in that top path. I don't think we've talked about it near enough, but we have a lot of iconic picks on Amaterasu. Well, this tournament, it has been the top path Espeon, game after game. Not going with the traditional brawly all-arounder style position there. Instead, relying on the additional Sekiro Psyshock, and honestly, that amazing Espeon Unite move that can pick everybody up in the air, because Yifan loves when you just tee up a big punch.
All right, the hyperspace portal's coming out. It looks like there's going to be one final Regieleki here at minimum, and I mean, we've seen so much priority of it from Team YT, but they realize maybe the JL is sitting right there, and they are waiting in ambush. Normally, Amaterasu's been the ambush squad, but this time around, it's an attempt from Team YT. JL starting to realize and saying, nope, I'm getting out of here.
Well, maybe Team YT can't smell the Sableye there, but of course, if you are close by, you get that little symbol above your head that a Sableye is nearby hidden. So Team YT probably getting a little bit of that vision, understand that JL's looking for a score, and have to preemptively defend. 10 seconds to the final stretch. YouTube holding on to a small lead, but still uncharacteristic of Amaterasu to be down at this final stretch.
That's right, and nobody took that top Regieleki. Nobody even walked by it. Honestly, if one person had just walked by, they could have soloed it, but it's going to all come down to this fight.
Speaking of uncharacteristic, look at these two teams. These are some of the most aggressive teams we have in North America, and they are playing so safe. I could draw a line in the middle of the screen, and you can see that no team has crossed over quite yet. JL starting to poke on the other side, though, and Phil coming from the other direction.
Well, this match is worth at least $4,000. Here's the Hoopa Unite. There's a huge stun on both sides. The slow beam coming down. That's going to be Phil getting taken out. I'm sorry, Phil taken out. We're going to see at least the Blastoise go down. Fui is so low, trying to get the dunk. Taking the 2-in-1 blow. Trainer the only one up, going down as well. JL and Yeethan coming in from the bottom. How much can they get? Nothing on the side of JL, and only Yeethan still up. Team YT, they're going to be able to go back. They're going to have a huge numbers advantage. Every single member up. Will they take the Ray? Will they score? Looks like a race set at least to try and get Chaotic back. We weren't able to Phantom Force back in time. 1 minute left. Team YT knows they have the advantage at this point. They're not prioritizing Ray. They're going to wait and maybe potentially defend with their numbers. They've also just got a ton of AOS energy in their pockets.
Fui, one of the best players in the world. That was unbelievable. A perfect smackdown to tee up into his superpower, and Roland caught completely unawares by their teammate who was thrown in against them. Team YT is holding on to a lead, but 30 seconds left is enough time for Amaterasu to work with. The Glaceon can burn down the Rayquaza, and Roland just needs to be in position to secure. JL is actually counter-scoring right now. They're trying to circumvent that lead, but Chaotic just took out the best secure tool. Wicked Blow is lined up, and Nudo grabs it. Slowbro secured!
Oh, they're within 2 points! The lead is down the side of Amaterasu! They need to get some points in! That's another huge, gigantic score on the side of Amaterasu! This wave already 2 is cancelled! The jump is cancelled! 5 seconds left! Can they get anything in?
Amaterasu holding on to this lead. Counter scores, race secures, everything goes their direction. We need to see the final scoreline to confirm, but it's looking like Amaterasu is set up. Let's see this final moment, and Amaterasu moves on in the bracket.
A clutch final 10 seconds for Amaterasu to move in the top 3.
Unbelievable moment for this squad. I thought it was all over. Pikadip was sent back to base by JL with the Unite move, and then Nudo's auto attack hit Pikadip, allowing him to still use the Unite move and stay in range. I thought it was over, but Amaterasu turning it around. Yeethan and Nudo in perfect position to secure Rayquaza, and the counter scores work out. Amaterasu is going towards the end of our bracket.
What a set. That was one of the best sets we could have asked for in this 4th place spot. Unbelievable. Team YT, what a run, qualifying for Worlds, but in the end, even after honestly dominating that first raid fight, they weren't able to hold on to that lead. It was so minor, and of course, what started all off? JL scoring as he's been doing the entire weekend.
Yeah, it feels wrong to not give Team YouTube their flowers here in this moment, right? An incredible run from them. Fui having one of the best endgame fights I have ever seen from a Buzzwole with a sliver of HP. Chaotic putting Alolan 9 kills truly on the map. I mean, Team YouTube had a heck of a run, but well, Amaterasu is a titan in this region, and they are there for a reason. What a performance from them. Let's take a look at the storyline of this game and how it played out.
That's right, you can see the exact moment. Look at this, a lead from Team YT the entire way through. Their strategy worked exactly the way that they wanted it to, even down to the final first Ray fight. But then the score jumps, and it wasn't even because of Ray. It was because of just the scoring in the end. They had been so confident. They went back to defend, but JL found that perfect moment to jump them into the lead, causing chaos, and that chaos led them to victory.
Yeah, damage numbers pretty low-key. I mean, we were calling it out in the Rayquaza fight, where the more passive moments between these two teams, playing it very patient, and eventually the engagement really kicked off from Team YouTube, but Amaterasu with the counter-punch of a century.
Oh, what a counter punch, and what a set with just so many fights. I can't believe it. Let's take a look at some of them again, because this was just fights from beginning to end in all 3 games, and it just went the way that both teams wanted to. We're seeing that more and more. Just, hey, we're gonna all be able to play everything that we want to. Let's see who does it better.
That moment was so sick when JL was able to keep scoring with a perfectly timed Sableye Unite move. Yes, some other folks were coming through Hoopa portals, but I thought that was such a cool moment to showcase why Sableye is so powerful.
It is, and I mean, just knowing that multiple people are running directly at you, it was the perfect time to use it. This fight was a great turnaround as well. I mean, like I said, this set was just brawl after brawl after brawl. It felt like every single minute of this set was within the final 2 minutes, because we were just casting fight after fight after fight. But in the end, it came down to not a fight, which is one of the coolest things. Being able to shift like that is beautiful. This final fight, we're going to see that little cool double dunk very, very soon. That was maybe one of the sickest moments. One into another. The double KO.
The max range smackdown into a perfectly timed superpower to tee up for a 3 knockout. What an impressive moment. But I mean, Amaterasu will not be detained, right? A complete pivot onto the Rayquaza. Roland does go down here, but that allows Nuno and Yifan complete presence around the Rayquaza. If it wasn't Slowbro, I'm sure it would have been Wicked Blow. One of those two grabbed that final Ray.
That's right. And of course, I mean, honestly, even without that Ray, it seemed like there was a great chance. But overall, yeah, that jump was huge. That may have been enough to at least start something. But amazing stuff from Amaterasu. Again, a team that got knocked into the losers bracket in round 1 of this top 8 tournament has now made it into the top 3, and they're 1 match away from earning their rematch.
Another player of the game award going over towards Trainer, who has had just such a superstar performance this weekend, really making Amaterasu feel like one of the best teams in the entire world. They are qualified. They got a travel award. Next up is going to be a championship for them if they can make it happen. But we actually have an interview on stage with Roland. Take it away, Spraggles and Deuce next.
Here we are up on the big stage with the big winner, Amaterasu. What an incredible match for you guys. Insane stuff. Obviously, I have to ask you, does this kind of look like an ice cream? No, you know what? Let's talk about the match. Those final 2 minutes are, they were insane, obviously. You had 4 or 5 members down at one point. What were the comms like in that moment?
We were all mental boomed, like actually like we were tilted, but we kept through and pushed. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we kept our cool and
don't apologize.
This is our fault, not yours.
No, we just kept our cool and played through. Did what we could. Yeah.
Amaterasu 1 step closer. I know this regional finals win would be the perfect way to bookend your all season. Consistently, the most consistent team in NA, no question there. Obviously, Yokohama Japan is on the horizon. What are you guys going to do to mental reset before this next game?
Do what we've always done. Plan scrims, practice, VOD review, and make sure we're playing our best.
Oh, come on. It's like you knew the question before I asked it. That was a really good answer.
Awesome.
That's a really good answer.
One last thing to all the fans at home, straight into a camera. What do you have to say to all your fans?
All my fans, thank you for all the support, guys. You know, first round, it was a bit unfortunate, but thank you for still supporting us. It was unfortunate what happened, but we're still going to push through our run through losers. And I want to shout out my mom and my family. I love you guys to death.
There you go. Incredible stuff. Thank you very much. Amaterasu is going to keep moving on through this competition right here. Got a pretty exciting matchup coming up here, Doob Snacks. TTV versus Luminosity in our winners finals.
They are literally right behind us.
They're right
literally right behind us.
Yeah.
But to make that happen, we got to get off the stage. So take a pause for the cause. Peace, love, and hugs. We'll send it back.
Sounds good.
See you in a bit.
We'll be right back.
Be right back. See you in a bit.
Bye.
I care more about you than Spriggles does.
This is Anna Prosser, and I am on the competition floor here at Pokemon North America International Championship. And I'm standing here with Travis in front of the prize wall. Travis, what is the prize wall?
This weekend, we got a great prize wall for our competitors and our spectators. Side events are open to all with a badge, so that's exciting. We've got TCG and VGC. I also believe we have Go for side events, but it's a lot of fun. Players have been in line all morning to get signed up and begin earning those tickets. We've got a wonderful wall of prizings ranging from fun little hats all the way up to the pin backpacks and collections. We've got one of those beanbag Snorlaxes over there. That's a lot of fun.
There are so many things over there that I even saw in the Poke Center, like really exciting Pokemon merch. So if somebody's never done this before, how do they start earning tickets in order to get those prizes?
It's super simple. We have a registration table in the center of the hall this weekend. Wonderful staff ready to get everyone signed up for anything they want to do. Like I said, cards, video game, they've got you. So you'll just head over to the registration table, get yourself signed up for any number of events that you'd like throughout the weekend. We've got schedules for all of them. Players will begin to earn points as they participate, win or lose. They'll earn some points. It's great.
Awesome. What is your favorite thing on the prize wall? Do you have a favorite item?
I do have a favorite item. Right now we have the Pixel Collection backpacks with the little pin window in the front.
Is it these Pixel pins?
Yes, it's those Pixel ones. Those are very cool. Only 200 tickets this weekend. Not a bad deal at all.
So if somebody wanted to earn 200 tickets, what would you tell them to do? What's the best advice?
Probably win about 5 events in a row real quick and scoop them up because they will go fast.
Great. All right. That's all you have to do. 5 events in a row. Get to it.
And welcome back to the North American Regional Championship here at the North American International Championship. And we are down to our final 3 teams, but it's time for winners finals. We're going to have TTV versus LG.
Unbelievable on stage. I mean, this is one of the most exciting matchups. If we couldn't have scripted this better. We have 2 titans of North America playing against each other in the winners finals. I cannot wait. These teams have been waiting, you've been waiting, and we certainly have been waiting. This is going to be so good.
I know 2 teams that have been just doing amazing this weekend, better than we've seen them maybe even ever play before, but only one of them can make it into this grand finals. Luminosity on the top, TTV on the bottom, and this is going to be their first chance here this weekend to clash.
Yeah, and who are we kidding? You know these players, you love these players, but the question is what play style here is going to reign supreme? Luminosity, the kind of team that gets advantage, they take an inch, they push for a mile. 1 knockout, they're looking for 3. 1 goal zone broken, they're charging towards tier 2. TTV, on the other hand, that careful, measured approach. 1 knockout, play it safe, don't want to give up too much comeback experience. Instead, let's just trust Lutano to hit 4 solar beams.
Oh yeah, easy peasy, no big deal. The only, I think, Venusaur, Beamosaur play, hero play that we've seen so far from Lutano. Of course, I'd be remiss to not mention that the overall record is super in the favor of Luminosity over the course of this season. I don't think they've dropped a single game. There's something like 12-0 overall, but today is a different day. The past doesn't matter. All that matters is what is set in front of you. And what's set in front of us is this first ban phase of the first match of winners finals.
Of course, both these teams want to be in that grand finals position, but this is a rivalry unlike any other within our region. Luminosity and TTV are trying to compete against each other so constantly. You're right, the win-loss, though, definitely in Luminosity's favor. LG leading it off with the Hoopa ban. They do not want to see the Ender Hoopa.
Oh, I mean, very understandable, but that does mean the immediate first pick Zoroark for Overlord. That's been the ultimate ban pick almost this entire weekend. TTV's giving it up. They're going to be taking the, first pick Blissey. Of course, a very expected first pick Lapras, but the Blissey, very interesting.
Yeah, Blissey not going to be available, so that kind of tandem pick of the attack damage carry like Zoroark won't have the Blissey pocket. Instead, we're going to go back to a few months ago, and the Comfey is going to be the choice to for Elo. So very different drafts than we have seen all tournament long. Well, back to old reliable though. Mew has been locked in by Otter, and Celestial is going to be aiming for that Buzzwole.
Ooh, I like that a lot. Another way to kind of stop Zoroark potentially is, hey, something you just pick it up and dunk it into the ground. But I actually love this draft strategy. The Blissey pick was so smart. Now let's see what Luminosity closes out with here. They may be taking this a little in Ninetales. Obviously, we just saw the strength of it so perfectly in that last match, but also the Trevenant.
I love this Trevenant pick from Luminosity Gaming. What Overlord and Rin need as these 2 like diving style of Pokemon is they need a runway. What better than Slash on that Hornleech to push in and create a little bit of space? Curios on the Alolan Ninetales is going to be a very reliable source of damage for some early spikes, and of course that early game contest against Mew. Lutano, though, has locked in this Venusaur. It is time to truly test this composition against one of the best teams in the entire world.
We've seen the Venusaur do very well in the past. I'm excited to see how it's going to do here. I think the most big standout pick to me is the fact that we are going to see for the first time this weekend the Comfey come back. What was for in the past, I mean, just like the most meta pick is now a very rare pickup.
Exactly, and with Ender with Bliss Assistance on combination of a Venusaur, we could see either build. We could go away from the Solar Beam. We could push into the other direction. Either way, we are going to be throwing it over to our casters of Spraggles and Dewsnacks.
TTV versus Luminosity. Obviously, this is a matchup that you have all been waiting for here in the winners finals of our regional championships.
Listen, Chef pointed out that LG is kind of has TTV's numbers, right? Has never dropped a map to them in this UCS season. However, the trajectory of these 2 teams is very parallel to each other. Similar journeys, similar average placements throughout the season. Yes, LG has gotten the better of TTV here, but TTV is looking for another big win. They're your AOS Cup champions. They won the big one in the middle of the season. They want the regional finals for themselves.
Without question, they are the team to win when all the money was on the line, and once again, we are there. Luminosity and TTV both qualified for our World Championships in Japan. They are going to be representing North America here, but there's that stat once again. Luminosity has won against TTV 10 times to 0.
I love where LG has gone, bringing out the Comfy, something we haven't seen all weekend. And what's that going to allow to do? It's going to allow Overlord to keep pushing and pushing and pushing, go deep into those engagements like Zoinks and Shep was talking about. And that's a great way to make that happen. Facilitate your best player, let them do their job, and take over this game.
Yeah, the Comfy Collar really is one of the most impressive fourth held items that you can have inside of Pokemon Unite. It heals, it shields, it stuns, it hides you in a flowery field. It's very impressive. And when you have a player that is so unbelievably cracked on the sticks like Overlord, you are just setting them up to go crazy. And that's what they're looking for here in game number 1.
Yeah, LG builds their team to facilitate Overlord to do just that, get and stay cracked on the sticks. However, right now they're having a trouble evolving. A little slow smoke popped off by Elo there to allow Rin and Overlord to get back.
As you can see, that really nice fight there from TTV, getting the evolution there on Blissey. Here in the bottom path, it looks like a little bit went both ways, but we don't yet have an evolution for our Trevenant. And here on the top path, Comfy in a little bit of trouble here. Overlord needs that level 5. They should be able to get it off this Bunnelby right here. They will evolve, they will become Zoroark, and they will become a force to be reckoned with if any of their previous games are an example.
Yeah, they're going in immediately, quickly poached and picked up by Celestial. The follow-up is there, and good coverage by Ender to make sure Celestial doesn't get KO'd quickly.
Yeah, really nice stuff right here. Coming in to try to steal a little bit of experience from the side of TTV, but it felt like TTV was not phased at all by that Zoroark combo right there. They knew exactly how they planned on dealing with it.
Yeah, absolutely. We look at players and with specific Pokemon who really elevate them, and Otter on TTV with this Mew is definitely one of those tandems. Look at Otter to really take over this game for TTV. That's kind of their Overlord counterpunch.
Oh, take a look at that right there. Just checking the tall grass with that Solar Beam. They're exactly right. They knew where Overlord was. We have about 8 seconds now until some Swablu and Altaria spawn between these two goal zones in the top and bottom path. Ton of experience right here. Slash needs it, wants that level 5 very badly, and they get it.
A little delayed engage there by Curious, able to get tons of experience for the LG side of the map, and that's exactly where they want to be. Finally taking over to Trevenant, finally being able to use those wood hammers and get those engagements going.
You can see both of these teams playing cautiously while they do take their moments to try to find some big KOs. They're just so smart to not give anything up. They've only got 6 points scored on the side of Luminosity, none for TTV, as this Reg Ice already at half.
Already at half, and they're working through Rin with great secure with that big Wicked Blow, and they do all that for the team. TTV not even willing to contest.
Now you can see the strategy from TTV here has been to head up to the top path, somehow let Ender the Blissey pick up 2 KOs up there. So they decided to let go of the bottom objective, win in the top path, continue to get experience over to Buzzwole, and I think more importantly, stop Overlord from getting levels.
Absolutely, and that bottom goal zone for TTV is unscathed right now, but that's looking to change as all of LG's collapsing on top of it. Otter forced backwards. They haven't been touched, and those things are gone. And because that goal zone's gone, there's no berries to take. Zugrog is being isolated. The Wicked Blow is charged. Blissey comes in. That's going to allow them to flip the script. They follow up. They get the big-time KO on Rin. Slash is kind of caught in the middle. They're going to get caught in the blender, and they're going to eat some sunlight because that Venusaur gets themselves a KO.
Huge stuff here from TTV. I mean, incredible fight. And look at another Solar Beam. We didn't even know it was coming. And for sure, Luminosity didn't know it was coming.
You're sitting outside. You can't hide from the sunlight, Spraggles. Lutano always said, give me vision, I'll win this game. And because the Buzzwole was there, Lutano knew exactly where Overlord was sitting, and they absolutely got that KO. Good counter by Rin there, using their Unite move in tandem with the Wicked Blow to get a KO. But I really like the TTV plays here.
I love those TTV plays, and if they're saying, give me vision, I can win this. Luminosity, Rin is saying, give me Lutano, we can win this. Send him right up in the air, picking up a big KO, and you have to imagine that's how they're going to try to play the final fight in this game for sure.
Yeah, the priority is very clear for both of these these teams. For TTV, get on top of Overlord, then Rin. For LG, find your way to Luton.
Yeah, somehow you need to get through this impressive front line. You need to make sure that a Blissey can't stop you, that a Comfey can't save you, and you can, delete some of these squishier Pokemon like the Venusaur, the Alolan Ninetales, and of course, the Zoroark.
We're walking a tightrope here between these two teams. 5 points separate them. All of the top goal zones are still up. Those tier 1 goal zones. This Regieleki will not have as big of an impact as it could if one of those were broken, but these teams are looking to scrap. Meanwhile, Celestial's downstairs getting big with the Buzzwole, and that is sealed up by Lutano. Quick time KO, though, as Overlord decides you can have the Regieleki because I'm taking a body.
Yeah, incredible stuff here from TTV. Really nice secure here, and somehow Ender, able to juggle these egg bombs and soft boiled, staying alive on the gold zone, but no, the big KO from Overlord. They're continuing the push right now. Lutano looking to pick up something with this solar beam, but swing and a miss.
Yeah, Zugrug just does not have the mobility to match Overlord as they quite literally square danced around Zugrug, darting around. Finally, Lutano's here, pulls up, but there's not enough spacing. Nice Bubble Beam and a Comfey Unite to get the spacing that they need, but LG, meanwhile, is taking this Regice. All of that work up there being done by 2 players for LG.
Yeah, it's really impressive stuff here on the side of Luminosity, and while TTV is finding some big wins in these moments, they're taking what I think a lot of teams would look at as maybe the less exciting objective right here. This fight is absolutely breaking out. Here comes nice big Bliss assistance in the Horn Leech.
Yeah, 4-player Trev Unite is what's unlocking this opportunity and actually kept TTV from being able to push. That Trev Unite literally caught every single player from TTV that was there. If they can get a KO on Rin, that's a good consolation prize, I guess. But LG keeping that goal zone open was absolutely massive. Zugrug is coming through. Can they close it out on Rin? They do. Just too much HP on the Lapras, but Rin taking a KO on the way out is huge.
Well, you saw that bait right there. Rin would kind of move in, move out, move in, move out, and wait for it. Wicked Blow into the eject button to get that extra range, pick up the KO right there. Here's the win rate for these two teams this season. 82% for Luminosity, 74% for TTV, and obviously they have both won all of their games to make it to the winners finals here today. Nice big KO. Elo gonna go down there as well as Mew picks up a double in the bottom path.
You can see exactly what TTV was doing. Zugrug was just like, I need to make it back to Otter. I need to make it back to Otter. Overlord was staying persistent, and with Otter support, they're able to get the KO, and the Comfey comes for free in that opportunity.
TTV up on the scoreboard right now, and that's very common for them heading into some of the final moments of a match. Also, however, very common for Luminosity. They love to run up the scoreboard right here, but TTV has been able to hold them to only 95 points. Once again, TTV trying to secure this Regieleki, widen their score advantage if at all possible. Luminosity might come in for an attempt at a steal, but nothing happening there. Luminosity going to have to deal with this as we get ready for our final fight. However, points raining in the bottom path for Luminosity as they're scoring on the tier 2.
That goal zone hitting means they can easily get a Hundo Burger in there as soon as it's the 2-minute mark, and it looks like Otter's going to go ahead and take care of that. Where is LG, though? Are they pivoting to the middle of the map? That's a big question. Overlord's actually playing in the opposing central right now.
Yeah, they are obviously looking for this Venusaur. They're looking for a sneaky play right here. They want to make sure they're not exactly where TTV expects them to be. If they can pick up a KO, they can dive on this team, but they are behind right now. 191 to 250. TTV trying to play it a little safe because they are aware at this point that they are ahead, using these solar beams not only to do damage, but to find exactly where members of Luminosity are, as Rayquaza is just being chipped up a little bit by both of these teams. Helps give you a little vision and also creates a little chaos here as Slash has to leave.
Slash has to leave. Celestial engages on to Rin. There's the Burden Anger coming through. Follow-up Solar Beam. Lutano is low. Bliss assist just in time. Let's see if they can pivot on any of these players at LG. Curios is going to the backside. Overlord's trying to find the body. They do. Celestial's down. Comfey gets credit. Zugrug with the follow-up. They've got tons of shield. We got a KO back, and we got 2 down for LG. TTV looking for more opportunities. Overlord and Elo are scrambling. Slash is going to try and cut off Zugrug, and right now all they're trying to do is purchase more time.
Yeah, and you can remember that TTV is ahead in this moment right here, so this is not good for Luminosity. They need to find a good fight right here. This might be great. Ender's getting very, very low. The soft boil keeps him and Zugrug healthy as they dive in for another combination right here, but they miss. They miss their combo. They're not able to get it. The Unite move from Trevenant also misses. Here comes the Zoroark Unite, but they still can't pick up a KO as Rin finally takes down Blissey, and Lutano's in a ton of trouble.
Rin takes out the Venusaur. 3 players down for TTV, and LG is flipping on top of this Rayquaza. They're going to start chipping in damage. Overlord's going straight for the score. They're going to get their points in. Slash is going to try to bubble out. 5
5 points separate these two teams. The follow-up on Rin, that's a big wicked bow. Celestial's at half HP. Curios pulls up in the smoke and ices them down. 4 players down for TTV, and now Zagrug's the next one up, but there's not enough time left, and nobody on TTV is going to score. And what's LG doing? Running it up.
That's right, Luminosity with a great fight there. They were behind on points. They took that advantage. They started picking up those KOs. Incredible stuff. And as soon as they had that, they decided to, instead of take Rayquaza, score enough points to put them ahead 431. Big win.
Big win for LG, and TTV seemed to really have a good grasp of the texture of that game until the very end, where LG, like you said, very meticulous team fight. We had a couple players get very, very low. Critically, Slash was put to 1 HP, and they had so much trouble getting to Slash after that. But listen, we talked about the game, we watched the game. Let's get the analysts to break this thing down. Zoinks, Chef, take it away, please.
What up? It's the Numbers Squad. That's right, Zoinks and Chef here to break it all down. What a way to start our winners finals.
You know, for the Numbers Squad, I declare that game had a lot of numbers because that was just scoring on both sides. But wow, that was exactly like you said, an amazing way to start this off. Look how close that graph was. We saw an incredibly close match all the way to the end. It looked to me like TTV was in so much of the lead, but that post, honestly, the post-Ray fight, like the second one, was just such a weird scramble. There were a few misses in there, some big Unite misses, some big skill shot misses, and all together, it came down to just a great pickup from LG.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity Gaming having a bit of a spread style of a team fight, being here, there, and everywhere, but when you're as a talented of a roster as them, you can win those ones and definitely come away with a huge victory in our game number 1, like we just saw.
That's correct. But honestly, it was a really, really even match. I'm really curious if we're going to see any sort of changes going into the future because, you know, we tend to see like a few different matches go a few different ways. Sometimes you're like, okay, clearly there was a big issue here. We've got to change our draft strategy. Sometimes it's like, oh, well, we just lost the last fight. And so that's exactly what we got to change. We can definitely see a lot of that in the highlights. We can take one more look back at this match because it was a huge one.
Yeah, definitely. What you're talking about, what we're going to see next game, I actually am really interested because I think out of these two teams, we're definitely keen on swaps. Obviously, TTV likes to go towards this Venusaur for the central area, but other than that, they seem to be pretty flexible in their game plans match to match. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a big change. And what a game from Rin, by the way. Objective secures, obviously, for the Urshifu, but these individual fight wins, obviously, Lapras might be a little bit too much to ask in that situation, but Rin was finding incredible knockouts, especially in these late game team fights.
There as well, though, Otter was doing an amazing job on the Mew, as usual, as one would come to expect, I would say, every single time that they get that Pokemon. But like I mentioned before, we're seeing a lot more of everybody's getting the Pokemon they really want to, and they're just seeing who's going to do it better.
Exactly. Yeah, there we have this final team fight. Zoroark dashing in, Overlord not able to hit that final feint attack, and Revenant Unite missing. However, the exchange started to go their direction. Slash and Rin combining for a huge 2v2 victory in the top side of that Rayquaza battle, and there it was over. And then at this moment, Rin absolutely had the chance to evacuate, but I don't think I've ever seen LG choose that game plan. Instead, they combine with Curios for a knockout on a Celestial, and Luminosity start this one off with a bang.
Oh yeah, I don't know if Rin is capable of walking backwards. I think they're they just have one controller each for each different side of the map that they play on. But here we go. Overlord is our player of the game on the Zoroark, over 100,000 damage. I gotta say it. You know, there was one there. I said there was a pretty even game. They might not change things up too much, but why give him the Zoroark? That's so wild.
I think there was a lot of question marks around their draft strategy. I think TTV was definitely trying to shut down Slash in a lot of different comfort picks. We saw a Defender ban, we saw a Blissey selection early, and of course a Lapras selection as well. So really trying to corner Slash into a specific Defender selection, which ended up being the Trevenant, obviously knowing that LG likes to pick those defenders a little bit later if they don't have access to those top tiers. So are we going to see some big changes in game number 2, TTV versus Luminosity? And well, I don't think we're going to be slowing down in terms of excitement anytime soon.
Oh no, I don't think we're going to be slowing down until tomorrow. And there aren't even any games tomorrow. That's the only reason why we're not slowing down. But is this really truly going to be the ban?
Yeah.
It looks like it is. I don't know if we've seen this on broadcast yet, but at the end, a Blissey ban. That is for sure a targeted ban.
Absolutely. TTV does not want to deal with the Slash Blissey. I mean, they had to deal with the Elo Comfey last game, and that was a challenge, but it seemed that TTV a little more comfortable with that matchup. First pick for the Lapras, which means that Zoroark is available for Luminosity in another game. And Overlord's going to try to record break. We got 106. Maybe we'll get more. Overlord and Rin, the dynamic duo of LG, are locked in.
Is there literally in any team in any region, is there anything scarier than giving Rin and Overlord, Zoroark, and Urshifu as a first pick?
No, because I'm awake and I'm having a nightmare. All right, Indoor actually counter-picking the Comfey, though. So no Blissey, no Comfey. Now, where does Luminosity want to go? You might have to go Eldegoss here, but how much does Pollen Puff healing really do towards these dive style of attackers? I mean, yeah, you have a little bit of support, but I certainly would rather have a Comfey for those two of a duo. But now this is going to push Luminosity Gaming into a bit more of a tanky style build. Curioslox and the Venusaur, that's a great healing target for Elo.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting build as well with the Scarf. But let's see what's picked on the other side. We might get the Buzzwole, and we might get the Gardevoir in for a little bit more backup damage. It looks like that's going to be the pick, unless it's last minute shift. Yep. All right, this is really interesting. I mean, two great targets for the Comfey overall, whether it be the Lapras or the Buzzwole. But I'm excited to see how they actually execute it, as we're going to see the Mr. Mime.
Yeah, a Slash on the Mr. Mime. A comfort pick for them for sure. Lutano is certainly a beautiful lady today, but I do not know about this pick. I don't trust it. Lutano is going to have to prove me wrong in a lot of ways. I think it's a great matchup into the Venusaur, but they are going to have to avoid Overlord and Rin on these two engagement Pokemon, and that is no easy task. Your only peel is going to be Zelgrug and Otter, and, well, that's a lot to ask out of those two.
Well, definitely Lutano is going to be working on cardio today, one way or another. This is going to be a very, very scary situation. Overlord and Rin getting their comfort picks, a lot of comfort picks on the side of LG. Let's see if they can close it out here and move back into grand finals as we take it away to the casters.
Wow, Dubesnax, I gotta say, this is a surprising draft, my friend.
Yes, but not in the cool way. If you're TTV, I have to be with Zoinks and Chef on this. That is not where I expected them to go. I actually looked at you when they locked in the Blissey ban, and to me, that makes sense. The picks that followed that didn't quite line up with where I thought they were going to end up.
I really like a few things that TTV did right here. It felt like TTV made that very fun choice to counter pick the Comfey. They didn't want that to be, something that they could use on the side of Luminosity. While at the same time, then we saw Luminosity felt like they even counter picked to the Venusaur right there. Like, all right, you're taking our Comfey. We're going to take your Venusaur away, Lutano. But when I saw once again Zoroark and Urshifu locked in right away for Luminosity, I thought, boy, this is so tough for TTV. It feels like a little bit you kind of gave them exactly what they wanted.
What a stat. Average damage of 77k and 10 KOs per game. Overlord is LG's player to keep an eye on this match. Yeah, no doubt. It's been that way for 2 years.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never thought about watching Overlord right here.
Who is Overlord?
We're gonna have to see. We're gonna have to see what happens with this player. But obviously, we're having some fun here because this is one of the best players in the world, especially on this Pokemon. You know what I thought when I first saw that draft was they're gonna ban the Blissey and steal the Zoroark.
That's exactly where I thought they were going as well, which is when they locked in the pick. I was like, oh, okay. LG is gonna take Urshifu and Zoroark, and after that, I don't think they care.
But let's see what happens here. I mean, I'm excited to see how this TTV strategy plays out. Obviously, Luminosity up 1 game right here. So if they win this, they're heading to our grand finals. TTV needs a win.
Yeah, and immediately LG is actually looking to line up the Wicked Blow on the opposing team. What that does is it forces TTV to back off, and they actually get all the Swablu and Altaria anyway.
And there we go. Rin hiding in the tall grass right here, seeing if they can pick up something as Overlord is moving down here to the bottom path. Just getting chipped up a little bit by Otter. I mean, talk about a comfort pick. Otter on Mew. Jeez.
Yeah, not only is it comfort, but it's also incredibly powerful and very, very good. So it's a good one to have your comfort pick be. Unlike me, comfort pick, Zero Aura. Not great.
Yeah, not super ideal. Not super ideal. For me, comfort pick, just whatever happens, happens.
There you go. That's what you got to go for. I do like Comfy pretty much piggybacking Celestial all the way here. Really force Luminosity to shell in a ton of damage, but they're the focus. Ender hops off. They try to get back to the gold zone. Rin takes a quick KO because Comfy can't sustain by themselves. Celestial has Rin low. They do follow up and get a quality KO back, which is very important. I would trade the Comfy for an Urshifu KO any day of the week.
Yeah, you would have to. But then again, I mean, it's surprising that he was even able to find that Comfy in that moment. Normally, it's hanging out on a Pokemon right there. Overlord in a little bit of trouble in that bottom path. As you see, trying to escape this moment. This would be a nice big pickup, and they get it with the big eject button.
The eject button solar beam. So the solar beam was lined up, and then the eject button to reposition it to guarantee that KO, because Overlord saw that thing originally get lined up and tried to shift away from it. Good pivot by Otter, quality KO. And maybe this is the recipe for success for TTV. Just isolate them out and take them down one at a time.
Yeah, very good stuff here from TTV so far. A couple nice big pickups, and obviously high-level Pokemon, especially ones that have buffs on them as well. These are huge KOs for TTV to get.
Something I want to mention is Lutano hasn't gotten into the mix yet as that Gardevoir, that big damage dealer, which means TTV has been doing all of this work with really understaffed, if you will, having less player in the past to do so. The Lutano's here. They're level 8. As soon as they get to level 9, they'll have the big Unite move, that Fairy Singularity, and they'll really be able to leverage some big-time damage.
Regice is getting chipped up right here as they're moving in. Lutano better clock in pretty soon. Nope, Luminosity picks that one up.
And Otter gets chunked quickly back the other way. Overlord is riding on the Comfy, but the Electro Ball finds them. You can't hide from that. That tracked them down. And there we have the Psyshocks coming in by Lutano. The follow-up and the KO is there. 2 players down for LG. Now TTV's feeling pretty good. They got 4 players on the push here. Otter's trying to line up and space out Elo. Kyrios is just firing in pot shots from a distance, but they can't close this gap here. Lutano's trying to Fairy Singularity right on top of him. Celestial with the follow-up. Can they actually convert the KOs? Bang! Overlord goes down again, and Lutano making an impact out here. And there we have the Comfy Unite to buy some time to get some points into this goal zone. And look how deep Celestial is. They don't want the KOs, Spraggles. They want to burn time off the clock.
I'm sure they would love a few KOs right there, but all the points raining in. Huge fight for TTV. Lutano showing up a little late to work, but he's here with a big Unite move. Overlord goes down again.
Lutano said, look, I might be late for work, but I brought donuts. I'll tell you what, all of TTV got to,
all's forgiven.
TTV got to eat right there, that's for sure. Rin had to stay in the top path to get their stacks in so they can be a little bit more of an impactful player, but because of that damage output wasn't there for LG, and that let that target priority of Overlord over and over again reign supreme.
But then again, now we have Rin, level 10, stacked up in this top path, and we've seen how incredible this player is. Regieleki getting very, very low right here. We have a little different look for our Solar Venusaur inside this one because we have not the Giga Drain, but the Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, and that's going to increase that damage. Here's a weakened special defense, and they're pushing through. Verdant Anger right on top of the goal zone. Is there going to be a follow-up? Nice bubble beam by Zugrog to keep Kyrios from following up, engaging. Fairy Singularity on top of that goal zone, daring somebody to come in. Overlord says, I'm about that action. They go in. They quickly get their points in. They get KO'd for that effort, but the score lead is now in the favor of Luminosity. Is the follow-up going to be there? They take down Rin. Lutano on a sliver of HP, and Comfy and Lapras doing their job, making a big wall in front, keeping them top ball.
Incredible stuff there from both of these teams. I mean, it was really sharp for Overlord to be able to get in there and score, but at the same time, that's a huge KO pickup for TTV. As you see Slash in this bottom path, one of the few Mr. Mime players left, one of the few warriors out there, Slash and Bruv.
Yeah, and they make it look good. They make it look good. I'd like to see it leveraged a little more here. I feel like Slash hasn't had much of an impact, but now that it's leashing on top of the players that it wants, like Rin, it's got the opportunity. Now, Registeel's resetting. Where are we going here? Zugro's trying to push forward. They've got the Comfy. Celestial kind of gets poached. Comfy Unite comes out, but Celestial's nowhere near it. Zugro's sitting right in the middle, but they've got their target, and they're looking for engage. Overlord actually leverages through to try and get on top of Lutano. Here comes Otter to try and get some screen. Nice Solar Beam KO! Holy smokes, Otter is running coverage for all of the TTV players right now, and it looks good.
Otter is playing out of his mind this game. Incredible stuff. I love seeing, by the way, this power swap from Slash. So they couldn't get a Comfey, they couldn't get a Blissey. They said, all right, we have another way that we can power up one of our carry Pokemon. Not only will it heal them, but at the same time, it's going to make them stronger in some of these fights, and it's great for a Pokemon like Urshifu. A little tougher for Zoroark because it kind of gets away from you. That dog just gets off the leash, but I think this could be a real powerful choice for them.
Absolutely. The analysts were mentioning, like, Eldegoss might not be enough healing. Well, you kind of circumvent that by having a pseudo defender in Mr. Mime that can also heal the team up with that guard swap. So great call there.
Here we go. Nice big Unite move right there. We're a little under the 4-minute mark, actually quite a bit, right into the 3-minute mark. So Lutano knows he has timing to use that Unite move and hopefully can pick up a KO with it. They'll have it back in time for the big fight at Rayquaza as Otter's trying to get away from Overlord. Unite move fused, not able to pick up the KO yet, doing everything to chase it down.
Yeah, Elo getting into the support there. They see that's an opportunity to leverage that. You know, they've got an opportunity to get some wild Pokemon, farm that back up, and maybe have it just Shaze after Rayquaza hits the map. But another Regieleki going to LG.
Here we go. That Regieleki is walking towards TTV. This match looking a little different for TTV. They are behind on the scoreboard this time. 159 to 238. Less than 100 points separate these teams, which is a good margin for TTV. They can peel off and make a sneaky score happen if they need to. But obviously, Luminosity wants to shut them down at this upcoming Rayquaza fight. Win this thing, punch their ticket to the grand finals, and in 10 seconds, Rayquaza is going to hit the map.
We're trying to get vision. Zugrug certainly, as the rest of TTV, wants to sort out this Regieleki, make sure it is not something to be dealt with, and they are trying to farm up a little bit, get just a hair bigger, because Rayquaza is on the map.
Here we go. A Comfey onto a Lapras. Going to be pretty hard to KO, but I know that Rin from Luminosity is going to look to make it happen with that wicked blow. We have TTV maneuvering around right here, just deciding when this fight exactly is going to take place. Luminosity ahead right now, again, so they don't need to be the ones to make the play. We've got the power swap on the Venusaur here, so those are going to be the most powerful solar beams that you can see.
Yep, they need to collapse onto that backline, get an opportunity, but sitting in front of them is a robust team on LG's side. Solar Beam comes through, chip the Rayquaza a little bit, just get the whirlwinds going, but we are staying. Look where Overlord is. They're trying to get in the back door. Elo's right in their pocket, and TTV might get pincered.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for right here. Big Solar Beam comes in, and there's Overlord Elo coming on in for this fight.
I mean, they get Celestial for free right there. Great engagement. Cotton Crash comes through. That's going to buy space for Overlord, try to get them out. They crash land on top. Comfey and Lapras are coming through, forcing out the Comfey Unite as well, but for no real value. No damage is getting shelled in. Lutano gets chunked by Overlord. Tons of damage in on them. We're watching where Zugrug is going with this Comfey, and they're just trying to cause static. They get a KO. Otter gets 2 in a row. Are you kidding me? That's a BOGO deal, my friend. As now they're pivoting into the middle here. They're trying to see where they can go. The follow-up is on Ender, and there we go. Bang, another Zoroark Unite. 2 players down for each team. Luminosity is going to have to respawn first.
Here we go. Otter in a lot of trouble right here as they jump in. That's a triple KO. Rayquaza is extremely low. Who can get this secure right here? There's the big beam, and it's the Buzz Wall. Celestial
coming through for TTV. Now they got to get those points, and they are down, but not by much. KO Shrika 2, they catching bodies all over the place. Look at all the attention that's being put on Zugrug, though. 50 banger going in. That's called a hundo burger. Spraggles, and now TTV has the lead, but it's a slim margin with 15 seconds left.
That's right. They're looking for something to happen in this bottom path. It's incredibly close. Rin running into the top path, but we have Lapras scoring the bottom. Zugrug putting in 90 points, and that's going to be enough. TTV's coming right back in this thing. Game number 2, tying it up.
Tie number 2, gotta love Lutano firing off that Fairy Singularity just to ensure that defense. Celestial coming in with the crazy secure, getting a follow-up KO streak of 2, and they get their points in. TTV turning doubters into believers. That is not a draft I would have thought would have panned out, but a little prayer from Celestial and a little magic from the rest of the team, and they just even this thing up.
Incredible stuff right there. You can see Ender telling the team, calm down. We have another game here, and we know that Spraggles and Dupe Snacks need to throw it over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef. Gentlemen.
Rayquaza secure, and they make that game work out. An amazing late game heroics from the squad. Lutano landing some Unites, and of course Otter on that Mew. A highlight reel from start to finish.
Wow, 2 huge comeback wins. Unbelievable. Look at that graph. The lead was on the side of LG the entire time, but TTV not gonna go down that easy. Back there, we were sitting again, I literally said, I was sitting in my seat, I was like, oh, they got Ray, but it's not going to matter. And all of a sudden we just see KO, and we're like, wait a minute, what Celestial? No way!
Buzzwole, of course, having that passive where they get beast boost. Every knockout increases their speed and their attack damage. So if you give Celestial one knockout, they're going to be looking for a whole lot more. They got two, they got a score, and of course, the Rayquaza steal was theirs as well. TTV have now tied our winners finals matchup 1-1. I need to see it again. Play the highlights. I got to watch it one more time.
Oh, yeah. You know, I think the real beast boost that was gotten was Celestial is the beast that got boosted. That was amazing showing. But altogether, I mean, you can see a lot of this match was honestly Luminosity doing so well. Once again, a very, I'm going to say very like 4 more times, strange draft choice overall, especially giving Overlord back that Zoroark, which was exactly working out the way that it wanted to, the way that it expected to, but of course so much came down to the end.
I mean, just a moment ago, it knocked out the Buzzwole in that situation, but Otter's heroics again, a KO streak of 2, timing those huge damage numbers in perfect tandem with those Zugrug stunts from the Unite, and this is that moment Rayquaza solo, and the Bubble Beam onto Overlord. The Bubble Beam traps Overlord right as he tries to feint attack towards that objective, allowing Buzzwole to hit it. I mean, I've given a lot of flowers over to a Celestial. Let's give some to Zugrug on that amazing defender play.
That's true. Also, of course, getting in that final guaranteed score, holding on to that shield. No, didn't hold on to the shield. Actually just got it raw straight up at the end. Very, very nice using that Unite as well. The very singularity just to make sure that things worked out. But TTV holding it together. Look at that. That almost broke the table. Relax.
No, I don't need this team to relax. I want them to get up, get bigger. The player of the game is Zugrug on this Lapras. Yeah, maybe they gave Overlord the Zoroark. Maybe they came away with 3 knockouts, but that means you gave TTV the Lapras and gave one of the most powerful Pokemon in the game over to one of the best defenders worldwide in Zugrug on Team TTV.
Not only that, one of the most aggressive defenders with one of the most aggressive now defenders in the game. That was a weird way to say that, but you know exactly what I mean. Basically, don't give that Pokemon to Zugrug. But now it's time for a draft. We've seen some very, very unique draft strategies. I mean, there we go. That's like the 7th time I've said it. But what will be the ban this time? It looks like TTV maybe not going for anything quite as weird here. Nothing super weird on either side, but very different bans.
Back to the game number 1 playbook. We're going to have the Hoopa ban on the side of Luminosity, and TTV are going to stick with that Slowbro ban. They know LG puts Defender pretty low in the draft priority because they want that Zoroark so bad. It's like, all right, give /Lapras, but then we maybe get the Zoroark on our side. So here we go. Luminosity Gaming, last time, this was an immediate snap-up of that Speedster. Do they want to do it again? Absolutely. Luminosity Gaming trusts Overlord.
I almost wonder if TTV could have not banned away the Slowbro and just taken the double Defender as their first pick, forcing them to take the Zoroark, which I mean still a great boon to give to Luminosity, but instead we are actually, wait, no way, you didn't take Lapras?
Oh wow, we're gonna grab the Blissey and the Mew, so TTV definitely cooking up something on their side. Luminosity Gaming now gets the Comfey pocket for their carries as well as the Lapras. TTV might be able to grab Urshifu away from LG here, but at this point it feels like a consolation prize, and they're not even hovering it. I mean, come on, you're thinking so much. Thank goodness they grabbed that Urshifu.
Okay, at least they're not going to give double. But I mean, okay, they didn't give away the Urshifu and the Zoroark this time, but they did give away the Lapras. TTV's draft strategy, very interesting. I would love to understand exactly what they're going for. They are going to pick up that Snorlax as their defender instead of the Lapras that they had in that last game, though.
All right, Luminosity Gaming deciding on their last picks. Of course, Slash needs to decide what defender they are going to bring into the battlefield here on our winners finals. And they're going to grab the Trevenant, and then Curios' Sylveon is also going to enter here. And a Goodra pick in winners finals. TTV are certainly cooking something up as Lutano has locked in the defender choice of Goodra.
If I had a cue card right now, I would just throw it because all of my notes are out the window. I have genuinely no idea what the strategy is that TTV is bringing. The Goodra as a final pick here, so strange. A lot would expect it to be a special attacker, but truly, do you have any thoughts, Zoinks?
Well, I was going to give you a quick pop quiz.
Okay.
Does Goodra have Solar Beam?
Probably
Yes. Oh, in other games, but not in this one,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Then why is Lutano picking Gudra? I don't know. We are going to have to figure out what is going to happen in our game number 3. Let's throw it over to our casters, Spraggles and Dewsnaps.
Exactly like I called Lutano on Gudra. I knew it. Oh, did I say that off mic?
Yeah, maybe just a hair. Listen, Spraggles, Lutano actually caught me before they were going on stage and said, Snacks, you casting this game? I said, I am Lutano, what's up? He goes, we finna cook up there. And I'll tell you what, the first couple games, they're going a little off the rails, but they say, no more half-baked action. We push this thing to a game 3, pull out all the stops, lay it all out on the line. Gutter pick Gudra, we after it.
Well, you know what? I mean, Team YT secured their spot to Worlds with a Gudra, so we have seen this look once before from Lutano, and it looked pretty great, honestly. I wonder what they're going to be able to do with it here against Luminosity. I love the choice to steal away the Urshifu, but at the same time, when I saw that Lapras, I was pretty positive Rin was going to play that. So I didn't even know if they even needed this Urshifu. However, we got Rin on the Lapras, and now we also have a great defender in the bottom path for Luminosity. We have that Trevenant.
Yeah, we know Lutano is just chugging across the map as that little Goomy, trying to get some experience. Ender's behind him, trying to slap and secure some of them Pokemon. But here comes Elo. They're going to be hitching a ride on Rin here in a short second. And I'll tell you what, that's a tanky duo that we saw in Game 2.
We didn't get to see that moment that just happened right there, but what happened is Otter jumped into that central area there. It looks like they stole away that blue buff from the side of Luminosity, and now LG is diving onto this gold zone, putting some points in, but they might get KO'd for it. Nice iframes on that evolution right there, but Curios should go down in this moment, using the X speed to run away. No.
But listen, that barrier that Otter just threw at the light screen there that hit all 3 players and allowed them to continue was clutch. Overlord hits level 5 and immediately takes a KO. Otter's backing up, Electro Ball, boosted Auto, little shield action, but the points are already going in. Desperately trying to get to Trevenant is LG, but in the meanwhile, you get Overlord hanging out.
And take a look at this. All the while, TTV dominating this top path right now because they know no one is really there to deal with this. They're going to rain some points in. They might pick up another KO. Overlord, though, doing the same thing in the bottom path as 3 members of Luminosity are just hanging out on TTV's goal zone.
Yeah, Zugrug and Otter responsible for holding that thing down. Overlord identifies that, jumps immediately on top of Otter, sorts them down. Big wood hammer stuns Zugrug, and more points are going in down there. Taking a quick little nap, sleeping on the job is Zugrug, getting their HP topped off, and Overlord sees Lutano into the middle, and they said, not today, we going for that engage. Lutano goes for the follow-up, actually ejects, because now that they have Otter with them, they got a real chance for a KO. Comfy there to pick him up just in time.
Yeah, very, very nice job from that Comfy right there as we have this fight breaking out over these 8 o'clock. Swablu Altaria in the middle, but you know what? Not a lot of people are showing up for it because we just had such a brawl in that central area of TTV.
Yeah, the natural dynamic of this game is kind of being shifted specifically now because of all the bizarre movements that we've seen out of both teams. And that's kind of one of the things that Gudra does, right? It was peeling down to the center, forced Overlord to get there. They thought they had an easy pick. Otter comes in, and all of a sudden everybody's scrambling around and not really where they're supposed to be.
A little bit of a snap back to reality down there in the bottom path on that Hyper Voice, not finding anything. As Ender's in a little bit of trouble right here. But they are using these moments, the Comfey Collar, to be able to score even faster, get those stacks on Overlord so they can become as powerful as possible and make sure that these combos hit super hard.
Oh, nice little power whip to leash slash back in. Heavy slam comes through. KO follows as well. What's poppin', Slime? Lutano says Gudra is getting just dirty down here, and that's exactly what you want out of that pick if you're confident enough to make it.
7-minute mark. Reggie Rock hits the field right now as they move down to start securing it for Luminosity. We have multiple members of TTV. They're a little bit behind right here. This combo's just going to take it.
Yeah, no concern there. Zugrug getting vision, and they're going to peel back to their goal zone and try and just stand on it, make sure they can run that defense. Meanwhile, Celestial's up top. They're trying to get their stacks in, and they're trying to get break. Overlord finds their way, darts across the fence, forces Otter towards the rest of the LG team, but now they're pivoting on top of Slash. There's 4 players on the chase, and a nice little power whip might secure this KO. The follow-up Hyper Voice is there. Curios with the cover, and Slash gets back on the goal pad. They're blocking out Overlord. They're trying to trap him against the wall. A nice another heavy slam comes through, preventing Overlord comes through. There's a Unite move. Lutano's still standing. How are all these players still standing? Ender plays forward. They're the first one
one to go down. Credit to the Urshifu for the KO. There's the follow-up. Overlord gets in one on Ender. They're coming back. They're one player down for LG, but the push continues. Heavy slam by his face, and another KO for Overlord. They're eyeing up Lutano. Lutano actually leashes them in and said, bring that action to me, son. You can't punch through me. I'm all soft and gooey. We going through Lutano and an Overlord KO streak at 3. Lutano still stands, though.
Lutano is still here, but 3 members of TTV are not, as Luminosity takes a big fight and a big win, continuing to hang out in this central area of TTV. Otter trying to do something to stop it, but let's take a look at these levels right here. No, Ender! We can't take a look at the levels before we get a big KO possibly on Ender. They're jumping in. Every member of TTV is trying to sort this out and possibly get a KO on Overlord. The cup base keeping him alive, but come on. Picks up another one on Mew, and it looks like they are going to get out of here.
It's absolute calamity out here in the Thea Sky Ruins. This is not, I've said this before, this is not the texture of a normal game here. Otter just keeps going. They pick up Ender. The surf comes through there in the speed flux zone. That's a KO for Otter, and now Comfy falls off. Elo's on the chase, and that's a free KO for the Goodra. Now Rin is just trying to get some attention on top of them so the rest of LG can make it across the map. Slash and Curio is finally peeling down to the bottom path.
Take a look at this scoreline. Luminosity up, and obviously they are insanely aggressive inside this match. They have Slash moving in, trying to grab someone with that Horn Leech right there. As Luminosity forming themselves up for another possible fight down here at this Registeel. And here comes Overlord. Doesn't seem to care about the objective. Wants to pick up some big KOs.
Block fades back. Slash puts the pressure on Otter, forces out the Unite move. Now on the backside, Ender's going to go down here. There's no question about it. They're just egg bombing and trying to soft boil themselves just to keep Overlord's attention. This Registeel is low. The Hyper Voice coming through. Big heavy slam almost secured, but Zoroark takes it after using their Unite move, and they're going to get a KO streak of 2 for themselves. Overlord's numbers just racking up.
Overlord going absolutely insane right here. TTV has evened up the score. Almost only 30 points separate these two teams. Level-wise, it's somewhat close, but this Zoroark is just on an absolute tear. Feels like it's able to pick up any KO at once when it gets next to TTV.
I'm going to make a bold prediction here, maybe not so bold. Overlord's damage numbers this game are going to be the highest of the regional finals at NAIC. There is just too much HP bar on the side of TTV, and the rate at which Overlord is just going in is just going to stack that up. Big Snorlax Unite chips up 3. Overlord has to get out. Comfy Unite comes through. Bliss Assistance right on top of Celestial, but that Wicked Blow doesn't quite make it. Trevor Unite picks up 2. 3, excuse me. The follow-up, is there going to be one? Slash gets chipped up, blocked into the rest of the team. There's 4 players for TTV, and if you can't get a KO now, what are you doing? They say, we don't want that, Snacks. We don't want that at all. Let's get back to our goal zone. Let's farm up.
Yeah, they don't want to continue to push towards that Trevenant and make your prediction right. Give Overlord time to come on back and get some more of that damage right here. 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Rayquaza will be here very, very soon. The last Rayquaza these two teams will see in our winners finals. The scoreline's still incredibly close, but it feels like every fight is very, very good for Luminosity as Overlord's coming back in.
Overlord's coming back in. TTV secures that. Celestial does, but the pressure is on. Overlord is still getting into the backline. They're on top of Ender, who has to eat a berry. They dart through. Overlord actually takes the other berry from TTV, and there is no one for TTV to damage their Overlord, so they're able to go through, and now they're taking all their buffs.
Yeah, Overlord once again moving through the central area of TTV. It's just been so incredibly difficult for TTV to deal with this, even though they are fighting very well as a squad. I love seeing coaching on Mew. It feels like they've been using that to reposition around their team and also give them shields to withstand this onslaught from Overlord. We've got a few seconds left until a bottom Reggie spawns, but it doesn't look like TTV is in a position to get it. This Registeel is going to make Zoroark incredibly powerful. TTV would love to steal this right now. Slash would love to stop it.
Yeah, they're moving through here. Big Block's going to try and buy some time. The surf comes through, and it's secured by who else but Overlord. The Hyper Voice is on top of Lutano. Slash, and everybody has to peel back. Electro Ball hits right on top of Slash. Good defense there. Power Whip gets the KO for them. Where's the follow-up, though? They're blocking them off. The bad KO streak of 2, and now we have Rayquaza hitting the map. Look at that spawn timer for Curious. They got 15 seconds. They're jumping on top of Overlord. Overlord ran into them. Oh, there's 2 players down back the other way. Overlord's kind of getting cracked on the stick stun. 2 players down. KO streak of 2 for Overlord. Lutano is just trying to get on top of them, and that's the person they have to deal with right now. Can they follow up? Rin is on top of them too, but meanwhile, Otter's scoring 84 points.
That puts TTV up by only 7 points right now. 2 members of TTV down. All 5 members of Luminosity are back, and they're moving towards this Rayquaza pit as Rin is getting pushed out by this slow. Oh, Snorlax right here. Big Hyper Voice coming in. Overlord ripping him apart right now. now. Lutano goes down. That's 3 down now for TTV.
3 down for TTV, and Overlord can just scramble around and find whoever they want. Celestial's the next one lined up. They're low on HP. The chase continues. Zugrug again just buying time. TTV is up by the slimmest of margins. Hyper Voice might get the KO. Perish Song on them. They heavy slam to try and get away. The Whirlwind might spin somebody up. A block back the other way to get some time, and no way Zugrug survives. Mew Unite forced out on the backside. Rin's putting the pressure on them. Can they close the gap? That's the question. Celestial gets caught right in the middle. Electro Ball goes long range, but there's another player down. Celestial, no miracle plays out of you, not right now anyways. Rayquaza's at 30%. Is it finally time for LG to pivot? They decide it is. Lutano gets right in the middle. They're getting gooey. Trevor Unite right on top of everybody. Lappers comes through. Luminosity takes it. Otter gets KO'd. TTV is down, and their dreams are dashed in these grand finals because LG is going to score those ducats, and they're going to go to the grand finals.
Luminosity, the world champs, showing why they're the world champs here on the big stage. The huge secure, the points raining in, heading to the regional grand finals here, knocking TTV down to our losers bracket with an incredible finish.
Incredible finish, an absolute barn burner of a match. These teams were going head to head over and over and over again, and they get it done. LG does. They're on a revenge arc for sure. TTV, I'm sorry you got in the way. Turn that 10-0 into a 12-1.
Beautiful stuff right there from Luminosity, the world champions of Pokemon Unite. Last year, they made their way to London, and they beat every team in the world to come away as the world champions all the way through the winners finals, never dropping down. They are the team to watch for sure, and they're proving it here today.
I mean, you can see Overlord just absolutely popping off right there, and rightfully so. They had a crazy game 3. Relentless, relentless, relentless is how I would describe that match for LG. They live in the opposing side of the map, and they made TTV's life an absolute living nightmare.
Yeah, Overlord was insane inside that game. It was so difficult for TTV to deal with. TTV, however, in this series, taking their first game off of Luminosity, and you can see these matches were incredibly close. This is a different look from TTV, but it's the same outcome. Luminosity sending them down to the losers bracket.
Sending them down to losers bracket, but again, TTV, they can begin their revenge arc right now. LG sitting pretty in the grand finals from the winner's side. Tons more Pokemon Unite to play for TTV. I mean, what a game. What a game. You know, you have to give credit for TTV. That game 2, their draft bucked all convention, and they come out with a win. That draft in game 3 bucked all convention, and they weren't that far off, but I like that they're throwing some stuff at the wall to see what sticks. They're going to Worlds. Let's test some stuff out.
Yeah, and here we go with the scoreboard right here. You can see how close that was. So incredibly close with that big fight right there at the end that was controlled by Luminosity. That controlled the outcome of the match right there. You know, I don't think you're right. I don't think that's a lot of damage on Overlord at all.
Can you smell what Overlord's cooking? Holy, 155, almost 156. We'll give you those 4 damage point credits, but representing almost 50% of the entire team's damage, Barack.
I mean, what an absolute amazing performance from Overlord. And you can see why, by the way, TTV stole away that Comfey in game 2, and they may have needed to do that again in game number 3, because if Overlord has Zoroark, that's insane. Now if it has Zoroark and a get out of jail free card, they're going to do 155,000 damage.
Wild. Let's see exactly how Overlord racked up that number here in our highlights.
Yeah, every highlight was probably a highlight of Overlord inside this match. Nice big KO right there, and here comes Overlord starting to dive in, looking to start picking up some of these KOs right here for Luminosity as they are trying to make a siege on this tier 1 gold.
Siege, they did indeed. Overlord always going after these big, heavy HP targets, whittling them down, and letting the rest of Luminosity do what their job is, which is focus on objectives, get some spacing, and essentially save Overlord.
And here we go, jumping in once again, trying to pick up another big KO, and they do with their Unite move, following it up by trying to chase down Ender, the support, Blissey for TTV. And again, all of these fights, nice big wicked blow right there. A lot of these fights, what you're going to see is Overlord jumping in, trying to get 100 KOs. And they end up getting them.
Yeah, they literally operated with no fear here, especially when Overlord is on one. You can just follow them into battle and be pretty much guaranteed you're in good shape. Now, this is how those damage numbers kept stacking up, of course. TTV taking a couple good, easy KOs right at the start, but unable to leverage them.
Yeah, and here we go. Nice big Bliss assistance right there, trying to keep the team healthy. But look at that. There's just too much damage from the side of Luminosity. Rayquaza getting very low right here. We saw the Hail Mary from Mew, but it was just a little too late as Luminosity secures their win, and secures their way into the grand finals. Hey, shocking.
Shocking.
Overlord.
Player of the game, Overlord. 16 KOs, 156,000 damage.
Jeez, I mean, what a performance from Overlord. It feels like every single game we see Overlord do something like that. And you know what's funny? We actually have an interview on stage. You're never going to believe who it's with.
Who's it with?
Overlord. Take it away.
Thank you so much. That's right. I'm on stage with Overlord, who just had one of the craziest Zoroark performances I have ever seen. Now you are headed into grand finals. One, congratulations. And how good does it feel to be this dominant on stage again?
Oh yeah, it feels amazing, man. Playing on LAN is a completely different experience than playing, in your room or like online. The energy of the crowd, it really helps. And being next to your teammates and everything in person, it's a ton of fun, man. It's a blast. We're all locked in. Everyone's playing their best. It's a great time.
Awesome. Awesome.
All right, now I gotta ask, when you get your Zoroark, do you think that there are any teams that can stop you?
No.
Well said.
That's an easy answer. That's an easy answer. All right, you are now in grand finals of NAIC, but there's one more team that needs to meet you there. They're about to play on stage. Who do you think's going to be taking this one? Amaterasu or TTV?
Oh man, that's going to be a fantastic series. I think it's going to go 3 games. It has to. But if I had to pick one, I would have to go with ASU, I think.
All right, we're getting the ASU run back. Fantastic. Well, so good to hear from you, Overlord. One more time for Luminosity and Overlord. All right, we're going to be taking a look at our bracket now as we are moving on. We are down to just 3 teams left in our tournament.
That's right. Our top 3 seeded teams in championship points are also our top 3 teams at the end of this weekend.
Well, next up, we have Amaterasu versus TTV. It's going to be an amazing match, and we'll be right back after this short break.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser. We're just outside the competition floor of the Pokemon North America International Championship, and I'm here with Gumi in the Play Lab. Gumi, what is the Play Lab?
It's a nice, easy 3-step streamlined process where players can learn of all ages, all experiences, how to play the Pokemon trading card game.
What are those 3 steps?
So we've got Pokécatch, we've got Attach and Attack, and 30 card demo decks, which they all get to take home.
That's exciting. You're holding something as well. What's that?
So this is a little research folder. It's got little baby steps throughout the whole process. They can benchmark with little stickers or keep it all as a souvenir.
So if somebody is just coming to the competition for the first time and they're trying to get involved, this is the place to start?
Oh, absolutely. I highly recommend it. And I love about this is that we have family members of all around, all generations. So I love seeing grandparents play with their grandchildren.
Oh, that's so exciting. If somebody is like, I don't know if I'm going to be good at this, or I don't even know whether I belong here, what encouragement would you give them?
I would say take a first step. You never know what, trying something new can do, and bringing on new experiences can open new doors for further opportunities and grow your community.
I love that. And who knows where it could take you next, all the way maybe to the top here at the Pokemon North America International Championship.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, live from that baseball stadium. No, wait, that's not right. Live from NAIC here in Columbus, Ohio. These are the regional finals for NA, our final stop before Worlds in Yokohama, Japan. Noob Snacks.
I cannot be more excited. We are in the loser. We are doing some work.
We are doing some words without question. We are back on a very special episode of the Pokemon Unite Championship Series because it is our last one before Worlds. These are our losers finals. It is going to decide who is going to be playing against Luminosity. Fun fact, Luminosity sent both of these teams down to the losers bracket. That's going to be TTV and Amaterasu.
Yeah, these are our losers finals. These teams are squaring off to punch their ticket into the grand finals. And let's take a look at these teams right now.
Yeah, TTV obviously having a fantastic run throughout this tournament. Just got dispatched by Luminosity. They were hoping to make it straight through to the grand finals, but they've got another hurdle in front of them if they want to run it back against the champs, and that is going to be Amaterasu.
These two teams are used to scrapping it out. They've played against each other quite a few times, and this is going to be no different, except for the stage factor. So whose nerves are going to be ice cold, and who's going to be ready to deliver a result?
Let me tell you, both of these teams feel like they have a lot to prove. Everyone wants to walk away from this tournament saying that they are the best in North America heading into Worlds, because the best in North America, if you remember from last year, was the best team in the world, one of the biggest regions out there. So what happens here is very important.
It really, really is. And both of these teams, again, are scrapping for that title of best team in North America. It's a great precedent to set and one that they want for themselves.
Take a look at this. We've got our pick and ban phase, our draft phase coming up here. TTV drafting out Zoroark. I mean, I don't mean to say this, but that would have been nice a minute ago.
Yeah, like really, really a lessons learned moment maybe for TTV as they ban out Zoroark. And again, something we would have loved to have seen perhaps in the previous matchup.
Nice big lock in there, taking this Urshifu first pick, taking away a lot of big weapons from Amaterasu right here, but they still have a ton that they are going to be able to throw at TTV as they grab that premier defender, Slowbro. And finally, I wonder if we're going double. We are going double defender, grabbing the Lapras. Two big pickups for Amaterasu.
Great pickups for ASU, getting the two premier defenders, as you mentioned. Zugrug, though, I mean, we saw the Snorlax hover. They are incredibly comfortable on that Pokemon. A9, great. Ender, match made in heaven with that Blissey.
There we go. Blissy's back again. Blissy's back. Tell a friend. But take a look at Hoopa right here. So who is piloting the Hoopa on the side of TTV? It might be Otter, perhaps?
No, so Hoopa's going to go to Ender, Blissy's going to go to Zugrug, and it's going to be like an off-tank type situation, kind of like what we saw last year.
Oh, beautiful stuff from TTV as we have Sableye, the little gentleman, getting locked in from Amaterasu. They've been playing a ton of this Pokemon, and it has been putting them in so many power positions heading late into the game.
The one downfall of Sableye is if you aren't in the lead when you hit the final stages of the game, it's not as impactful in those team fights because it's more of, a havoc creator, not like a damage deliverer, if you will.
Yeah, and not a damage negator either. Blissey with the Bliss assistance right there, able to save a Pokemon on the side of TTV. For instance, this Solar Beam Venusaur, right? Sableye, it has some tools, but it's used in a different way for sure. And of course, now we have Yeet Fan on the Decidueye. They are the Decidueye.
Yeah, we want to talk about greatest hits. That is definitely one for Yeet Fan. I love watching their Decidueye play. These losers finals are 10 seconds away from kicking off, which means you know what we got to do. We got to kick it over ourselves to Zoinks and Chef to bring us through this thing.
Losers finals between Amaterasu and TTV. One of the matches I have been most excited to see since the start of this tournament. These two teams matching up against each other is going to be so interesting.
It is, of course, now our first, and one of the other two top three seeds are going to be playing for the first time in this bracket. Both of them fighting for that rematch up against Luminosity, but only one of them can earn it.
Yeah, and TTV's draft strategy really interesting to me in this game. grabbing that Urshifu first pick, prioritizing that and taking it away from Yeetfan over top of a Lapras pick, which is a huge deal.
It almost seemed like TTV was drafting really well this game, but against Luminosity. That's the way that I'm seeing it, but I love this kind of double support pick. First time that we're seeing it this weekend. I really hope it works out. I mean, I think that the Blissey kind of as an almost off-tank situation is great, but here we go. We didn't get a chance to see this the last time that we saw Amaterasu, but JL going again for this invade, and not going to be able to get that last hit, but of course not going to be deterred.
Yeah, no blue buff there, but I mean, what a good Pokemon to try to chase down and invade. Celestial on this Kubfu is going to be a huge problem if they can't get their levels, and that is going to be JL's #1 task. However, Celestial decides that maybe they can get their levels from actually knocking out JL, but that going away from the speed flux zone there, JL actually is able to create some space as Kubfu slows down when not running down that highlighted blue path. So great little decision making from JL. They do go down to Zugger, but that is a lot of time off the clock for Celestial to only be at 4.
Yeah, look at definitely not going to be getting 5 and back to either of these paths in time for the 850 Altarian Swablu, as they're going to be spawning right now. So we're going to see 3v2 on top and 2v2 on bottom. Well, actually, wait, is it going to be 3 or 4 on top for the side of Amaterasu, trying to run this down? And hey, you know what? I was wrong. Celestial did get that level 5, got there in time, but maybe not quite, as they're going to go down. We're going to be trading a 1-for-1 up here. Oh, maybe a little bit more, actually. That's going to be huge, going down still as a Rowlet.
Ender Hoopa is a powerful thing. Great play there. The call out onto JL as they were escaping, and then of course that final knockout as well. I mean, currently this is going very, very solid for Team TTV. However, Otter may be biting off a little more than they can chew as they head towards the enemy central area. An eject button is not going to get them away from the Icy Wind, and JL chases them down. Otter eventually gets knocked out, and that means Yeetfan is going to evolve into that Dartrix.
All right, that's great, because honestly, it was kind of stuck at that little EXP pre-evolution situation where you just need that one final big last hit or whatever, and it jumped from 4 all the way to 6 there. So that's going to be a huge jump in levels. That's going to really start evening things up, just even that one play. I'm surprised that we did end up seeing the Espeon quite so far out, but here we go, everybody jumping on Nudo. Nudo's going to just barely get out of there, take a little bit of a nap on the gold zone.
Otter actually playing this stored power Espeon this time around. Probably a pretty solid answer to the Sableye. Yeah. That sure hit move, a lot easier to lock down the little gentleman as he tries to escape with your invisibility and of course all those other crazy tactics.
Right, the slow on that move as well is going to be really great. But here we go, just everybody waiting in turn for these final hits. Let's see who gets it. Looks like that may have been, of course, the fact that there's no side shock there means it's a little bit harder, but it still might have gone all the way to Otter. And everybody's getting XP. 4 stacking bottom as we're waiting for this basement Reggie to spawn a great Spirit Shackle into Skull. Zugger was like, whoa, relax, hold on a second. We do have the opportunity to kind of rotate anywhere, as of course we do have Ender on that Hoopa, so the Hyperspace Highway is going to be available, but it looks like nobody on the side of TTV is really prioritizing either of these objectives. Oh, almost stole it with the Egg Bomb. No, wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, we've seen this before. A bit of the remix with Zugrug on that Pokemon, but also kind of a new look for Amaterasu. I know Yeetfan is this iconic pick of Decidueye, but normally when we see Decidueye and Amaterasu, they're not at that 7-minute fight. They are instead in that top path just going for stacks on their Decidueye, but instead that has now become Roland's job in this composition. They are going to be waiting as long as they can until they have the full stacks on Lapras for wicked damage as they try to charge into the enemy and get that Parasong, get the enemy low enough for Spirit Shackle to clean up. Nudo trying to 1v3, but they are able to Amnesia away a lot of this damage. The TTV does close the gap, but now the rest of Amaterasu's here for the fight.
Ooh, yeah, that Unite was used by Otter. That would have been really nice right now, but it's no longer available. The Spirit Shackle connects in a great way. Has to get out of there. Yeah, you got to get way out of there when Spirit Shackle's on board. Yeetfan has pretty much like a 90% hit rate on those as well. And we're going to see Roland try to come in and contest a little bit. Someone's backing up, but it's going to be really hard to steal this last hit on the Regieleki with who's against it.
Yeah, a little bit close there with the Solar Beam, and now Lutano is finally evolved. Verdant Anger available as Ender finds the KO onto Roland, but Celestial goes down thanks to a well-placed Spirit Shackle from Yeetfan. Ender hiding in that tall grass, trying to avoid any damage they can. Lutano engages with the Verdant Anger. Solar Beam trying to follow up. Ender trades, and Trainer also goes down. Yeetfan far out is going to use the knock-knock, but Lutano's going to find one score. They can't get two. Yeetfan trades.
That would have been so many free points right there. They were literally just sitting on the ground next to the goal, but ow, going down as well. going to be Espeon just, I mean, that's been a couple times now. Espeon's gone down in a few unfortunate situations where they're just outnumbered. But Nudo trying to get this 92, and looks like it's going to happen too. Yeah, there's going to be a portal, so you maybe need to run away, but that is going to happen, and as a Slowbro, you're probably going to be okay.
This is one of the best things that you have with the double defender composition like Amaterasu. You can dedicate just one of them to kind of be the front line for your team, and either Nudo or Roland on either side of the map can actually just focus on scoring and, of course, building up their held items for the special attack or even just the attack weight of another character.
And we do see the Koopa down here, but way too, late. Well, I was going to say there's a chance. Okay, yeah. Could have maybe used that Unite right here to try and bring everybody down and get that, but TTV has just really not cared about objectives this game. They're just trying to get their own farm.
Well, they're going against a composition like Amaterasu. They're not too worried about Amaterasu scaling either, but yeah, of course, Lutano wants as much as they could possibly get on that Venusaur. Roland is level 10, has pretty much made this top half their home for the entirety of this game. I don't know if we've seen a single rotation from this Lapras quite yet, but surely they are just buying their time. Be warned, this Pokemon is a huge factor in team fights.
Oh yeah, I mean, we'll probably see a rotation within the next few minutes. Hopefully, ideally, at least to somewhere else without from top. But we are going to see this Regieleki spawn, and finally we're going to see at least 3 members of TTV. Probably going to be more with that Hyperspace Highway. Going to be up here for this Regieleki, but no, yeah, maybe actually not. It looks like we're still going to keep Koopa down below. Great beam there, and that is a huge hunt down at Celestial. Just at least going to scare away Roland.
It doesn't matter what you do. Once you have been targeted by that Ebon Fist, Urshifu will chase you down to the ends of the earth. Celestial following that Glaceon Spear Shackle, not able to steal the Regieleki, and now TTV has a chance to catch up on score lead, but with both Zogrog and Celestial going back to base, except Regieleki doing some work there. Zogrog going to be able to stay up. Now Lutano, we've seen this before. Another Unite move into the Solar Beam. Roland brought down to such low HP, but Yeetfan doing a repeat of the same strategy. It's deja vu here in Thea Sky Ruins as they defend their first tier goal zone with a well-placed knock-knock Unite move.
That was a lot of resources spent. There's now only going to be about 45 seconds left, 40 seconds left even, as we see Lutano get back up. So we're going to have to see that Unite that was just used farmed back pretty quickly if possible. And so that was just a lot to spend to not get anything in that situation. JL as well, going to get that first 40 in, allowing for potentially a gigantic overdunk later in the game, but a great beam!
A great Solar Beam. It's a 10-second respawn timer for JL. They're going to be back in a moment's notice. And this Registeel probably not going to get knocked out from either side, both Zogrog and Nudo, not quite having the damage numbers for a secure. So instead, it's all about positioning. Ender able to break this top tier goal zone, cut off a little bit of the vision of Amaterasu, and of course, open up for a big push from TTV later on. Look at Nudo, though, already earning some space, but Zogrog has full vision. The only Pokemon I don't think TTV knows where they are is Trainer's Glaceon.
Can I note oh wait, hold on, I'll know that later, as we're going to just initiate off the bat. We're going to see Zogrog go down. Blissey no longer a part of this fight. Ender caught out in the middle of everybody as well, popping that Unite at a very last minute, but not going to get too much mileage out of all the extra moves that you get. The slow beam coming out, maybe, no, the slow beam already came out as we're going to see, nice! Oh, there it is on the Urshifu, and the eject button away from the Solar Beam to stay up. Amazing play!
We are basically down to a 2v2. It's Otter and Lutano, and now Zogrog joining in. JL is back in the fight, though. A Unite move with the Blaze Assistance is going to counter that one. That's a cleanse. JL going to have to try to escape to the enemy side. One Spirit Shackle is not going to do a whole lot of damage to those tanky Pokemon, and Zogrog able to completely heal that one out. The knock-knocking, though, is going to be too much damage. Otter eject buttons away, and the reset's good. All of a sudden, the Spirit Shackle finds purchase, and they're down. Lutano hits the beam. They get the Rayquaza. TTV now has a chance to come back in this match.
Oh, but look at this, 42 points in the pocket of JL, going for the counter score. They've already got over a 300-point lead with this, 350. How much can TTV score? We see a couple of members with that shield, still 3 down here on bottom. Celestial is going to go in, take out the Slowbro immediately. Roland, the only one left to defend, maybe, but that might be a little bit of overcommitment. That Sabor goes in, 2 members with the shield.
What a moment there. They gambled there. If Lutano Lutano wasn't able to score. They didn't have a shield, but they knew they wanted to save their shields until the second tier push. Yifan's going to try to make quick work of those, though, as Celestial actually tries to take an aggressive approach with that wicked blow. Verdant Anchor for Lutano finds one. Yifan is down, and TTV is looking for more scores if they can find him. Trainer also gone. Otter lands a huge Psychic Solaire, and TTV are got 2 more KOs, but the reinforcements are here for Amaterasu. Unite move on to Lutano. Everyone else just trying to score as Skull stops one, but Ender scores as well.
Oh, 4 seconds left. Can you get in any points? There's a few more. I don't know if it's gonna be enough, though. The Unite comes out, and this is all down to all the points scored at the end. Let's see the score.
Is Amaterasu's early game lead enough to hold on? And it is! Amaterasu takes game number 1 after an incredible early game effort to have a gigantic lead in that final stretch.
And boy, did they have a lead. I have to point out as well that this was a over 300-point lead. They had 350 points by only taking out the first tier 1s. I don't know if I've ever seen that efficient of scoring, being able to deal with both overdunks and, of course, maximum scoring, leaving the tier 2s up. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from Amaterasu.
What a game, but let's take a break from being the numbers, folks, and send it over to our 2 analysts. Sprinkles and Doop Snacks break that one down.
What are numbers?
Oh, I think that one, for me, that one was like, oh no!
And that's how we would have cast it too, which is ridiculous.
That's what we would have done.
It was mentioned by Chef. Amaterasu, the most efficient scoring I think we've seen all weekend, with how many points they were getting into different goal zones before they were breaking them. And that ultimately was just enough to eke out that amazing final moment push by TTV.
Yeah, incredible stuff from TTV there at the end. You know, we saw Lutano inside that Rayquaza pit just trying to rip it down. But even though they got it, the score lead was too much. The backcapping from the Sableye, what a fight right here. I mean, take a look at these numbers. 103,000 from Yeet fans to Sidgewai.
Yeah, and on the cross shot here, we got Otter and Lutano, 85K apiece. And we really saw that come to fruition in the final moments as they're making that push. Fortunately for ASU, they're able to hold on, but just barely.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredible fight. ASU somehow keeping it close enough there, even though the Rayquaza went the other way. We're going to take a look at some of the big moments of that match right here. All of them possibly in the last 2 minutes, but there were so many others throughout this match. Most of it was the Amaterasu show.
Yeah, especially in the first, 8 minutes? It was definitely, they were in charge here. Just getting efficient scoring in over and over and over again. We see the Verdant Anger doesn't quite land true. We back up. Yeet Fan lines up, has a sliver of HP, uses Knock Knock Arrow, and starts shredding through this TTV team. They get some points, and ultimately they get a big KO, and that goal zone stands.
And here we go. These are these final 2 minutes right here. Big Glacier. You know, they catch Blissey super early, and that puts them in a great position right here. Hoopa having to unite just to stay inside the fight, but another arrow lands. Nice unite move from Lutano as they push forward right here. And this fight just gets insane. I thought for sure Slowbro was going down. Eject button into a slow beam, and then somehow Urshifu goes down instead.
Yeah, it was a great pickup. And then we have the Knock Knock Arrow that quite can't reach Lutano as they're lining up. They're sitting in the middle, and they're trying to eye up this solar beam and actually reposition to do a ton of damage on top of Roland as well. And now we know it was a scramble to score. Amaterasu doing a great job breaking shields.
Yeah, Amaterasu just felt like they were very intelligently moving through the roster of TTV, breaking every single shield that they could while TTV pushed forward, trying to score right here. They had 4 shields right when it started, but Amaterasu, I think, broke 3 of them before they even got to put points inside this match. So an incredible fight in the end, and then 2 landing on that goal zone to stop TTV from being able to put enough points on the board. TTV needed to score a lot to come back in this. It was close, but Amaterasu would not let it happen.
They would not let it happen and all that. I mean, they had a great performance there. Of course, when everything's going sideways, specifically for Amaterasu, they didn't want to lose sight of what was going on. They managed to hold on just. And we take a look here. Yeet Fan, 103K damage. You can give them the nod for that.
Beautiful stuff from Yeet Fan. I mean, this is the Decidueye player. This is the person who popularized this Pokemon. You see it competitively because of Yeet, and it's just so amazing to see them play this Pokemon, outranging everything, breaking big shields, picking up amazing KOs.
Yeah, it did a great job. Like you mentioned, breaking shields from long range was pivotal in that final Rayquaza fight, or excuse me, after the Rayquaza fight was won by TTV to make sure that this thing doesn't slide in between their fingers. Amaterasu is one game away from making our grand finals here.
And obviously, they really want to get back to fighting LG. They have a lot to prove right here. They want to show that they're #1. There's a reason they have the most championship points, and that's because they're the best team in North America. But they got to get through TTV.
They sure do, and TTV looking to bounce back. You know, known to lose that first one, but then win 2 on the hop. TTV did it a couple times this weekend, and they're going to look to repeat that magic right now. Starting up, though, looks like ASU does not want Otter on this Mew, and Roland just throwing up a Greedent, because why not?
Yeah, just having a little fun with that Greedent. I don't think you could ban out Greedent, realistically. I think you'd be put in jail at this point.
Perhaps, Spraggles, perhaps.
I don't know the laws in every jurisdiction, but I would wager that you could at least get a fine for something like that, as they lock in Lapras as a first pick on the side of Amaterasu, which does lead TTV open to grab this Zoroark here. I was thinking, you know, they don't ban it out. Maybe we're going to see them steal it away, and they do, and they still want that Blissey. It looks like a very powerful pick.
Yeah, on this TTV squad specifically, it flux very well between Zugrug, who we just saw last game, and Ender, who usually plays in the support role. So it keeps their options diverse, doesn't overcommit to anything, while simultaneously giving them a quality Pokemon.
And here we have Yeet Fan locking in that Urshifu and Zoroark. I mean, just such incredible Pokemon. Most teams are trying to pick up one, if not both of these, as we've seen from a lot of the squads today. Trainer picking up the Glaceon right here. Zugrug locking in that Snorlax, and it looks like Otter is going to be playing the bird.
Yeah, again, that range is incredibly important, and if you can get the correct amount of spacing and keep the other team off of them, I mean, it can take over a game. It can absolutely take over a game. We saw Yeet Fan do it at least for 8 minutes.
Here we go. We've got Roland locking in this Espeon, and then Nudo locking in this Sableye. Obviously, they're going to move some of these around right here. As Lutano, the final pick here for TTV. We're going to see what they want to bring into this match. Hovering Blastoise right now.
Hovering Blastoise indeed. I think I'm more surprised that we're not seeing a Hoopa in the mix here. That is an incredibly strong Pokemon. Lutano says, you know, give me the Kanto starter. I want the Blastoise.
I think I saw Otter say, let him cook. I think everyone on TTV was honestly deciding what to do there. I truly believe he said, let him cook.
Well, that's certainly what they said when they selected Goodra in this position. But pivoting to another defender that's going to most likely be in the hands of Lutano here, as they have that green check mark on.
Here we go. Game number 2 coming up right now between Amaterasu and TTV. One more win for Amaterasu. They're heading back to the grand finals. They are going to face off against LG, the team that sent them down here. But they've got one more run against TTV to make that happen. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away.
Amaterasu well on their way to maybe one of the craziest losers bracket run that I have seen in any competitive game ever, but Pokemon Unite specifically.
What a story that would be if it happened. But, of course, we have not seen the end of TTV yet. They have been fighting tooth and nail to stay in it so far. An unbelievable team with an unbelievable amount of resilience and a very interesting draft, if we're just going to talk about this really quick.
Absolutely.
Have you ever seen Otter on the bird?
Yes, quite a bit.
Really?
Yeah, he is a very, very solid Decidueye player. Give Otter some range, and they're going to make a lot to work with. They are a big fan of this pick. Now, what I am really surprised about, of course, is that the Urshifu was not EZB's game counter plan this time around. They didn't want to grab that one in their first couple of picks, instead giving that back to Yeet Fan. So now Otter going to go over towards this Decidueye, try to shred some of that defense with the Shadow Sneak, and really capitalize with the Spirit Shock.
right? And of course, this kind of double combo of the Decidueye and the Zoroark can make it so unsafe for anybody in the back line here. But all right, we're going to see Ender running around, trying to create a little bit of chaos in here. Not the support that we expected to see kind of go into the enemy central area.
Great little micro play there by the side of Amaterasu to actually bring that Escavalier towards their side, so you know when its dash happens. So they actually made sure that baited away from the side of Ender, who of course is only a melee Pokemon who needs to be within close range to knock out that wild Pokemon.
That's right, we're actually seeing a support versus support fight very far on the side of Amaterasu. That's how the fight's going to go as well. Hold on, Ender staying alive for quite a bit right there. But that was a very far invade, so we are going to see a little bit more EXP for JL side.
Sometimes getting knocked out's a whole lot faster than running all the way back home. I will say that. Lutano having to Skull Bash away from that little engagement, but Celestial getting quite a bit of the experience on that Zoroark, which obviously we have seen go to work so far today and how powerful that can be. Nudo on a bit of a path change though, actually hanging out here in the bottom path, trying to get some stacks, the same strategy employs, but instead trying to create a bit of chaos in the bottom path. Sorry, no, not Roland, Nudo playing that Lapras this time around.
Oh, they're just trying to confuse us, but whoa, down goes the Zoroark, trying to get maybe a little bit of score in there, but Nudo also low as well, so Amaterasu, a little bit of a scary spot down on the bottom, but doing quite well up top, as Ender still stuck as this Chansey.
Yeah, wow, what a powerful early game for the side of Amaterasu, putting that goal zone down to about perfect HP, brought down to only 2, so whenever someone scores, it's going to be a pretty large overdunk, most likely. JL able to stun Celestial long enough to escape as that final dash actually hits Trainer for Celestial, and now they're caught out as Yeetfan finds that final hit. The rest of TTV is able to earn some experience within that middle area. Those Swablu's Alterias that joined the battle at 8 minutes are a great source, so good call, good rotation from them, but Celestial going down is concerning.
Yeah, and Celestial's gone down quite a few times so far, but here we go, we're seeing the Perish Song come out again, and then In's going to get the pick, and the Decidueye on the side of Otter is going down. They're going to be able to potentially control all of these Altaria and Swablu. There's a little bit of a challenge here now that we've got 4 stacking on the bottom for TTV, both waiting for one member to come down, and that Regieleki is going to be a little bit lonely up in the top lane as a lot of members are going to pre-position here for the basement Reggie.
And look for a big engage by Zugrug to really follow up on a Spirit Shackle from Otter. Zugrug trying to wait in the wings around the Regirock. I don't know if they knew where Nudo was, but Nudo actually charging the goal zone instead. Ender and Zugrug are split focus, so Ender tries to push towards the Regirock. A day late there on the Egg Bomb as Yeetfan secures that major objective. Ender's down, but Amaterasu ain't done. They're pushing even farther forward.
A huge triple hit on that Spirit Shackle, but you got to be careful. Otter, oh, barely getting away from that side shot. Going to stay up and actually has the chance to counter there. Wow, an inch away from the side shot, hitting from maximum range. You cannot outrange that Decidueye, but you can maybe Perish Song it, maybe not.
Yeah, no, Otter actually able to escape yet again. Ender with some clutch soft-boiled healing there. And now Otter is able to stay up and running. And TTV with a bit of some comeback knockouts. However, Amaterasu, you know if they're not directly in front of you, they are scoring in your goal zones on the other side of the map. So Amaterasu holding on to a lead, but TTV having a good breath of fresh air here at the 6-minute mark.
That's right, TTV now going to have the first level 10 in the game and 2 other Pokemon on level 9, so their big power spikes all being very, very strong for whatever fight comes next. Looks like it may be this Regieleki. Let's see how much Amaterasu decides to commit to try and take this. Trainer is going to jump on Ender. Ender's going down a lot currently, but for the sake of getting so much EXP for the rest of the team, and that's going to be a wicked blow with a wicked confirm, and now Otter's in trouble. The Unite's going to clean that one up for sure.
Yeah, that might as well be a KO button on the side of Yeetfan. When it's aimed at the Decidueye, that Yvonne Fist basically secures one no matter what. However, Lutano trying to find value on the other side, but a very clever eject button by JL is going to completely escape Lutano's KO grasp. They're going to attempt to score, but wow! Otter finds the Unite move from downtown to get a pretty huge knockout. Takes their buff back. I do not want that stolen, no thank you. And Zugrug tries to rush away from Nudo.
It was simply a buff delivery service.
True.
You're like, thank you very very much. I didn't want to walk all the way over there. I'm a ranged carry. I don't want to deal with that.
Exactly.
So I appreciate that and a little bit of the extra XP. But here we go. Coming down 3 seconds left for the base of Reggie.
Yeah, Zogrug hanging out in that pool party Snorlax. I mean, Zogrug has never worn another Hollow. Well, that's not quite true. They wore a different Hollowware on Snorlax one time. They lost that game, and they have never wore another Hollowware on Snorlax in tournaments since the beginning of this game. Zogrug committed to the pool party.
All right, Nudo taking a little bit of damage, but just going to be able to get out of there. It looks like TTV's backing up. They do not want JL doing anything sneaky behind them, and so they're simply going to take them out. And now the forward positioning is for TTV. They do have their Blastoise still up in the top path, though.
What's positioning when you can just Lapras Express Yeetfan to wherever they need to go? Actually doesn't take the ride too long, though, as Celestial goes for a big engage. Knockout from Zogrug is beginning with Power Nap, but it's just Nudo being hit by that one. Celestial does a lot of damage, but they're trying to escape. They're not going to find it as Yeetfan hits him sky high. Otter's able to trade, but a Sableye Unite or is sending Otter the other way, all the way back to base. Now Regirock almost at that knockout point. The secure is there for Roland, and Amaterasu secures that Regirock. Amazing Unite move by JL.
That was the most important Pokemon to send back. Not able to get back in time to help with that secure, but TTV's like, you know what, if we can't take Regirock, we're still going to push. We might get a few KOs here, maybe not actually. They decided to back up a little bit. Zogrug's going to check out, see if it's worth pushing. There is some EXP in the middle. It looks like that's a little bit too juicy for Otter to pass up, along with the fact that we have had Lutano honestly just kind of solo farming top this entire time.
Yeah, which is a great place for them. They are sitting at level 12, and a level 13 Blastoise really is such a problem that Amaterasu does not want to deal with. I mean, the story of the bottom path has just been these two defenders staring at each other the entire matchup. It's been a very slow roll, but either team just wants to take a scoring opportunity if it prevents itself. It's like, no, you rotate, no, I'm going to rotate, and then we have the old standoff.
All right, well, this is 3 minutes left, 1 minute to Rayquaza, and one objective up. We do see Amaterasu, the only ones that are currently at, there, but JL going down again. Not a huge surprise. We have seen JL going in pretty deep this game. Yeetfan was not actually starting that Regirock. He may have been able to solo in time, but wanted to hold on as long as possible to get greater effect. But now Yeetfan's the one that maybe is a little bit caught out. Gonna have to back up. Great usage of mobility. The Spirit Shackle doesn't connect.
I mean, great call by Lutano there. They knew they weren't actually going to find the knockout, but they knew they had to launch into that bush, otherwise Celestial was going to be knocked out. They had vision, they knew Yeetfan what they were looking for, so Lutano had to make the executive decision to go and spin Stoice into that tall grass.
All right, well, without a doubt, this is an advantage in levels, in points, and the final Regieleki going to TTV with only 10 seconds left. That's just going to go straight in, so just a little bit more of a point lead overall. It doesn't look like anybody's going to be trying to follow that up. Amaterasu being a little bit careful that doesn't happen, but it's going to come down to Rayquaza.
Urshifu making that bit too much of a risk. Trainer immediately starting to hit that Rayquaza as JL engages all the way up to Celestial, trying to bait them into that team fight, but JL pays for it. They go down immediately. That Bliss assistance across the map from goes on to Lutano, who is still holding on to that Hydro Typhoon. Zogrug blocking out Yeetfan for this engagement entirely is allowing Celestial to just 1v1 the Rayquaza instead of having to worry about the Yeetfan Unite move.
Yeah, Otter's doing a ton of damage to this Rayquaza. It's going to be a flip, and the final hit's going to Celestial. That's already a lead that's going to build up even more. 2 members already down from Amaterasu. Nudo's going up there trying to break some shields, but this bottom path, there is no stopping the scoring. At least this one, at least one more undoubtedly here, and that is going to be a gigantic lead with several members of Amaterasu still down.
TTV don't want to go home yet as they secure their major objective and now have a gigantic lead for the final minute. Amaterasu definitely put into a tough spot, and what a great call out in that final fight. Yeetfan kept out all the way out of that middle area by Zogrug initially, and then as soon as they made their way to the Rayquaza pit, it was a shutdown the other direction. What a stop there from TTV. Amaterasu going to look for some scoring opportunities in our final moments, but this lead is gigantic.
That's right. They would need almost their entire team to score. There's still 40 seconds left. There's a chance for something. Roland's going to try to score here, but the problem is that was only 54 points, and it broke that gold zone, so they're still going to need 300 more. And, of course, with 1 member down already of Amaterasu, now 2 members down, they're going to need a whole lot more. Everybody would need to score a maximum 50 points to make this happen. And with 15 seconds left, that's looking out of the question. So TTV, we've seen it before. We've seen it again. They lose their first match. Maybe that's the strategy, but they're coming back into this set as strong as possible, and we're heading to a game number 3 to see who makes it to grand finals.
What a bounce back from Team TTV. Also, someone check out Lutano. Pretty sure they signed a contract to never play the same Pokemon 2 games in a row, because we're seeing a new look every single game, but I personally loved that Blastoise. I guess we'll have to see what our analysts thought about it as we throw over to them.
It looked good. Zoinks is how that thing looked. TTV, again, take an L in the first game, but you get 2 more. And they did some work there in the second one. Celestial Zoroark was doing pretty good too.
Absolutely. This is the story of a team who loses the first one, then possibly wins the whole thing. As we can see here, this was an incredibly close match, but a wonderful fight at the end there from TTV puts them ahead.
Puts them ahead indeed. Again, secured by a Celestial on that Zoroark, able to confirm, get all those points in, and they really took a convincing team fight with this composition.
Yeah, you know, I'm wondering if they're starting to figure out what's going on with this whole Zoroark thing that everybody keeps talking about here, because it was pretty big. As we take a look at our numbers right here, as you can see, not a ton of fighting across the board, no huge damage numbers from either side, as there weren't a ton of massive engagements throughout this match.
Exactly. They're entirely calculated is TTV. And you said they finally figured out the Zoroark. You know what I think they finally figured out? Taking that pedestal, putting Rayquaza right on it, and finally taking that objective. We've seen them do it 2 straight games, and it feels good.
This is an incredible graphic job from everyone in the booth. Oh!
It's real.
It's real.
And actually, it looks good. It looks good. This is nice.
It looks incredible. What can we do with just a little pedestal? It's kind of unbelievable, isn't it?
We can't stand on it. I tried. Rolled my ankle very badly.
Snap it in half. That would be unfortunate for sure. It's a tiny, teeny little pedestal right here as we're heading into a game number 3 between these 2 teams. And obviously, we need to take a look at some of the highlights of this last match to see how we got here.
How we got here is, well, TTV put Rayquaza on a pedestal and took it, but there's a lot of stuff that happened before that, and some pretty good exchanges. This game was close.
Yeah, this game was incredibly close throughout, you know, almost the entire thing, right up until the end right here. I remember seeing that Psyshock just barely missing Otter here as Otter moves back in to continue fighting. Really impressive stuff.
Impressive stuff is an understatement. I do like the return of this Perish song Lapras as well to really play forward. Of course, now we're seeing, you know, get put in a blender right there. But I just wanted to highlight that because we've seen, you know, like Water Pulse out of Zugrug, for example. So just wanted to, you know, put a little notch on that one.
Yeah, nice big Unite move. And, you know, we were talking about, we heard Zoinks and Wonder Chef mention this. The Blastoise pick felt like a very solid choice for this team. And here we can see, you know, TTV, they already had the points on the board as they're, you know, just making their defense happen right here.
Yeah, and a great way to have that defense happen is by using a defender in an offensive role and just being able to just grip and rip and spin towards the other team and melt down those HP bars.
Yeah, and now these 2 teams are in a very interesting spot as they are 1-1, 1 game away from both of them heading to the grand finals. This changes a lot because obviously they want to be our champions. This changes a lot from them monetarily because the money goes up when you make it up to those grand finals. They need this right here. TTV right back in this thing. Player of the game, Zugrug on the Snorlax.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the way that they open up the opportunities for the, you know, Celestial, for example, to come through with the Zoroark and close out on KOs. So I'm glad they got the nod, a little defender love. I can appreciate that. We're showing Zugrug right now, but I don't know if you saw that little clip. That was what we like to call a Hyper Supreme Lutano pop-off. He clapped 3 times.
He clapped 3 times?
Clapped 3 times.
That's a huge spot. From a player like Lutano, you know, ice water in the veins right there, that's massive.
It was a huge pop-up. I was shocked that we actually captured it. We never see moments like that.
It's possible that we'll be able to see that pop-off in slow motion, but also it may be too intense for some viewers. So I would warn you, if you have children, possibly shield their eyes if we do have that moment right there, because again, it's one of the biggest pop-offs you'll ever see from Lutano.
Each shockwave from one of those claps collapsed the chest somewhere without a doubt. Just incredibly powerful is Lutano's pop-off clap, which we just witnessed in real time.
I thought something was wrong structurally where we are. we felt it inside this room as we're getting ready to head into our draft right here. The final draft between these two teams, Amaterasu, TTV. You know, they've been battling back and forth all year at this point. One of them's going to settle it right now in Game 3.
Game 3 is exactly what you asked for. Game 3, losers finals. This is for their ticket to the grand finals again. Amaterasu, they think they still have something to prove, only winning one event throughout this UCS season, but being the most consistent finishers amongst the top teams. TTV on the other side, they got their big win at AOS Cup, and they want to really just cement themselves as the money match winners out here and take down the regional finals.
Let's see where TTV wants to go with this first pick right here. It looks like it might be locking in that Lapras, very powerful defender on the side of TTV, as Amaterasu now has Zoroark available, but also so many amazing choices. They get Trainer on Zoroark. This could be mean.
This could be mean indeed. We talked about Overlord Zoroark over and over and over again, but Trainer's no slouch on that thing either. They have to be happy that they get to lock that in.
Ooh, and the Blissey to follow it up and keep it healthy. This is going to be tough for TTV to deal with. Let's see how they want to respond to this right here. Obviously, Hoopa is still available. We'll see if they want to bring that out. Otter locking in the Alolan Ninetales. And now Ender hovering that Eldegoss.
Yeah, Otter on this Alolan Ninetales. Oh, getting the Dodrio. Lutano can put in a lot of work on that Dodrio specifically. Otter on the A9. Again, we mentioned it yesterday. This is a Pokemon that they favored before the buffs. And now that this got turned up to 11, it is a great pick for that player.
What a mean-looking pick on the side of Amaterasu. They now have Urshifu and Zoroark, as well as the little gentleman, Sableye, joining them. Just a lot that they're going to have to deal with for TTV is they may be locking in this Comfey. And let's see what we have for our final pick. I'm sorry. Okay, let's go. Scissor.
Listen, I don't know what recipe book TTV's cooking out of, but send me a copy because I need to figure some of this stuff out. They have been just throwing, again, everything at the wall to see what will stick, and they are quite literally going through the list and going, well, we haven't done this yet. Launch it.
Here we go. That's not normally the sound when somebody launches it, just so everyone at home is clear. That's not it's not the technical launching sound effect.
Production, can you get a different sound effect for me next time?
Yeah, figure it out, production. That was really unprofessional as far as production is concerned. And we have Roland locking in that Venusaur right here. You know, they have a lot of attackers on the side of Amaterasu, a lot of attack-based Pokemon. That may be why we are seeing Celestial on that Scissor, but it also, of course, could be that Scyther to dive in and try to pick up big KOs. We're going to have to see what it turns into or doesn't inside of this match here in just a moment, as these two teams are getting ready to square off for the last time. TTV, Amaterasu, Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away.
Amaterasu hasn't won a tournament since March, and TTV hasn't won a tournament since AOS Cup, and now one game separates both of them from having the chance. Losers finals, Game 3. Wonder Chef, it doesn't get better than this.
It doesn't get better than this, especially with what a spicy draft that was. Both sides with some really cool stuff. We actually surprisingly haven't seen Dodrio for a little bit today. I mean, we saw it a decent amount yesterday. Of course, we expect to see a decent amount of Dodrio, but now it's coming out in a clutch moment here, as this is the deciding match to decide who makes it back to grand finals.
If I was just looking at the draft on the side of Amaterasu, I'd definitely be questioning, well, where is their ranged attack damage? What kind of capitalizations will Trainer be able to find? Well, if you look at TTV's side, I don't think Amaterasu is going to have to worry about the range. TTV is going to be on their way to them. I think Amaterasu's just got to wait, and TTV will be showing up in melee range constantly.
Oh yeah, I expect this to be a brawl of a match one way or another, because if you want to contest things, you're in attack range. That's just how it's going to be.
Oh yeah, we are going to be up in each other's face, which actually will benefit the Alolan Ninetales selection on the side of TTV quite well. Heatfan taking a lot of damage early, but yet another stack goes in. So yes, the knockout's there, but you got to pay the price for the attack weight stacks.
Yeah, if one more attack had landed right there, that would have actually been pretty huge, because the stack would not have gone in. It would have been a huge huge delay. So a great risk that did pay off. Even if you're getting KO'd, you just really want those stacks. I'm also really excited to see, it looks like we may be sticking with the Scyther. Yeah, we are going to be sticking with the Scyther. An interesting choice. Going to be very hard to land some of these attacks on how quick of a composition Amaterasu has.
It's going to be a lot of team fights, but folks, they're going to be quick. We're going to see a lot of damage really fast, and these teams are going to blaze after each other. JL just playing interference there as both Yeet Fan and Trainer are able to get so much of that experience. Great support play by JL in that engagement.
And we are going to see a pretty heavy push up top from Amaterasu going down. Oh my gosh. JL is going to get some points in. And we're going to currently see just a sad Doduo, not a Dodrio quite yet from the side of Lutano, trying to get as much defense here as possible. But I don't know how much you can do here. They're all pretty low. There could be a cleanup. There's going to be at least Inder here. The damage added is not going to be huge. 1 KO though for Lutano. Can there be any more? An amazing dodge there on the strike. And this might be enough, especially with Inder jumping off to help get this confirmed. Lutano's building a ton of experience from that exchange.
It took them a long time to get to the Dodrio, but once they finally did, that pop-off is there, and great supportive play by Inder's Konfei to start shutting that down. However, Amaterasu's early threats have already had some presence in Yeet Fan and Trainer, but we cannot ignore the late game threat of Nudo's Venusaur. That is going to be Amaterasu's ace in the hole in our final moments, but it is going to take, well, let's call it a hot minute until we get to that point.
I mean, I'm so excited to see how the end game of this plays out because Lutano has been popping off this tournament, and Lutano on the Dodrio with the Konfei is huge. Ooh, Otter, okay, actually, almost turning things around here. We just have to see the little double Alola Ninetales visual right there. It's always a little confusing, but of course that's going to be Zorak just hiding as somebody else.
It's only us confused, I think. It's always just us casters. Well, Yeet Fan trying to find the KO on the Celestial, not able to do so. Trainer looking to take a little bit of vengeance, but they are shut down by Lutano. What a chase from the Dodrio, and Celestial is able to knock out JL. Yeet Fan trying to get at least one engagement, but Inder is going to stop that. What a support.
Wow, down to the perfect timing. There's a reason as well that once upon a time we got to see the Konfei and Dodrio combo as one of the scariest in the game, and it is still going to be scary when you've got two of the best at the rolls on those two Pokemon.
The top path has been the strongest moment for Amaterasu this entire tournament long, and TTV completely flipping that script in this game, shutting them down at every turn, and now they're rotating down to Registeel in a good position as well.
All right, Celestial's the only one on this Registeel. We'll see how this Scyther works out as well. We're still not quite at Venusaur, still an Ivysaur for Nudo. Needs just that little extra level. Not quite going to get there unless it's a KO, but here we go. Trainer going in. Zugrock getting so low. There's already a KO now as well. Celestial went down immediately to the damage of that Zoroark. JL not quite going to get that score in, as that looked like that was a try attack. Yep.
Yeah, Lutano playing that try attack, going to be trying to space away from these melee damage dealers as much as they possibly can. Also a decent matchup into the Blissey on the other side. Yeet Fan trying to bait TTV into a late game score, and then of course that Unite move is ready for Urshifu. That a wonderful 1v1 Unite move that can really shut down a single target.
Single targets are going to be huge here, especially if that single target does end up having a Konfei on it. But here we go. Lutano trying to take the 1v2. Well, technically a 2v2, of course, with the Konfei is there. But definitely did a great job of that. Forced both members of Amaterasu to retreat. And now there's going to be a big push onto this bottom tier 1.
Yeah, this Konfei has been so huge with Celestial with a huge engage of far Scyther dive. Creates a big knockout. Lots of scores going in for Team TTV. Yes, Regieleki has been secured by Amaterasu with the top path, but Lutano and Inder are still here for this fight. Yes, the Konfei lands, it heals, and we're going to be able to rush back to base.
The greatest skill of any Konfei is when you pop off, when you jump back on people, and making sure you don't mess it up. Wow, okay, instant one-hit KO, one combo. Oh my gosh, instant from Yeet Fan. I like that. And now, of course, there's the Regieleki in this goal. Yeet Fan trying to get that third 9 and is going to make it happen. May pay the price for it, but no, Celestial actually chilling a little bit. Okay, yeah, it did get caught finally in that tall grass. Did a ton of damage, actually, though, in return.
Yeah, it'll take some time, but that is going to force TTV to have to play this a little bit safer, and JL can maybe earn some more information and some space because of Yeetfan on the way out, dealing so much damage. TTV able to get a lot bigger of an overdump in that top path than Amaterasu was when that Regieleki hit. So TTV still holding on to that points lead. Amaterasu uncharacteristically down by just a few points here at the 4-minute mark.
Right, the fact that they're down with JL playing that Sableye is going to be actually really tough for them. Regardless, though, things are very close over the course of this game. This Regirock may push the XP lead slightly one direction or the other, but Lutano is so far in there. My goodness, absolutely diving, making sure that Roland does not have a chance. Actually has used the Blitz Assistance to save themselves, if that's even going to happen. But in the meantime, everybody from Amaterasu is on that Regi, and they are going to be able to take that pretty easily, getting the pick as well in the A9, and now one more. Lutano went very deep, but now has to try to play cleanup.
Yeah, they weren't able to support the other 2v2 fight that was happening, and Nudo definitely winning that engage. Yeetfan coming alive as well. 2 knockouts for them, and now Nudo is trying to get away from Celestial. They did get both Citrus Berries, but that might just buy them a little bit of time. Yeetfan and Nudo trying to combine. Celestial dodging one ability, that double slash goes into Venusaur, but they don't have the HP to continue this defense. Amaterasu is now in the score lead.
Oh, someone came down with the Unite, and actually we saw Yeetfan jump over it by dunking and making sure that that didn't hit. That would have confirmed a KO for sure, but the invincibility looked so perfect right there. Landed instead into a full HP Venusaur and wasn't able to get the mileage they wanted. Hilarious.
I've heard of dunking on him, but dunking over top of a wave crash from a Lapras looks even better. TTV really need this Regieleki. If they do not, it's going to be going all the way towards their home goal zone. Trainer trying to play interference, but now it's Nudo's turn up next. They've already found Otter in this backline. Zugrog and Lutano trying to play defense around them. Nudo has to retreat, but Trainer's there for the damage, and so is Yeetfan. Celestial in the backline finds JL, but Trainer and Celestial are dashing back and forth in this 1v1, and in the end, no one can get knocked out there. Lutano gets that knockout as Yeetfan goes down, and TTV coming away with a win in that engagement.
That's right, but I don't know if they're going to be able to take this Regieleki. There's just a lot of potential pressure. They don't know exactly who's going to be there. They're sitting here probably just trying to make sure that nobody else takes it. Nobody's trying to sneakily get it, but whoa, what a random chance encounter right in the middle of that path as Jail's getting caught up. The Unite comes out. They're down at the 2-minute mark. That's gigantic.
This is a huge problem. 10 seconds away. Nudo can change things around, and they have Roland's Blitz assistance to land on that Venusaur, a near unknockoutable Pokemon while in that state. Triple trample from the Dodrio chases them all the way down to the other side, but Yeetfan responds with their own Unite move. They'll still no one knocked out there. Zugrog going to use their Unite to try to counter this Blitz assistance Venusaur, who still has the Verdant Anger. Nudo has not pulled that trigger yet.
Oh, look at this. Zugrug is trying to challenge, but just it's AoE damage. If they're trying to fight here next to Ray, it's inevitably going to take down Ray between the Venusaur and Zugrug. This Ray is getting low. This is going to end up on a flip. We don't have Giant Secure here quite yet. Celestial getting back into the fight, but we're going to see the Wicked Blow. But no, it was the Scyther in the end to take it over the Wicked Blow. TTV, they just need to score a little bit. They're down by less than 100 points. We don't see much of a counter score on the side of Amaterasu. What can they make in time? What can they hold with this shield? Yeetfan is here to try and stop Lutano. The shield is broken.
2 members of Amaterasu pull up a great defense around that point, but the shield is broken, but not on the Konfei. Inder still had the shield, and now TTV has the lead. Amaterasu has 50 seconds, and they have scoring options. JL only has 7 points in pocket. If they score, they'll get 14, which will give them the lead. That's such quick math.
This is as close as it can get with 30 seconds left on the clock. 10 points of difference. Amaterasu pushing their way across the map. They know they need points. They're going to get some in here. Otter's going to try to stop as much as possible, but the lead going back to Amaterasu in a heavy way. Back to TTV. Well, the points are going in. There's still a ton in the pocket of Amaterasu. Can this defense hold? 15 seconds left.
Amaterasu needs some knockouts, and Nudo starts it off. JL with more scores. 341. They need to climb this gap, but TTV putting up a defense. Zugrog trying. Inder scoring more on the other side. There's 5 seconds left, and the scores keep raining in. A KO streak of 3 for Zugrog as Lutano grabs one as well. We gotta wait for these final moments to see where this one lies.
This is so close. Nobody knows who's gonna win.
It's TTV! TTV by a fraction of a lead. They move on. TTV with the late game heroics. They're going to grand finals. TTV are back.
4 points. That's all it took. The minuscule ends and gets what? A match!
When you are going in a score race against Sableye, Dodrio is exactly who I want to be going the other direction. What a battle back and forth between the two. Amaterasu are knocked out of our tournament at 3rd place, and TTV is moving on.
I just can't believe what we won. I just simply, literally cannot believe it. That was the closest match I maybe have ever seen. It came down to scores, multiple scores on both sides. This has been just, I mean, it was just chaotic. It was chaos. It was so smart on both sides. It wasn't one of those games that was close because people were making mistakes. It was a game that was close and chaotic at the end because people were making smart choices. They were making the right choices. And I just love to see that very well earned.
Absolutely. Macro decisions, micro team fights. That final game really had it all. Trainer Zoroark versus Celestial Scyther is going to go down as one of my favorite 1v1s in a match that I have ever seen. And look at this. No love lost between these top competitors. I mean, at this point, they are kind of going to be teammates. They are both representing North America at the World Championships later this year. But TTV moving on. Amaterasu out at 3rd after a legendary run in our tournament.
Absolutely. Going down to the losers bracket in round 1, winning their way all the way through the losers bracket to make it into the top 3, but that's where they stand as we now know our 2 grand finalists. But let's take a look here at how this match played out. Look at the final line. Look at that final line of the graph, the minuscule back and forth. That's how close this game was in Game 3 of Losers Finals.
That score graph is my heartbeat. That score graph is my heartbeat. What a game. And look at the decisions from both of these teams. If there was ever a roster to try to counter the scoring strategy of Amaterasu, it is the defensive experts of TTV to shut that down. Lutano with so many counter scores in that game. And of course, Inder on that Comfey worked out perfectly to make that happen in tandem. Trainer with 79,000. Nudo with an 87,000 damage game and 34,000 recovery to boot.
But we cannot not talk about the fact that the whole reason why that comeback was able to happen was that Inder stayed with the shield attached to another Pokemon and then was able to pop off when it was safe and get that huge score in to make it within a 4-point difference in the end.
Yeah, that Rayquaza shield does not go off of Comfey until they are detracted and you're actually targeting that specific Pokemon with your damage. Incredible work by Inder, and I mean, incredible work by the entire squad. They are moving on to your grand finals. We have a look at the last minute of that matchup we want to go over again.
I don't know if my heart can take watching this again. I am just through the roof right now. I am just barely able to hold on to life myself. But this last minute had so many scores on both sides. It was just so well focused.
Yeah, unbelievable. Locked in from both of these rosters. And this is the charge and the path that Amaterasu decided to take. Head towards the 2nd tier goals, and we know it's a close game. We don't need to score much. Otter waiting in the wings here. They still have the Rayquaza shield, which gives them a slight damage buff. They're trying to look for these knockouts. So Celestial combos as well as Zuggrove. It's all in on the defense because they know Inder and Lutano are working on the other end.
Sorry, I'm still shaking. This was the huge, gigantic moment. This was how many points can Amaterasu score in, and the defense from the side of TTV on this goal was huge. They did in the end break it, but they didn't allow them to get anywhere past that. If we'd seen somebody with just obviously 3 more points in their pocket, 3 more AOS energy, make it to that center goal zone, that would have been it. Look at this pop off one more time for these teams. Everybody looks confused. Nobody knows. They're waiting, and then they finally saw it. They saw the moment. Amazing, amazing hype. Oh, so well earned from these teams.
Oh yeah, with a team like TTV, especially Inder popping off like that, you know, normally the person on the team would be like, okay, calm, we gotta focus on the next thing. I mean, you gotta have some kind of celebration there. That energy was so palpable from that one. Amazing work. Well, next up is gonna be our grand finals between Team TTV and LG. We'll be right back after this.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon North America International Championship, and I've just met Pika Chelsea. Pika Chelsea, what brings you to the Pokemon North America International Championship?
I am here to just enjoy all of the events today and meet up with friends. I'm a spectator today, and all sorts of shopping and fun, exciting events to watch the TCG.
You're from Montana, so you've traveled far. Are you meeting people from all over here?
I'm meeting so many people. I've met all of my friends here today, like half of them today and half of them from previous events. It is just so fun. It brings everybody together.
What events are you looking forward to watching, or what things haven't you done yet that you're looking forward to?
I am most excited for the TCG. I have a ton of friends going into that, and so I'm rooting for them and people that are just about to get their points and possibly make it to Worlds. So.
Is there anyone that you want to give a shout out of good luck to?
Quick Panic. He is the best. He has to get his points today or during the event today to make it to Worlds, and so I'm rooting for him.
If someone has never been to a Pokemon event before, or they're watching from home, what would you tell them about what it's like to actually be here?
It's just so full of community and excitement, and everybody is just so welcoming and excited. You get to look forward to meeting all sorts of new people that share the same interests, and it's just positive and fun.
I totally agree. Thank you so much, Chelsea. And now we'll get back to more of the Pokemon North America International Championship.
It's time to crown a champion in North America. Pokemon Unite North America Regional Finals. We're in grands.
Oh, what a fight to get here for both of these teams. 8 of the best in the region, and honestly, some of the best in the world. They've had to fight through all of them to make it back to where they are for this winners finals rematch in grand finals.
The seasons for these two teams have been so similar, extremely close, average placement identical, and of course having a roster change at the same time, having huge tournament spikes at the same time, but every turn around the corner, Luminosity has had the upper hand.
And you can see right there what they're fighting for. Those trophies are going to decide who is our champion. But wow, I cannot believe we are down here to these teams. The most storied team in offline tournaments for this game, and the team that was so close to making it to any of these offline events in the previous season. They finally made it, and boy, have they taken advantage of that.
Oh my goodness, have they ever. Luminosity versus TTV. Of course, TTV coming through the losers bracket. Let's take a look at LG, Slashcan Overlord, Elo, Curios, and Rin, and what a tournament from them. I honestly don't think we have ever seen this team performing to this level. Ever. End of sentence. They are incredible right now.
I actually feel like maybe we could say that about both these teams, but absolutely agreed. They've had an up and down season, but this is for sure, in my eyes, the highest high that they have had. And of course, trying to be the returning world champions is going to be a tough road, but they are truly looking it today.
Absolutely, and of course they are not alone on that stage. One, there's all 5 trophies. Can't believe Sprinkles didn't steal one. But TTV is also awaiting to try to earn one of those. Zugrug, Otter, Lutano, Celestial, and Ender. They have defeated Amaterasu in one of the closest games we have ever had in our championship series, and are now awaiting their grand finals rematch against Luminosity.
Well, let me tell you, one of the things about TTV is they have earned their spot more than almost any other team here, going into game 3s more often than anybody else. They have fought back from game 1 losses like it's their main strategy, like they're trying to lose and make the comeback. An amazing thing to see. We can actually see the bracket here, how many times that's happened. And let me tell you, it's been a good amount. Every single TTV game went to game 3.
The old 100%. That is every single time. TTV making these games extremely close. I think that's also a big credit to the competition that they had to face in this tournament. I think they were going up against some very tough opponents. Brave Birders, Ginyu Force, Luminosity, and of course Amaterasu. I mean, what a list of opponents to have to fight through, but now they've made it here to our grand final spot.
And on the other side, Luminosity with 2 O's across the board until they hit TTV in that winners finals. It's their only loss so far this tournament to them. We'll see if they can take more than just that one, though. You can see the beautiful trophies. There actually was a 6th one up there. They made it out of paper mache and placed it there for Sprinkles to steal. He took the bait.
Ah, we got him. We finally got him, folks. That's right. Well, now these teams are going to be looking to take a prize of their own. Of course, they're also both competing for that $20,000 grand prize that the winner of this matchup will be earning. A double your money situation for both of these rosters. So obviously a whole lot to play for.
Oh yeah, if you look at it in a void, this is a $10,000 match. One set is all that it takes for that amount of money.
Well, yeah, there we go. And we can see where all these other teams have landed as well. That $8,000 going over towards Amaterasu, as they are now finishing our tournament at 3rd place, 2nd at $10,000. Of course, 1st place at that aforementioned $20,000.
And of course, every single team that made it here this weekend was rewarded with some money, and they all put on an excellent show, so they deserve that for sure. And who else deserves a lot is everybody out there in the crowd has been watching all day. Some of these people all weekend. That is a lot of dedication to Pokemon Unite. We love you all out there. You've been making some noise. We can hear you back behind the stage. That's what we love to see.
Absolutely. North America International Championships are definitely hitting that spot that we knew they would. I mean, Pokemon Unite is so exciting. Look at that crowd. We are so full. There's so many people who are so excited for this tournament.
Oh, we got the little L for the Lutano. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Oh, boy. I cannot wait to see. I know we've got so many people in this crowd rooting for either side here. Two of the crowd favorite teams, TTV, kind of that grassroots crowd favorite, and LG, of course, being the returning world champion and representing our region so well in Worlds. I know that everybody out there's got some sides.
Storylines aside, the intricacies of this game are going to be fascinating. I'm so excited for the drafts between these two teams. Last time, TTV taking a very off the beaten path approach when they went up against LG. Are they going to try to go back to some more traditional picks? Probably not. They have Lutano. So maybe we'll see some new choices. However, the question remains, can Rin and Overlord get those comfort picks of Zoroark, Urshifu on their side?
The better question is, do we have enough picks left in the game for Lutano to continue making different selections over and over and continue to surprise us? We've seen the Gudra, we've seen the Venusaur, we've seen the Dodrio, we've seen, I mean, just all in a row, right? We're just seeing over and over many different things. So, wow, an unbelievable showing, of course, from Lutano, making most hero plays of maybe anybody else in this tournament. You absolutely love to see it. My big question is what we are going to see in that Grand Finals.
Well, this Grand Finals is going to be so exciting, and well, we have a little something for you to watch before this match. Take a look at this.
Celestials at half HP, Curios pulls up in the smoke and ices them down. The Rin finally takes down Blissey, and Lutano's in a ton of trouble because LG is going to go to the Grand Final. And it's Celestial coming through from TTV. Bang! Overlord goes down again, and Lutano making an impact out here.
And that is right. This matchup is one that has been so anticipated. TTV getting the run back. And now, of course, Luminosity trying to hold on to their dominant position they've had in bracket so far. Let's start our draft of our Grand Finals.
Here we go. It's time for the Blissey ban again. But this time, it's going to be, of course, Luminosity and TTV deciding whether or not they're going to allow these power picks from the other side to go whichever direction that they want.
TTV sticking to their strategy they had in the winners finals, banning away the Slowbro, one on orange side. That means Luminosity is going to clearly get that Zoroark. Now, does TTV want to take away a support Pokemon that can be used in pocket? We are hovering the Comfey right now. This would eliminate Elo from having that Pokemon to work in tandem. You could take the Urshifu at this moment, but no, we're going to grab the Lapras. Definitely a power pick.
All right, Comfey has really come back into this meta at the end of this tournament.
Yeah.
A whole lot of real strong way. But now the question is, what are we going to get? It looks like maybe the Hoopa. I mean, forcing somebody into a Hoopa pick, that's not like you're really taking that much away from them. The Mew as well, going to the side of Luminosity. That is 3 power picks off the bat.
Oh, yeah, I know Overlord wanted the Comfey, but Elo wanted the Hoopa. I know that is how that is going down, but Urshifu is going to go over to TTV as well as the Dodrio. I believe this means we'll probably see Luminosity putting Rin on something a little bit unconventional that we have seen so far in this tournament. Currently hovering over the Blastoise, and with a Mr. Mime, this is an incredible combination. A rapid spin Blastoise with a power swap Mr. Mime is horrific for TTV to have to deal with. Final selection from them, the Alolan Ninetales. Otter has the Mew available, but we're actually hovering the Espeon currently.
Yeah, I mean, we've got many choices, honestly, at this point. I'm surprised we've seen so much less Chandelure. We saw actually a good amount from a lot of teams earlier, including these, but not going to be seeing that the Espeon's coming in. That's going to give them probably a strong amount of secure, as well as, of course, having Celestial on that Urshifu. So once again, TTV going for a strategy. The only thing truly denied from the side of Luminosity, I would say, is that Urshifu didn't take away every single thing from them, though. They've got a lot of their comfort picks once again.
Yeah, the Dodrio and Comfey combination is going to mean a score lead is very easy for TTV to attain in the first few minutes of the game. We'll have to see how Luminosity can counter that with the Blastoise Zoroark power picks. Either way, we're going to be kicking off this Grand Finals with Sprinkles and Tube Snacks. Take it away, you two.
Here we are, Doob Snacks, the grand finals.
I could run through a wall right now, Spraggles, after that TTV match, earning their way to the grand finals. You cannot step to me and tell me Pokemon Unite is not the most hype Pokemon competitive game we've got going, not even close.
It is amazing. It's so incredible to watch these two teams up on this stage. Luminosity coming from your winners bracket, TTV coming from your losers bracket. They've got a lot to prove because they were sent down there by the champs themselves, Luminosity. I think a lot of people wanted to see this matchup this weekend, and this is the last matchup you are going to see before Worlds in Yokohama, Japan.
LG, TTV, Game 1, Grand Finals. Let's get after it. TTV trying to finish their storybook and write that perfect ending. LG looking to Spartan kick them into a pit to the depths of HE double hockey sticks because LG ain't about that action. And Overlord's going to have a lot to say to this squad.
Here we go, raining points in this top path, just trying to make sure that they can get their stacks in early as we head down to the bottom path. And we see Curios getting pushed out right here. Obviously, Otter would have loved to pick up this Pokemon. Curios has been absolutely brutal this weekend on these attackers.
They really have. They've hit another level. They are truly fueled being on stage. We were talking about Curios at home, Bruce Banner on stage, the absolute Incredible Hulk.
There we go, a big KO from Overlord. I think the first time they've ever played Zoroark on broadcast, and it's looking good.
Yeah, 2 KOs right out of the gate. Give him a KO opener, give him a follow-up. And now their Celestial pulls up. There's 3 players there. Good screening out and bubbling out with that barrier by Slash, buying Overlord just enough time. They use that illusion to just get in and out.
You know, interesting play here from TTV, bringing Urshifu in, but bringing the Water Bear, the Rapid Strike, so it can go toe-to-toe with this Zoroark on the side of Luminosity. It's going to be interesting to see which one of these Pokemon wins in these big fights.
Yeah, between the Dodrio and the Rapid Strike Urshifu, they're going to have a lot of movement to get on top of Overlord and keep pace. That's the thing with Zoroark. It zips around so quickly that sometimes it's difficult to shackle it down and actually land your move, so they're looking to match that intensity.
Here we go, Lutano having to pull back right here, getting in a little bit of trouble right now. The Comfey popping off, hopefully in time, but no, it is not able to make it happen. Ender is now in some trouble right here, as it's hard to get home, just barely making it over to Celestial, as they're going to be able to jump in now and do some real damage to Rin.
That's a quick KO. That War Turtle couldn't stand there, and that's a good adjustment by Celestial to peel up and bail out Ender so they could hop a ride and not get KO'd themselves. Meanwhile, we've got the Comfey and Celestial looking and working towards the middle. Lutano's looking at Curios, as Curios is just trying to get as many of those Swablu and Altaria as they can.
Nice big solar beam, but it does not do enough damage, not even breaking that shield of Celestial right there. Lutano has evolved into a Dodrio. He has no hats on, so instinctively I'm rooting against him.
Plain like his trainer card, no hollowware, no hats, embarrassing. TTV gonna have to do it somewhere else than on the drip game out here, and that's playing some Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, I think they're gonna want to show it with their skill.
Nerds! All right, here we go. Celestial in there. We got those 720Bs. They're looking at Overlord actually zipping through the Altaria and Swablu, trying to collapse on top of Otter. They can't quite close the door on him. The power swap from Slash is on top of Zugrug, and that attention is just enough to get Overlord back into safe territory.
Now, we talked about this power swap the last time we saw it come out from Luminosity right here, and it seemed to be a real difference maker for them. And I think the Pokemon you're really going to want to watch this on is the Blastoise. The rapid spin with that power swap is insane. Registeel already at half. Otter's right there for a big secure. Overlord's right there for a big KO.
Just waiting for Otter to step too close, and as you saw Overlord engage on them, they actually weren't even hitting their buttons. They're using all their skills. Rin goes down upstairs again, as Curios and Slash are just going to get Overlord out of trouble. That's really what they're trying to do. Meanwhile, TTV getting 2 quality KOs in the different path.
Massive capture right there for TTV as they get that Registeel with the extra hit from the Water Pulse on the Lapras right there in that bottom path. And you got to see a little bit of the stage there in our bottom of the screen, which is just so amazing when you see a secure. It's incredible to be here in person.
Zoroark Unite back the other way. They get the support from Curios for the KO. They pick up both berries. Now they're collapsing on Zugrug. Here comes Lutano for the smoke. Try attack. Call him in there. Oh, Slash is getting low. They get engaged on. That's 3 players down for LG. Heck of a counter punch. So much so, in fact, 3 players down. TTV getting some points in.
TTV raining the points in. They're up right now by almost 100 points, picking up a massive 3 KOs in this bottom path. As they're trying to prove a point here, TTV needs to win 6 matches against Luminosity. Luminosity trying to close this thing out in 3.
Rin just needs to tick over to Blastoise before the 5-minute mark is pretty decent for them, so they can really become a real character. We know that's a huge threshold between Wartortle and Blastoise, so getting them online is going to be pivotal, and they just ticked over.
Heading up to the top path right here, we have 4 members of Luminosity ready to take this Regieleki. No one from TTV really ready to secure it as this walks towards the side of TTV. Nice Psyshock hits the Zoroark, but they're going to have to decide whether they want to push this or not, and it looks like Luminosity may be peeling back here.
Yeah, good stop in the bottom path to keep Lapras. That's Zugrug scoring 40 points there, so great way to cut them off. Meanwhile, Dodrio getting more points and more stacks, and Elo tries to go for a little Phantom Force to try and stun and send Lutano in different directions. Slow Smoke comes out, but it's a Unite move by Overlord. They already got one. Ender with the auto test back the other way. Ender feeling good about that. They outplay support, but in this moment, it's a trap.
Beautiful stuff. Way to tap that A button, buddy. Pick up a big KO on Overlord. I mean, incredible. The bait there into the Unite move. Really great from Overlord, but of course it couldn't withstand the Comfey collar.
No, Comfey too strong. I mean, we've seen some Secures out of Comfey. Now we're seeing KOs out of Comfey. It's a crazy world out here in the grand finals. Finally, a Hoopa Unite, but they go down real quick before anybody can come through. We have the Comfey Unite on top of the goal zone to sustain some of this team, and we're Celestials going deep. They're up to 10, 11, 12 hits there as they're raining in damage onto this LG squad. Another Slow Smoke comes through. We got the Spirit Fingers out. Mr. Mime is all over them. They're trying to put on a show themselves, and TTV finally goes, okay, let's get to that Regice.
Regice getting a little low right here, but Luminosity is ready to come back in and fight over this. As you can see, we have Overlord moving towards this on the Zoroark, looking to pick up a KO first on Zugrug, but no. Jumping back down, using the combo to actually help the team secure the objective. See, he doesn't always go for KOs. Sometimes it's securing objectives, too.
Well, they certainly got that. Curious getting another one for their tally total on the weekend. Slash is getting incredibly low. Overlord has to cut off Lutano in the top path, but now they're following up. The Rapid Spin Water Spout is dealing damage, but Morris coming back the other way. 2 players down for LG. Now TTV is back on this goal zone. Let's see if we can do this siege again. We were working on it before. Let's make it happen this time. 40 doesn't go in, and now all of a sudden LG pulls back up for the smoke. These teams are scrapping and knuckle dusting each other left, right, and center. There is no rest for the wicked out here in the Sky Ruins.
Yeah, and both of these teams are very wicked because they are not sleeping at all in this match. Constant fighting back and forth. I think both of these teams are playing like they have something to prove, and what they're trying to prove is that they're the best team in North America.
169 to 108. That's not a huge score differential here, so you're gonna have to look to the experience, and it looks like TTV has the better of it as of right now. LG needs to look for some opportunities, some quality picks, and start stemming the tide in the other direction.
Yeah, it definitely seems like TTV has the better of this match right now, but you know what? We've really not seen this Blastoise come online at all. The power swap missed in that last fight. I can't wait to see when that combo really does get activated for the side of Luminosity.
It's going to have to come in short order here as they actually get bullied off this Regieleki. They're going to go to other places on the map. Meanwhile, TTV is actually trying to score in this bottom path tier 1 goal zone.
And you can see right now TTV dealing with this Regieleki, maybe moving away from it right here as it did get leashed. There is 20 seconds left on the clock. They could secure it. This match is so incredibly close. 159 to 169, 15 seconds until the first Rayquaza of your grand final.
They have been scrapping it out. This game has gone through in a blink of an eye, just punch after punch after punch, engagement after engagement, catch after catch, and now we have a Rayquaza, and TTV's the first ones there.
That's right. We have 2 tier 1 goals open. Both teams know that they could take this opportunity to score. We have Dodrio in the top path for TTV. Everyone's kind of waiting to decide how they want to start this thing. Obviously, both teams don't know who is ahead right now. They can possibly guess, but it's so incredibly close. Overlord gets some vision for the team. Lutano here in the top path. We see Otter in the tall grass right now as Curious getting caught a little bit by the water pulse, and here are some points right there, and that actually puts them up by 2. What are the odds? Did they know?
That was clearly planned. All of a sudden, TTV seems to be moving through, see who they can catch. And now Slash and Elo are going to cook. Elo gets caught out of the hyperspace hole. They can't get back. And now the pressure is on Celestial on the backside here. How is TTV going to adjust?
It looks like TTV is just starting to hit Rayquaza a little bit. The hyperspace hole resetting Luminosity. No one wants to pull the trigger on this thing. No one is sure who is ahead, but now they have to be positive after that score. Here comes the Hoopa Unite move.
The rings are unbound, and that's a stun of 3 players. Where's the follow-up? We're Rapid Spin Water Spout right in the middle. Dodrio goes into the
Showtime follow-up as the Unite moves are flying. Slash is getting about half HP. Rin is pivoting on top of Zugrug. They almost get caught in the bubble beam. Hydro Typhoon catches the pair of Celestial and the Comfey. They get chipped up, but Overlord gets the first KO. There's 2 players down for Luminosity simultaneously. Rapid Spin Water Spout is still ripping and gripping on nobody, but Zugrug's about to score. Hondo Burger back the other way. KO Shrika 2 for Overlord, and then goes straight to score. 269, 195. And now are they going to get their points in? There's 3 players down for TTV. Overlord's trying to babysit, but they kept them from getting any points in here.
Slash goes down. Overlord coming in and trying to take down Lutano. Misses the combo right there. Lutano going to be able to fight back. Zugrug is here. The Lapras is here to defend. Meanwhile, Overlord's in the central area. He's going to have to decide whether he wants to head to the top path or continue to fight down here in the bottom path. There's only 10 seconds left in this match. TTV is ahead. They need to make a play right now.
Luminosity lost sight of what's going on. They need to collapse this goal zone, but it's going to be too late. There's not enough time. There's plenty of defense there. Can they get any of these points? And 4 players down. Can they get the whole scrub on him? No Slash isn't there to get KO'd, which means TTV holds it down.
TTV doesn't know they're ahead right now, but you know what? I kind of do.
Yeah, you know.
It's fun to watch right here as TTV takes game number 1.
What a back cap by Zugrug to give them that big lead, and then that almost diffused what LG was trying to do. They got lost in the sauce a little bit, and they didn't even start surge sieging that goal zone until it was way too late, Spray.
You can see Lutano with one of the most jubilant celebrations of his career in that moment. Just kind of a smirk, which is pretty big for Lutano. We're going to send it over to our analysts to break down that first game. Gentlemen, take it away.
TTV with those final moments yet again, taking the lead and taking our game number 1 win.
I gotta say, no matter what happens in the game, no matter what happens in the set, no matter what happens in the draft, TTV finds a way to make so many comebacks. It is an unbelievable superpower of this team. Even when it looked like things were completely done, they were looking like they were ahead in the Ray fight, then suddenly, boom, Overlord, of course, on the Zoroark, just taking out so many people, and then all the way back, somehow they make it happen. I don't understand it. They've just got some magic.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Inder walking away with a few knockouts as well on that Comfey. I mean, this game really had it all. Zugrug with the back caps, Zugrug with the great late game goal defenses against Overlord and Rin, who are trying to push towards that goal zone. I mean, Zugrug was really all over the map on this Lapras.
Yeah, and Lutano, of course, this has been a strategy now. They've used a couple of games in a row. This is looking very, very good when they have, of course, that Dodrio, when they've got the Inder Comfey to kind of support that. And then especially it works so well when they've got the ability to switch who Comfey is really taking care of. As we can see in these highlights, it actually switched between a few different Pokemon over the course of the game. All depends on is kind of like who's most important at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. Lutano or Celestial, I'm sure it's an internal debate in times their team communications. They're trying to decide who gets Inder's full attention. Well, in the end, it ended up being the correct targets because TTV coming away with a game number 1 win, which, by the way, huge pivot of strategy for TTV. Trying out something brand new, and that's winning game number 1. So I, so far, am a big fan of this change up of strategy, but I know Luminosity Gaming definitely was not expecting this pivot.
Right, TTV is looking to be so in for this set. They are just on fire. They've got the momentum from their previous set. Of course, one of the closest sets I've ever seen in Pokemon Unite, with one of the closest endings I've ever seen. This one, a little bit less close, but still very, very close as far as who could have made this comeback. But TTV, they defended so well, so solidly. You've mentioned it before, one of the safer teams that we have, and they played in a safe way at the end, not going for anything too greedy, just keeping on that lead.
Zugrug just racking up the player of the game cards. Lapras yet again. This one running that potion, just full defender tank style build. The water pulse and that boosted auto attacks giving them a little bit of healing as well as that potion. It's all in on keeping Zugrug up in the fight.
Zugrug, you know, honestly, also potentially, maybe not permanently, but for moments, Lapras is also a great target for that Comfey. Just to be able to, for example, if you're trying to hold on and just defend a gold zone and you just need to stay up as one solid Pokemon that can attack rapidly over and over, that was a great option. So just the way that they drafted that, I think, was so strong, and I'm really excited to see what's going to keep on happening in these drafts. Is finally TTV maybe hasn't gone for as many like weird, I don't know, maybe less off the path stuff, I guess you could say. Still definitely some, but they've kind of settled with the strategy, is what I should say. At least 2 games in a row, which apparently is a lot for them.
Yeah, exactly. Some consistency. It's nice to see. Now, one interesting thing, if you're watching the Pokemon Unite Championship Series for the first time, you may not know our bracket structure, but we are in a grand final situation where TTV came from the loser's side. So they will need to win a best-of-5 series against Luminosity, and then a second one if they want to be your tournament champions. Luminosity Gaming will only need to win this first best-of-5 if they want to become the tournament champs.
Well, TTV is well on their way to giving us a long night of Unite here, as they're going to be sticking with what looks like the same bans overall on both sides as we get into this draft.
Well, they are flip-flopped, though, I believe. So TTV actually choosing to ban Blissey this time around. Luminosity choosing to take the Slowbro ban. So they're going to be living in each other's shoes a little bit, so to speak. TTV gets that first Pokemon selection, and Comfey is locked in for TTV.
Okay, TTV continues to completely confuse me with their draft strategies, giving the ultimate terrifying duo to Luminosity right off the bat.
Wow, and now they get the Lapras on the other side. I mean, Luminosity doubling down into these damage dealers they're so confident on. Getting rid on the Urshifu makes sense to me, and Overlord on the Zoroark as well. I mean, a contested pick, Celestial Zoroark, very fantastic in the tournament that we've seen it so far, but the Lapras for Zugrog and the Mew for Otter, I mean, these are some powerful picks on the side of TTV.
And we actually know, the Trevenant coming in, that's a difference, but we do know that they can basically just go to the exact same comp that they were earlier if they would like to. That's the way that TTV has set this up, and honestly, if that's their goal, they're like, hey, we did well with this, let's just do it again, then that's exactly what they're basically going to get. But Celestial this time will be on the Buzzwole, a really cool pick, potentially going to be able to dunk some speedsters and maybe stop them from doing quite as much damage as they want, but we'll see if that works out.
I think Buzzwole's a fantastic final pick here for TTV. It's going to be going into the Alolan Ninetales that Curios is going to last pick here. But with the Buzzwole on your roster in those final moments when all that team fighting is congested into a small area, and especially when Celestial is going to have that bonus healing from Ender from the Comfey, Buzzwole is really going to be able to make a lot of space and make it a nightmare for Overlord to find an entrance into that team fight. And probably Dodrio will be somewhere else scoring, but the impact will still be made.
Right, I actually have not seen competitive Comfey plus Buzzwole since the buffs to Buzzwole sustainability, so that overall could be a very hard Pokemon to take down. Overall, a very similar comp from TTV. Luminosity getting basically most of what they want. Let's see if they can take advantage of their classic duo as we get into Game 2 of Grand Finals.
And here we go. TTV, Luminosity. TTV up 1 game right here, and I think they believe they have figured out the strategy, and it's Comfey. Take it away from Luminosity, and that Zoroark is not so difficult to deal with.
Yeah, well, they've found it now on stage 2 games of success against LG, leaving them with the Zoroark and obviously taking the Comfey. So it's really up to LG to figure out what they need to do to adjust here, because they're kind of relying on their bread and butter, but you may need to butter the other side. Switch it up. Switch up your approach here.
Buttering 2 sides of bread? Are you out of your mind? As we head into game number 2 right here. You know, one thing that Luminosity did not have last round that they do have this round is Rin back on that Urshifu. Stolen away by TTV, and it actually looked fantastic last game for TTV. So I wonder if that's going to be a real nice place for Luminosity to get back to here, as Rin is dashing across the path here, looking for a quick stack of that attack weight.
Yeah, interesting that they're prioritizing putting Overlord into the central area to get them their level 5. I mean, Kubfu is a tragedy out here as a Pokemon. It really needs to hit Urshifu to become a player.
And here we go. Tournament wins this season. TTV 1, Luminosity 2. Right now, TTV is looking to tie that up and then put a nice bow on it by being the champions here in North America. But as Zoinks mentioned, they've got a long road ahead of them. Coming from the losers bracket, they have to win this best of 5 and do it all over again against the world champ.
Absolutely. A quick score by Overlord. They dash in, grab a berry for themselves, and looking for a further engagement. Rin is getting chunked, and they are low because they're just level 4. And so is Slash, actually. They're going to eat an electric Electro Ball, and Zugrug's pivoting over to them. They don't even want the Kung-Fu. They're going to take the guaranteed KO, and Slash doing the best they can to buy some time. But Lutano's coming in, and they see Overlord. We see a little try-by coming through as we're doing a try-attack Dodrio action. Overlord forced to peel back and get some berries, looking for the re-engage with the feint attack. But Zugrug's sticking in the pocket, looking pretty good, and the rest of TTV is going to be able to bail.
Here we head up to the top path. We do have a level 5 on that Buzzwole. It is pushing forward into the face of Luminosity right here, looking to see if they can pick up a KO as Comfey hops off and on to give that shield over to Buzzwole. Slash still level 4 right here. Overlord level 7, but getting punished right now, in some trouble. Can they pick up this last hit? Whoa! What a beautiful illusion.
Illusion, those invincibility frames. Overlord is perfect at those. We've seen them use that all weekend long, but that was the most crystal clear example of that in that moment. And they even did it through the repositioned Solar Beam. Meanwhile, Elo finally an Eldegoss, but they are getting eviscerated.
What a magic moment, but not magic. Illusion. Illusion.
We kind of look like magicians, right? We talked about that.
Yeah, we kind of look like magicians.
Okay, from there, Overlord finally gets some stacks in, using their invincibility frames. They're actually not using that to dodge, but to pick up a little bit of speed. Woodhammer's coming out chunking too. Is there going to be any follow-up? No, Slash is actually just doing that by time. Finally, Overlord commits and said, come on, Ren, we're doing some work now. Otter gets low, but they don't have enough to close the door. Zugrug is taking tons of damage, but here's the Buzzwole. Celestial tries to poach Ren and put him back on the other side. Tons of support here. A nice little cotton ball coming in to land on Ren to dab off those wounds. Overlord still on the backside. They finally find Otter, and now Lutano's scrambling to see if they can help the squad pick up Overlord, and there's got to be no shot to get out of this, right? Pop, and the Woodhammer stop! That is LG at its finest. Overlord makes it out.
Somehow Overlord gets out of that. The grass not even grabbing Overlord right there, but it just was not enough. Grass knot, a move that you don't often see played on Comfey, but that is what Ender is bringing to the table here for TTV.
They are really trying to figure out ways to isolate Overlord to keep them from taking over the game, but those engagements will never stop. Overlord wants that action. Lutano is low. Comfey hops on just in time. Ender with the save, but it's not enough to save them from Slash, as now Ender is looking for another ride to take, and who else but the Fairy, F-E-R-R-Y Pokemon.
There we go. Registeel going down to Luminosity after a really nice fight from them, being able to knock out multiple members of TTV, push them back towards their goal zone, and now they're looking to rain some more points in right here. Big 40 from Overlord as they are continuing. Huge KO. Lutano turning it right around, picking up a double.
Picking up a double indeed. Ender getting credit for one, hitching a ride back on Lutano. Overlord's on the backside. That Dodrio Unite to close the space. Overlord's darting around and then trying to pick up the cotton balls. Elo is trying to keep them up. That is a fruitless endeavor. It's a 3-on-1. And Elo, can they sustain this? Can they protect this goal zone? It looks like it's not going to happen. Slash comes in just enough time, tries to horn leech the team away and bring them back with the Woodhammers. Zugrug taking a ton of damage. Is Lutano going to re-engage? They try attack back through. They dart through and pick up Elo. TTV is playing on an absolute mission here, and they are looking to take flight.
They're looking to fight 3 members of Luminosity right now. They know they're all there. They are not afraid. Big grass knot grabs 2, pulls them into each other, but not able to pick up the KO right there. They are lining them up with this move where if you hit 2 Pokemon, they are pulled together and they take a ton of damage right there. And they are setting up some beautiful plays with it as they are pushing towards this tier 1. 127 to 150 right now. Rin is the only one down here for the defense, but here comes Curios with that massive Blizzard Avalanche, and it does take down Lutano.
Lutano finally goes down, and this might finally keep the pressure off for a moment, but no. Zugrug turns around, the Comfey's still there, Ender's there. We got this, we got this. Let's try and get as much as we can. I mean, TTV is cooking, and they bring in the South.
Absolutely, as this Regieleki walks towards the top path. Here comes the Lapras this where they got a Comfey on there. They got Lapras bringing in the... I mean, there's a lot of players at TTV coming up top.
Oh, and they got the express ride all the way up there. They tried to find Overlord, ultimately given the support and really isolating this goal zone to protect it. Slash playing super far forward. Are they going to go for a big horn leash? Trevenant Unite only chips up Otter in the back line. Solar Beam comes through. They rip through the damage. 2 players now for TTV, and LG's finding some purchase here. Zugrug going for the push. They actually get horn leached out, and now LG's out of this goal zone. Regieleki hits, and that thing is gone.
Yeah, they score very, very fast right there. I can't tell if they wanted to score that quick because of the attack weight on the side of Rin, or if they just wanted to break this goal zone and move on. They did have more points on the side of Overlord right here, as Slash is in a lot of trouble right now. We're going to see if Travis Presley can get out of this somehow, but it does not look like it. It's going to be hanging hanging out in this flux zone until it goes home.
Yeah, Elvis Prestry sent packing real quick as now Luminosity's collapsing on Lutano. They don't have any help, which means they get KO'd pretty easy.
154, 193. This match is incredibly close. Zugrug down here in this bottom path, taking some of this experience right now as we wait for our teams to get together for this next big fight. 3 members of Luminosity, 2 members of TTV.
No waiting here. Overlord running straight down, not in cover, going for it, throwing all this stuff in the kitchen sink at it. Rin gets it with the wicked blow. Now they're engaging back on Zugrug. The grass knouts are coming out. Solar Beam comes through, but Overlord dodges it. Rin gets the first KO on the Lapras. The follow-up is going to try and find Otter and Ender, but they do not.
No, they do not. They're going to pull back from this fight, which is very unusual for Luminosity. It looks like we're looking to put some more points on the board. They are looking to break this top goal with a 1 or a 2. I mean, a small overdunk here, but they just don't want them to have that positional advantage. They want to put more points on the board. They may even want to stack up their attack, but as Lutano is trying to get out right here, not able to make it out. Zoroark's just too fast.
Too fast, too furious, and furious is LG after losing game 1. They going for it. Zugrug, nice little bubble beam there. Slash and Elo remain on top of them. Finally, buying time. Zugrug is in there. Tons of damage is rolled in, and Overlord says, that's enough for you.
Nice Regieleki here for Luminosity. They are behind on points right now, but this could put them in a really good position, especially if TTV decides to let this walk. 30 seconds on the clock, so TTV does have time to deal with this, but 30 seconds until Rayquaza hits the next massive fight that's going to break out between these 2 teams.
Curios very quietly level 13. We haven't seen them much in these team fights. They've actually been insulating and protecting these goal zones from the TTV pushes here. And that's a good look because that is going to be a surprise factor for them when Curious finally engages into these other teams.
Speaking of surprise factors, take a look at Slash right here, playing very far forward, possibly looking for a catch on the members of TTV so that the rest of the team can move in. We see TTV moving as a complete unit up through this top path right here into the central area of Luminosity. They may be looking for Zoroark, and they are. They're trying to get a pick off on Overlord, and they do!
They find their target. Cotton Crash goes over the top. They're trying to get some space. Can they collapse back on Elo? Elo's left alone. Rin's already going for the back half. Hundo Burger, he might as well do something. You ain't in the fight. Celestial picks it up. Otter puts it down. Curios now trying to get spacing back the other way, but TTV says we can score too. 319 to 293. We are still walking on the razor's edge.
TTV needs to take advantage of this moment. 2 members of Luminosity are down. The question is, what are they going to do with it? They are slightly ahead on score. A KO on Slash right here would be huge if they could get it. Curios in a lot of trouble. Here comes the Buzz will unite, and they're looking for it, but it looks like they're able to actually make it out. And Rin is coming back, and Overlord is now back.
Rin is still holding their Unite move. A couple on the side of TTV. They've been very conservative with that. Overlord looking for an opportunity, but now they're on the backside. They're getting collapsed on, and they get KO'd. Pick up one, slam them on the other. That's a 2-for-1. The Comfy Unite has to come out to try and keep up TTV as the collapse continues. They see Rin. They want to get Rin, and the chase is on, and Lutano's got the speed. They look for a Wicked Blow, but it didn't land anywhere on anyone. Rin is still so low. Elo's going back to the left, and TTV says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Give them all to me. Give us all the points. It's duck it time, baby, and TTV's here to play.
TTV is up right now. 30 seconds left in this match. The only shot for Luminosity is a very sneaky score situation or somehow taking Rayquaza fast enough while TTV continues to put points in this goal zone. 521, 293, 15 seconds left, and there is nothing Luminosity can do about it. TTV is up 2-0 in our grand finals.
Come on, dude. We just watched 2 more pages in that fairy book ending get written here. TTV is bringing some unique ideas, some unique strategies, and they are cashing them in a big way on the biggest stage. And don't forget, LG's won 2 of these events, but the biggest one of the season up until this point was won by TTV, and they're looking to repeat that performance.
Yes, they are, and I'm looking to see a repeat performance from our analysts because this was quite a game. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, what do you think, gentlemen?
I mean, I'll try to bring my analyst game up to the level of TTV, but I think that's an impossible task. This is a brand new TTV team. We've said it all tournament, all weekend long about how well they are playing. That game was a different beast.
It was. If there's one thing to say about TTV, it's that they are not afraid of Overlord on the Zoroark, and that's how they're playing, and they're taking advantage of that. Look at this, a close match as we'd expect, but those final moments, the fact that the entire team committed to just collapsing on Overlord was everything.
Yeah, the play read that Overlord had no Unite move. They needed to get into the central area, knock out some wild Pokemon to get that Unite move charge back. And then TTV reads it and charges in and shuts that down. What an incredible read. Otter with 100,000 damage on Mew. What a tournament from that player.
Oh, you cannot let Otter have the Mew. I think that's something that we have learned through the entirety of basically all time here with Otter, since Mew's been released at least. But Lutano also kind of being a core part of why this whole strategy is working. You can see, though, damage high from everybody on the side of TTV. Very well earned.
These rosters are both so stacked. We're getting superstar performances from every single member on both sides. I can't get enough of these games. Let's see this again in this highlight package.
Oh, yes, we can see here just the turnaround on Overlord. I said a million times. Oh, this was amazing. I forgot this moment even happened. Oh, because so much else happened. The Overlord, of course, maybe the best on Zoroark, using the illusion so well for those invincibility frames over and over and over.
Wonder Chef, though, I gotta ask, this has been back-to-back Zoroark games, and TTV has had the answer both times. Are we gonna see a bit of a change-up from Luminosity? Is Overlord uncomfortable enough that it, elicits a change, or do they just need to stick to the game plan?
Well, let's remember now, there is, of course, the huge winners bracket advantage that Luminosity has, but now TTV has won 3 games against LG in this tournament, and they've only lost 2, so they are ahead in game wins.
Yeah, absolutely. Celestial and Otter combinations there was just so crazy. The superpower lined up perfectly with the Solar Beam. I mean, obviously TTV has been playing together for quite some time, but Celestial and Otter predate even this roster, playing together on teams. And, well, I mean, they both have a 100% North America AOS Cup victory track record. They're looking to add a regional final one as well. Lutano, your player of the game.
Using that Dodrio now for several games straight, and every single one is working out. This seems to be the strategy that they have settled upon. Not only has it been so great just being able to control things with Tri-Attack every single time as well, may I note, but there's been a big issue of TTV falling behind in score in some of the matches that they've lost earlier this weekend, and Dodrio truly circumvents that.
Oh yeah, it's countering that at every single turn. Lutano able to backcap in late game moments as well. That could save the game, that could cement your victory as well. And I mean, the play calls have just been perfect. That central area crash onto Overlord doesn't state it any better than that. I mean, TTV is currently up 2-0 in your grand finals best of 5. Of course, if they win this next one, they're going to need to win a whole nother best of 5, but TTV has all the momentum in the world.
Oh, that's almost an understatement. Luminosity now has to find a great answer, but whoa, interesting. We're going to see potentially here the Comfey ban. Of course, something that's been working out quite well for TTV themselves, but this time they're like, no, we're going to make sure you don't take it first.
I think this is TTV drafting a strategy where they don't want the Comfey, so they are going to ban it away, give the Zoroark to Luminosity as that first pick, and then grab a different kind of support Pokemon on their double pick in return.
And the Mew to take it away from Otter. We said it before. They're like, okay, 100K, that's a little bit too much.
Wow.
Blissey, first pick in grand finals.
Here we go. I know Dewsnacks was saying that this is one of the most important parts of Luminosity's getting slashed on one of the most powerful picks they've ever had in the Blissey. A great response by TTV. The double defender composition makes its debut for this roster, as Celestial will be bringing that Lapras into the top half.
Hold on, is this a real pick? Okay. For a second, I was really intrigued. I feel like they really need to pick this up, though. Yeah, you cannot hand that over, especially for free. They need at least some of their comfort picks here. The Zoroark is still available, of course, but you got to pick that up. Some multiple power picks, but like you mentioned, the first time that we're going to see this double defender Slowpress comp so far.
Yep, exactly. The Espeon locked in, and of course, the Eldegoss is going to be the main selection with how much defensive Pokemon you have, Pollen Puff is going to go a long way. We're relying on a lot of damage to come from Otter and Celestial, though. Let's see what their final pick is. Luminosity, though, hovering their final two, going to take away the Venusaur. Currently, Overlord baiting us a little bit with the Serena with a last second pivot over towards the Sylveon.
Love the Sylveon pick here, to be honest. I mean, we know that it does really, really well against Lapras if you can space that out really well. I mean, there's a chance that we're not going to see Hyper Voice. It does look like with that build, though, we would see Hyper Voice. If that's what it's going to go to.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. The guard.
I have criticized this Gardevoir quite a bit, but into this composition of LG, I adore it. I think this Luminosity composition is going to be so susceptible to this long-range special attack damage, and with Luminosity Gaming going to be trying to play really clumped up, I'm looking at Blissey, I'm looking at Venusaur, those Fairy Singularities, and even just natural Psyshock attacks are going to be getting so much value. And how do you get to Lutano? You got Celestial and Zudbrok doing peel.
That's true. I mean, especially we don't have the longest range on the side of Luminosity, or the biggest dive that we've ever seen. We're going to have to depend a lot on some of those solar beams hitting. We did see the switch over from the Sylveon over to Rin, and so we're going to have a few different new strategies at the side of LG, but let's see if TTV can reset this bracket here and make it back to even in Grand Finals.
Here we go. Game number 3. TTV looking to reset this thing, Dupe. Snacks bracket reset.
Those, I mean, come on, dude. TTV, like I said before, I don't know what recipe book they're cooking out of, but I want a copy because they are bringing a bunch of nice stuff to this stage. And you'd actually, of the 3 games, this being the 3rd one, this might be the most normal composition we've seen them cobble together.
I was actually surprised when I was seeing them pick it. I thought, all right, that makes sense. That makes sense as well. Luminosity making a lot of great choices also. I love seeing this Sylveon pick, especially given that Overlord is now on the Water Bear here. That is going to be really cool to watch because it's extremely impressive. I guess it could be the single strike, but I often see them play that rapid strike bit.
Yeah, like when you have the Venusaur for the secure as well, then you can usually pivot. You know, you want to supplement one with the other here. Moving forward is Slash looking for an opportunity. Can't quite poach that wild Pokemon away. The pressure is on as Otter is trying desperately to get the Espeon so they can really start impacting this path.
Zudbrok looking to steal that right there. Otter able to get their level 4 early. It's going to be tough for Slash right now if Otter's just able to zone them out pretty well. Here comes the XP. They actually don't try to take down Slash. Instead, try to secure some of that wild Pokemon experience.
And they do. They keep successfully Rin from evolving here. And now we've got both of our level 4 evolutions for TTV. Overlord just hits level 5. They do go with that rapid strike Urshifu that you mentioned. So always looking for poach opportunities. Ender's peeling down. They're level 3 just to Gossifleur. They're looking to tick over as well.
And look at this. 4 members of TTV moving through this bottom path right here. They are looking to catch Overlord and see if they can get a quick KO on it. Overlord now moving in here. And this is what this rapid strike Urshifu is known for. Nice eject button so Lutano can get out safely.
Well, because Overlord committed to the player, TTV was able to get a lot of experience there for themselves as Luminosity has to readjust. TTV really throwing different looks at this LG squad, keeping them on their toes.
Now they're going to be throwing a lot of damage at this TTV squad as the Hyper Voice is coming in. Points are raining into this top goal zone. Ender coming back up. Here's the little Gossifleur trying to defend some of this, but Overlord is getting those stacks in early.
Quick stacks, tons of damage raining in. Ender's level 3. They eject out to make sure they don't get KO. We got a Perish Song out of the Lapras, and that's a quick time KO, and a good one for them as Curios and Elo are just hanging back. They're trying to buy some space and secure and really ultimately get Curios to Venusaur.
Really nice KO from TTV. Level-wise, things are looking good for TTV. Haven't scored at all yet. Luminosity, the only team to put some points on the board as they clear out this central area. Altaria Swablu very, very fast.
They just want to build pressure on the dam by getting level leads, and then you just siege goal zones and get your points in that way. They're not too stressed about seeing that donut right now because that's not exactly what they're trying to do.
As we have once again Overlord moving in here, just continuing to get their stacks, trying to get back through this portal, and do they make it? They do.
That is a clutch reset and would have been another phenomenal catch for TTV. Poor Ender finally getting an Eldegoss. They were level 3 for so long. We've got level 7s on this map already, Spragle.
Here we go. Swab Blue Altaria, nice hyper voice, and it actually is able to get secured on the side of Luminosity. Otter not able to make it in time, though they do grab that one here. Slash in a little bit of trouble, taking a ton of damage as Inder makes their way to this bottom path. We're going to have to see which team wants this bottom objective more as we have Registeel spawning.
Overlord actually goes for an engage and gets caught a little bit with a ton of damage as TTV was just trying to secure the wild Pokemon, and they actually have to go back, pick up some berries so they can re-engage. Nice Egg Bomb, chips up too. We're going to get a Pollen Puff back the other way. These supports are just lobbing in all their abilities here. Solar Beam from Curios doesn't find anybody. Hyper Voice, though, buys some space.
Overlord pretending like he's not there. I think everyone knows he's there. They just don't know exactly when he's going to come in. Nice big Unite move picks Overlord up, not able to grab a KO here as they are flipping onto the Registeel right now.
Sometimes the work being done is just the fear of Overlord being there. They commit and they get a big time KO. Registeel's still up. Can they shoot all their abilities in there? Solar Beam comes through, secured by Curios. How many times have we said that this weekend? Big Surf, chips up on Rin, no follow-up there. They're just getting spacing. Lutano decides to peel. They're about to take over level 9 and get their Unite move.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Luminosity. Even though they did give up a big KO there from Overlord, they still were able to get the objective, which has a lot more value than just a single KO. Good play from TTV, but it's hard to out-secure that Solar Beam Venusaur.
Absolutely, and that's Curious. They've been doing that all week on any Pokemon they've picked up, and that's what they need to do, right? If they're going to put Rapid Strike Urshifu onto the map, they need those Solar Beams to land true.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've mentioned it a few times, but this is probably the best Curios I've seen all season of Pokemon Unite. They've been playing fantastic this weekend on all of these attackers here as they are looking to get their level 9 very shortly here, evolve to a Venusaur.
We see the TTV squad finally pulling up. Celestial's been up here for a minute. Another Solar Beam comes through. Another objective. Fairy Singularity lands on top of players. Whoa, that was an Urshifu using their Unite move. They get caught in the Parashong. They get KO'd. Burden Anger follow-up. Is Curious going to be able to shell in damage? TTV's trying to stay on their gold zone protected. We have a Unite move by Rin. They're trying to engage. The Otter's getting low. They back up. They don't get caught by the Solar Beam at all. And TTV is going to make the stand.
TTV makes the stand here, stops that from going in, but still a big 0 on the side of TTV. They need to put some points on the board here. Obviously, before the end of this game, we can expect something from TTV, but right now they have not been able to score as Luminosity is sieging this bottom goal zone and continuing to extend their lead to 150 points. 150
points. Nice. Espeon Unite catches 4. They're going to be the follow-up on Curios. That's where they seem to be going as TTV, and they get them. KO streak of 2 for Otter. Now we have an Elo going Rings Unbound, stunning 2 down. That big Moonraker laser doesn't hit anybody, but nobody from LG going to take this portal. That was more of a defensive one to protect that goal zone, it seems.
Yeah, it looks like. Well, they don't want him to score. They haven't been able to score a single point all game. We are more than halfway through this match. Regi's here in our bottom path, and it looks like even still, Zugrug in this, Celestial in this top path, not able to score as 2 members of Luminosity are just pushing them off.
Good vision getting caught by Slash here as they're just trying to figure out where TTV wants to be, and it looks like they want to be in the top path. Looks like they're sieging a gold zone. Otter's starting to, Otter is starting to rip through this thing, and Zugrug's there in support. Slash is just hanging out, see if we can do some kind of Egg Bomb miracle plays here, as they're just trying to bully Otter out, and they're pretty successful, leaving Zugrug to work on this Regis.
Yeah, you can see Slash right there, the Egg Bomb actually getting rid of the passive there on Espeon, which is very valuable as well. Meanwhile, more points are going in for Luminosity. 192 to 0. This is really getting out of hand here, and TTV is going to need to make something happen points-wise.
Yeah, despite Lutano being the biggest character on the map, Luminosity is certainly stressing them on the scoreboard. Another objective secured by Curios, making number 3 for them this game, as they're going to be able to rotate so well. This is Elo's hyperspace highways have been on point and well-timed to get them in the mix. Lutano, Zugrug trying to suss out where LG is.
This is such a bizarre match for many reasons to me, Dupe Snacks. I think the biggest one is it feels like TTV is right in this thing, but they haven't scored a single point, which is just very odd for them and very odd for a team that seems to still be doing somewhat well as this Regieleki is walking towards the top path. We got a big brawl possibly breaking out here as Overlord's jumping in.
Yeah, we have the Surf, we have the Slow Beam on top of Overlord. They get KO'd quickly, and this might be the opportunity to pivot. They try to Surf, but there's a Phantom Force out of there. Look at that Unite move going real deep. Celestial trying to bubble out Luminosity, and they're successful. TTV shrinking that lead instantly.
Yeah, they're shrinking that that lead, but they just used their Unite moves here at about the 2-minute 45-second mark before Rayquaza. This could be a very, very dangerous situation for them. Luminosity ahead on score. Every single one of them has a Unite move. As you can see, TTV is desperate to move around the map and KO wild Pokemon to get some experience and get some Unite move charge. One nice thing is I think they assume Luminosity is not going to rip Rayquaza, but here they are positioning themselves for that.
That's exactly right. They say we can expend this resource of this Lapras Unite move because they're most likely not going to rip this thing. But look at LG taking a huge forward posture and rip this thing. Nope, they just chip into it. Let's see if they can get on top of Celestial. Celestial's at half HP. We have a Hyperspace hole open. Who's going to go for the first big time engage? Overlord follows up on Zugrog. Serve back the other way. Straight and who? Rings are unbound. Right back. Blizzard sits on top of Overlord. And they're on the chase for Otter. That's who they want. Can they close it down? They do. They're going to have to pivot back the other way. Celestial's at half HP and they're going to get stunned down. LG's actually pivoting on top of the Rayquaza here. Are they shelling in damage? Where's Lutano? That's a big time question. Celestial getting buckled down here. Parasong has got slashed so low. Lutano's still standing. They are unscathed. Elo and Overlord are on top of Ender now. They're 2 players down for LG. Let's see if they can find another opportunity here. Finally, Lutano taking a little bit of damage, but LG's fighting this thing out. They don't want TTV to have any room to breathe.
But now TTV, if they make it back into this fight, Dupes next, they will now have Unite moves, ironically enough, as we see Celestial just getting taken down here, possibly by Luminosity. They're putting the damage in, but that sustain there on Lapras is incredible. Rayquaza is getting extremely low right now as we have the Surf coming in. Lutano with the secure!
They let Lutano just hang out unbabysat. They didn't touch them at all, and now Curios is going to have to try to run some defense and break that shield. Unfortunately, they peel down. Those points are going in. TTV stretching this lead out like Taffy. Where is LG? Where is the follow-up? 3 players down. Better make it 4. Blissey on the chopping block. Parrish Song sends them packing. And TTV 3 in a row, baby. Are you kidding?
TTV up 498 to 192. 3 members of Luminosity down, and that looks to be the game. I can't believe it, but as I said before, bracket reset. What on earth? Come on, TTV. 3-0 against the world champs.
I mean, TTV was like, okay, maybe that Goodra was a little out of pocket. Let's do a little something else. Let's stay goofy, but not get gooey. And look at this, 3 in a row against the team that sent them to the losers bracket again with. We've got to reset, Spraggles. Grand Finals rolls on.
Here we go. TTV taking it all the way to the reset right here. They've got something to prove. They're the only team to get a first place when they are in the money, and right now they're evened up with LG. Let's send it on over to Zoinks and Wonder Chef to break down this incredible Game 3.
TTV with the 3-0 victory. I don't think anyone predicted that when we were headed into the grand finals. They have reset our bracket.
We are on even ground, but it doesn't feel even because the momentum is so heavily in the favor of TTV. So for anybody who's not familiar with how double elimination works, they've now both been knocked into losers, essentially. You've got essentially 2 lives in this bracket, now only 1 apiece. We're going to go into one final 3 out of 5 set to determine our champion for this weekend. But you can see right here the tail of the tape once again, and I gotta say, man, Lutano!
Yeah, Lutano with crazy moments across the board. I don't think Otter ever used an SP on Unite for less than 4 players on the other side of Luminosity Gaming. Perfectly timed every single time. And if you look there at the score graph, right there at that 7-minute mark, that Reggie Alecki being knocked out really brought that match so close, and that created a crazy situation in those final team fights. We gotta look at those numbers, though. Wow, Celestial with a 78,000 damage Lapras game, and also 90,000 damage taken.
Almost the full house for Lapras that we tend to see, where you were literally top of every single bar here on this graph. Not quite, though. Ender saying, wait, hold on a minute. I'm the healer here. Yeah. You can't take that one from me. Fully understandable, but wow, I did not actually realize Celestial put so much damage into that game. Of course, the damage was all where it mattered.
Yeah, big fans out there in the crowd for our players, but also some of our talent as well. I mean, what a matchup. Let's take another look at it. TTV with a full reset, but it was the Luminosity scoring show for the majority of the game.
That's right. But honestly, I just don't understand. I heard the guys just talking about it. I just didn't understand as well. It was TTV staying in this game so heavily, despite the fact that they were down by so many points. They didn't score their first point until, as you can see, almost like 4 minutes left in the game. It took them so long, and they did actually manage to even things up pretty strongly later on. But the early scoring, Luminosity, look at this. Oh my, wait, they didn't score their first point until almost 2 minutes. I thought it was before that.
No, way until the end of the game. Only a few minutes left. This was where they used a lot of those Unite moves. I think that investment, definitely a lot of people worrying about it. Great engage there, slash bailing out Overlord to keep them up. And yes, they do knock out Otter, but I mean, Celestial, the true hero in this fight, I think, this Lapras outlasting and then just causing problems for the entire roster. They win a 1v1 versus Kyrios later on here, by the way.
By the way, they sit here for 1v4 for so long, and look at this. They just walk away. You look at Celestial just walks away. Like, oh, okay, we can't even deal with you anymore. We're going to deal with Rayquaza. But guess who's dealing with Rayquaza but Lutano?
Yeah, you can leave that to them for sure. Fairy Singularity just covers that entire Rayquaza pit, brings everybody in, and then the attack damage to knock out that Pokemon. What a game from Team TTV, and the crowd popping off. Lutano Dad cheering on that team, but of course, Otter, the MVP, player of the game in that one. What an Espeon performance.
Oh yeah, we've seen this Espeon being picked when the Mew is banned over and over today, and honestly, obviously, you just can't deal with that Mew. Such a strong Mew, but an incredibly strong Espeon as well. It does play actually pretty differently, so the fact that Otter is so good at flexing to that different range and different style, despite the fact they're both great special attackers, is very impressive.
Oh yes, they have so many options available to them. I mean, Celestial with some hero moments, Lutano with some hero moments, TTV having an entire hero moment as they have reset the bracket. We are technically going to a fresh slate as we go to a 0-0 scoreline. However, the history is so full of matchups between these teams. I don't think anyone considers this a brand new look. They know each other so well. And take a look at our bracket. What an amazing tournament we've had this weekend.
Just incredible. I mean, if this wasn't such an amazing set, I would be out of energy, but I've got enough to finish this one out for sure, as we've got the 3-0 reset. And we got to see some of the stats before that we had not seen Luminosity lose a single game over the course of the season to TTV. The first 4 that they've lost all this tournament.
And let's remind everyone what these teams are playing for, the $50,000 prize pool. This is a $10,000 match right here. Second place going home with $10,000. First place with $20,000.
That is a huge amount of money, the biggest that we've had so far in this season for these players. So it's time for them to decide who's going to be earning that. And of course, they've already, both of these teams, qualified as well to fight in Yokohama, Japan for Worlds. So they've got more on their plate, and this is going to be the best preparation that they could possibly get.
Yeah, what a competition between these two teams. I've been calling them rivals because of the similar storylines that they have been facing against each other. But I mean, this matchup has been blowing everybody away. What a game, a 3-0 victory. I said it at the start, no one predicted that from happening. I mean, TTV has come out with so much momentum after a close losers qualifier for this one against Amaterasu, and now this momentum has not stopped. I think Luminosity is very excited there's been a slight break, so now they can reevaluate and try to come up with a game plan to shut down TTV.
Right, they have been playing so well this entire weekend, but they've just run into the ultimate wall. And the biggest thing here is that, again, Overlord on that Zoroark is so strong, but we just haven't been seeing the fear against it.
Yeah, absolutely not. Well, while Luminosity is getting prepared, we actually had a chance to interview them, so let's take another look at that one.
Rin goes for another Unite move. We're up to 8 hits, 9, 10, make it 11, 12, 13 is where we're going to end up. Lucky 13 for Rin, as now Luminosity is all of a sudden pushing Regieleki in it.
We're Team Luminosity from North America, and we're here to win it all.
Yeah, we've been playing with each other for about
It's like 2 years now. We pretty much had the same 4 or 5 players throughout 2 years.
I think what makes a great team in Pokemon Unite is good comms from all the players and staying on the same page.
I think we've gonna have like a pretty good showing at regionals. I think what really helps us is us having LAN experience, right? We played at the offline tournament in Worlds last year and we won, and we're gonna be very confident in our very first game.
I'd say the current meta favors our team pretty well. We're going to be watching out for Dragonites the most because we don't want to get flipped on. We want to have like a fair team fight and not have them rip the Rayquaza in front of us.
As a team, I think we all just want to prove ourselves. Obviously, we all expected to get first in May. We didn't do that, so I think NAIC is going to be a good chance for us to show why we're on top and why going into Worlds, we're the strongest team.
Big shout out to the fans and everybody kind of like helps run tournaments and help run the UCS. Definitely not an easy task, so it's really good that they're kind of doing this for us.
There, just one more. Another 5 might be actually pretty nice here. We're going to even break this top goal zone. That is absolutely no respect for Team TOS as they dive in and pick up some more KOs. Jeez.
Yeah, Luminosity is such a fantastic squad, and they've looked good as of late these last few months. Definitely amazing for them, but they are not alone. TTV also competing for this grand final spot as we head into this next best of 5.
I don't know if I've ever seen a team as on fire as they feel like they are right now. I mentioned it before, they went to Game 3 every single set of this tournament. They fought so hard, and they found their rhythm in their second chance here up against LG, and now it's time for set 3, which they are just looking to be so far ahead in. But we did get a chance, of course, to talk to them as well. Let's take one final look at what they said.
Them only a couple of seconds, and they find the knockout. Great rotation by TTV. They read that play like a book.
We are Team TTV. So since we've already qualified for Worlds, NAIC, we have to win. We won AO's Cup, and we have to show the world that we're still here to play.
I think a great team is made by people who get along really well, both in-game and out of game. There definitely has to be a big glue to everybody, keep things together, keep the ship running smoothly.
As the reigning AO's Cup champs, we're pretty confident going into regionals. We're pretty excited. We think we're playing well. We think the meta suits us. I'm just excited to show what we got.
I'm looking forward to going up against LG. Really want to win. Really want to have the run back. We've had some games already this year.
Strengths of our team are, we have good synergy, we get along, everyone pretty cooperative for the most part. Playing in front of an audience is definitely a unique experience, considering I think we've all been playing this game for the last 2 years behind a screen only. So it's a really big new experience, and I think it's going to be really fun overall.
Just don't get nervous, It'll be a little shaky at the start, first game on stage, but once you actually get in game, you get zoomed in on the screen, like it all kind of becomes white noise.
Don't get nervous.
And it's easy peasy.
Light in position on an enemy goal zone, but Celestial is scoring as we speak. Sableye is going to score a 142 going into the bottom pass. Celestial not going to score. Time's up. It counts. Otter finds a way. And TTV, the team that has reset the bracket in the grand finals against LG. You can see them right there. I love getting that insight from the team. And I mean, Celestial calling out LG as the team that they wanted to compete against.
Well, they certainly got their chance, and they're getting one more chance. Again, like I said, 3 sets now, and they've won 1. But the one that they won over their loss was very, very convincing. A 3-0, leaving LG trying to figure out what's going to go on. But these two teams are definitely going to meet again at Worlds, whether they play or not. And we get a chance to see, of course, other teams that have qualified for Worlds from all the world over.
Yeah, worldwide competition is going to come to a head in Yokohama, Japan. And of course, these teams are going to be playing teams like Nouns Esports, ExoClan, Orangutan, and of course, S8 Peru. So many good squads.
That's right, from all over so many different regions, Latin America, America, EU, Oceania, India. I mean, look at this, another second page, more of different Asian regions from Japan, Brazil, more Latin America North, and of course you can see at the end here, North America, as we finally this weekend settled as Team YT as our 4th qualifier, an electric team, going to be meeting other teams like Hoenn and Entity and O Nation, just incredible talent from across the world, and that's all going to be coming in Yokohama, Japan soon.
And the World Championships for Season 2, we're going bigger and better. So many new teams are going to be there, but we're going to have so many old favorites as well from Season 1. Oyasumi Macro, of course, having Mame from T2 of last year. I mean, Japan's going to be bringing the talent, and North America as well. We're showcasing it in full effect here at this tournament as these two teams are competing for a regional title.
That's right, the final event before Worlds, and now we are in the post-reset grand finals. One more 3 out of 5 set to decide who our regional champions will be for North America. Here's the draft. Is there going to be any sort of changes coming out from Luminosity?
Surely Luminosity has to go back to the drawing board at this point. You just lost a final in a 3-0 fashion to a team that you had a nigh-on perfect record against. TTV had some answers. They're going to be going with the Comfei ban. Slowbar banned away again. TTV baiting Luminosity into that Zoroark pick.
All right, what will be that first pick? TTV's got some strong options, but the Blissey one more time as the first pick of the match. Everything we know about draft has really been thrown out the window when TTV is involved.
I wish every single match we could have a best of 7, best of 9 as these teams download each other every single competition. But Luminosity with the bounce back, grabbing Dodrio instead of the Zoroark. Ooh. There's that answer. All of a sudden, Lutano is going to have to go to a new option.
I love that choice. That is so cool. Of course, we know Overlord's so strong on that Dodrio as well. The Zoroark has been unstoppable, but is it more valuable to be able to take away a pick from an opponent and, of course, have a slightly less powerful version of your best pick?
Good question. I think yes. Absolutely. The Dodrio spot, and Overlord has made that pick look so fantastic in the past as well. Lutano currently hovering over the Venusaur really was a start of the tournament storyline for them with how powerful they were on that play. And well, Celestial's gonna lock in the Buzzwole, one of my favorite Pokemon, but honestly, it's one of my favorite players picking that one. Celestial has been looking amazing. Curios is gonna get the final option, and Chandelure is finally here. Curios has made highlights after highlights on this Pokemon. The amount of special attack damage that Curios is gonna be able to do is unprecedented. TTV is gonna need to find an answer.
They are, but of course, we have seen hero moments on every single member of TTV on every single one of these Pokemon over the course of this tournament, so they are for sure playing very comfortable. I love the Dodrio to take it away from Lutano. I love the Chandelure coming back, but in the end, we'll see if this change is enough to stop TTV's momentum.
We are going to be going into a fresh set of a best of 5 for the grand finals. NAIC, make some noise, and casters, take it away.
All right, here we go. TTV Luminosity. It's all squared up right now. 0-0 in this new set of games.
It's a grand finals time, baby. We got a bracket reset. We clapped for it. It happened. That's great. Made us look good. 3-0, great start. Luminosity needs to hit that reset. And I like where they went with their draft. They switched it up, but they didn't go too far out of their comfort zone here. They made some positive adjustments, putting kind of the ball back in TTV's court to see how they can react to this new look.
Yeah, I think it's really important to notice what's happening in a lot of these drafts where teams are starting to pick each other apart and figure out exactly what they don't want to, give their opponents. I thought it was going to be the Zoroark, but apparently not. I think TTV has already solved that problem. We're going to see if they can solve the problem of Overlord on this Dodrio as we head in here to game number 1 of this grand finals reset.
Yeah, I mean, you said they solved that problem in LG. What they've done and what they're going to try and do here is create a new one for TTV to have to solve in the way of using that Dodrio. Zugrug using Water Pulse again, Slash kind of on the retreat, half HP there. And then Celestial up here with Ender in their pocket is going to look to take over this lane early.
Yeah, we can see Overlord right here just looking to get some stacks early, looking to get some secures on this wild Pokemon. Not able to make it happen right there. The Fell Stinger from Buzzwole and the big old mitts there from Blissey are really difficult to deal with.
Looks like, you know, TTV been leaning into that comfy band for LG, and then LG's been leaning into the Slowbro band back the other way. And it's worked out for TTV so far in the last 3 games, that's for certain.
Yes, it has, absolutely. I think they have figured out something that Luminosity, a lot of teams have just not noticed how to take this team down, especially in this tournament right here. But it seems like TTV has figured it out. They've cracked the code as we get ready for these Swablu and Altaria. Big Wicked Blow actually misses slightly on Celestial right there, but the Drill Peck from Overlord pulls all the experience towards the side of Luminosity.
Yeah, Rin really just jumping out and say, look at me, look at me, look at me, so that Overlord can get in and get a crop of that experience, pull those Swablu and Altaria to their side of the map, and make sure that they are getting as big as possible. Nice little engage on Ender, who's still sitting at level 3. They need to bubble over to Blissey to start making impact and really be able to help Celestial out.
You know, we've seen a lot of Overlord on the tri-attack Dodrio. Obviously, Drill Peck, an extremely powerful moveset as well. You can just see how it absolutely shreds through the HP bar of that Mew and that Blissey on the side of TTV.
Nice heavy slam by Slash to keep Zugrug from the pursuit on Rin. And then Overlord getting some experience. They're doing pretty good, but they haven't gotten many stacks in, Sprague.
Yeah, not many stacks at all, but no points once again yet from TTV, as we can see Curios here from Luminosity evolving into the Chandelure here in this central area, as that is all secured by Luminosity.
Good amount of damage going in on Rin there, forcing them to just kind of hang out in the middle without getting into a path too quickly. Buying, again, time. When in a 10-minute game, every second you can leech from your opponent is invaluable because there are so many minor decisions and macro decisions that go into a successful game, to be quite honest.
Yeah, as you can see, Slash in a little bit of trouble right here, actually getting pushed out by TTV. Celestial staying here in the top path with Ender as well. You can see Rin on this single strike. Oh! Picked up there. I honestly thought that was the Urshifu getting picked up for a second.
I think that's what they were trying to pick up, but ended up nabbing an Altaria for themselves. These teams playing a little bit more reserved than we're used to seeing.
Oh yeah, this feels like a very, very reserved game. This feels like both of these teams don't want to make a mistake. I think Luminosity is trying to get refocused right here, and I think TTV probably doesn't want to get in over their head. They've been playing extremely well. They don't want to make mistakes.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to go in. Solar Beam comes through, but the Wicked Blow lands true as LG is able to take the first Reggie of the game. But nice little attempt by Otter.
Yeah, and you can see right here, here comes Overlord trying to get a big KO on Lutano in this central area right here. And this is going to be something that Overlord's able to do with Dodrio. Dodrio can really isolate that Venusaur. I wasn't sure if we were going to see Venusaur brought into this game for that reason.
Yeah, that's the big question. They need to get this spacing on Overlord so that they can't get to them. And now just time being burned there and points are going in as Ender shows up. Egg Bomb, not going to try and do too much here. Really, again, just keep that goal zone standing as long as possible. But it looks like it's going to go down by 23 points, Michael Jordan.
Nice start so far once again for Luminosity, up 103-0. It's so rare to see TTV not scoring points, but they aren't as they pick up another KO right here. This Dodrio might be the new problem that really takes TTV down.
It's looking good in the early stages. Despite Overlord having issues getting their stacks early, they are harassing on the side of TTV. Finally, the rest of the TTV squad needs to show up and support Lutano. Venusaur is a key component to their strategy, but if Lutano can't get big, then it ain't going to work out. Overlord dodging that Solar Beam, dip diving across the bubbles, and they're going to be out. Meanwhile, while all that attention was taken, LG lets this Regieleki hit, and they're going to be able to absolutely buckle another goal zone.
Look at this here. Once again, TTV not scoring a single point. Somehow Overlord making it out. It looks like he was dancing through a laser grid in a spy movie or something like that. I couldn't believe all those Solar Beams missed. Unbelievable stuff as TTV is down 0 to 205.
And 2 goal zones gone, which means that home goal zone is open, and TTV needs to find a way back into this thing. I'm taking a look at the levels. They are a little bit behind, which is different than what we saw in the previous set, where the score lead was ridiculous, but TTV kind of felt in it.
Yeah, this feels like a very different game for Luminosity right here. Obviously, we saw TTV in a somewhat similar position, so I don't want to count them out right now, but they are in a tough tough spot. Behind on levels, behind on points, behind on positional advantage, losing every single team fight. That's almost all the things, Dupe Snacks.
It is almost all the things indeed. The next thing that they might lose is this Regice because LG is all around it. Zugrug's hanging out trying to find somebody with the bubble beam. They'll try and make a play here, and if they can, that's just a icing on the cake. But ultimately, it turns into a Regice for Luminosity, and some KOs might start happening if they're looking to push. Overlord's charging forward. They're spacing out the rest of the team. Ender's split from the rest of the squad. Overlord finally gets Otter, and Ender's pressured out. Sitting on top of the goal zone is Lutano. Slash is taking tons of damage, but they're committed to getting this KO. Overlord's going to try and make it out. Zugrug with the support solar beam comes through. Overlord dodges it with a boosted auto, and they make it out again.
Somehow Luminosity does not get KO'd in any of that. Luminosity just continuing their domination of this match. TTV finally able to score in the top path. Luminosity wasn't even there. At this point, this is looking really rough for TTV in game 1 of our grand finals reset. Again, TTV just beat Luminosity 3-0. So I think everyone out there watching has some hope right now, but you're just watching Luminosity dominate this match.
Well, they've certainly got their fair share of hopium there, and LG's taking that offense because they are looking like a completely different team. A couple good KOs that they were able to pick up in the last 3 minutes of this one, but Curios is there, like a bug to a candle, absolutely burned up.
Yeah, really great stuff once again for Luminosity. We picked up a couple of KOs for the side of TTV, and we can see the levels starting to tick up. We definitely want to be a higher level Venusaur right here. There's a huge break point for Venusaur at level 13. Those solar beams will come really, really fast. The cooldown is just incredible if they are able to get it. If not, they're going to be behind quite a bit at this ending fight as level 13 for Urshifu and Chandelure on the other side.
The two defenders scrapping it out in the bottom path, and TTV is trying to put some pressure on this Regieleki a little bit. It is much more valuable to LG, and TTV knows that. Overlord somehow gets to the backline, but can't collapse on Lutano. Lutano's kind of caught against the wall here. They might be able to close down on it, but look at this. Otter sealing it up, so it's going to fly in the face of LG, but I don't think they particularly care. And we've got, guess what, Rayquaza 15 seconds away. That's a very late Cotton Crash.
15 seconds away. Extremely late Cotton Crush. Massive Drill Peck into a Unite move. This could be the Ray fight starting right here as we see a Unite move come out from the
Fernando double beam, double KO. That was massive. They took the fight. Overlord got in deep, and they flipped the script on him immediately. TTV looking for another one. Slash get pinned up, put down, and this is going to be another KO. Can the solar beam come in? Can Otter chase it down? They're going to try. I'm looking at the rest of the map. Overlord's caught in the middle. It is a solar beam, but not from Venusaur, as they are going to double this thing up. Otter chips into Rayquaza. We're trying to find another opportunity. Oh, there's two players down for LG Stare, but they're coming off respawn. Rin trying to find their way in. TTV focusing on that big mythical Pokemon in the middle.
And here we go. Big Buzz will unite here in the middle right here. Nice big Wicked Blow onto the Mew. Mew's up in the air, and it is down. Celestial is now taking a ton of damage from the Chandelure. Jumping on in and getting KO'd right there. Chandelure moving forward. Two members of TTV down as we have Ender in this bottom path trying to heal Lutano, but Zugrug's in a lot of trouble.
Overlord making it out. Curios is low on HP. They're putting the pressure on Zugrug. Heavy Slam pops them up. Rin be able to close it out. They dart through. They do, but look at that low HP, and they're caught on the backside. Curios throwing some flames to buy some space. More points going in for LG. Overlord was not knocked out. They're on a sliver of health. They made it back. They got some points in. TTV needs to get on top of this Rayquaza right now. Put it on that pedestal, TTV, and get in there. Otter's trying to find an opportunity. They're closing the gap, but now they've got to just absolutely flip this thing. That's their only option left. LG knows it, and they're getting into the middle. They're going for the follow-up. Overlord's all over Ender. They're chasing down Lutano. Close down the solar beam. Chips him up with the Unite move and comes back into the middle. Rayquaza's still at 10%. It's getting smothered down. 3 players down for TTV. LG's got this thing in the bag, I think. No!
Wow, TTV secures it.
Gets it, but they don't have enough players with shields. They only got 2, and Ender's not even going to get their points. And Spraggles, I'm out of breath. Take it.
Wow, what a fight from Luminosity here as they sew up game number 1. TTV turning around, trying to get that secure on Rayquaza, and they do, but there are not enough of them up. Too many of them are KO'd, and Luminosity takes a convincing game 1. They figured out the Zoroark, but now they need to figure out the Dodrio, as this is a different look from Luminosity here in game number 1 of our bracket reset.
The mobility of Zoroark versus Dodrio. Zoroark is left to right, back and forth. Dodrio is in a straight line. It has better escape tools. So some of the little traps that TTV was setting to catch that Zoroark aren't going to work as well on the Dodrio. But hey, we got the numbers guys back. So let's kick it over to them to break down this game 1.
What a way to bounce back for Luminosity Gaming. Take a look at that scoreline. I think that tells you all you need to know. That game was LG from start to finish. Yes, a Zogrug knocking out that Rayquaza, but as you can see, no points follow that one up. LG with an incredible bounce back game.
Right, there was actually the potential there. The Lapras still had to unite. So if there wasn't such a dominant game from LG the entire way through, the comeback potential was absolutely there, but they played it so smart all the way through. Even in that last situation, allowing them to potentially get that flip on the Ray was 100% in their knowledge. And wow, 134 for Overlord.
On the drill pack Dodrio, going all in on this choice, going very deep, finding a lot of damage clearly, but they got Kyrios and Rin to also be those backup damage dealers. Kyrios landing so many shots on the Chandelure, and I honestly think this was one of Rin's best Urshifu games that we have seen. So many objectives going over towards LG, and wow, what a game. Let's run it back. I want to see those highlights.
Well, for sure, the highlights are going to be a lot of dominance from Luminosity. You can see them already just pushing this tier 1. They had such a consistent lead. We got to talk about how strong their draft game was. That little break in between the reset gave them a perfect amount of time to understand what they need to try, and they are just completely in control. Amazing manual dodge there, by the way, may I note, from Overlord.
Oh yeah, Overlord mechanically showcasing that they are not just a Zoroark one trick, but far from it, playing so many Pokemon to the highest capable in the game. Celestial there on kind of a gambit, using their Unite move, trying to trade and get a knockout onto Elo. Collapsed on by Luminosity. They give nothing, and they take everything from Team TTV.
Well, they've taken the first game is certainly what's happened. They're up now again in the entire set. Things went from even to back in their favor, and so much of it was how they dealt with this final fight here at Rayquaza. TTV had a really good chance, but they had to chase around Slash right here for such a long time that it gave Luminosity a time to run back, and it was a kind of a trickle back in, but the way that they played it, the way they positioned was never too greedy, never running into int. It was just all the safest ways to make sure they held on to that lead that they knew that they had.
Exactly. Luminosity keeping their heads on straight there. And Rin, of course, celebrating after a fantastic win like that. Overlord going to be your MVP, though, with 134,000 damage.
Also just a casual 253 points scored.
True.
No big deal. 10 KOs. Overlord, doesn't matter which speedster you put them on, they're going to be amazing. Of course, the Zoroark has done more damage in the overall tournament, but the fact, again, that they were able to steal that away from Lutano and then, of course, get absolutely maximum value out of it was such a huge boon. An amazing draft strategy from Luminosity.
Yeah, I cannot understate how important that mental reset must have been for Luminosity. Obviously, you just got to remind yourself how talented of a roster you truly are and go back into that draft phase pick. Don't allow TTV to counter draft you too hard. Instead, just grab the stuff that's going to work and make sure you can take away some of their value. I think that Dodrio pick was just so impactful.
All right, but now the question is, what is the re-adaptation from Team TTV? Again, they did manage to bring it pretty close as far as game positioning in the end. Of just the score was so not in their favor, and then in the end, they just weren't able to bring it back. But they need to find, for sure, an answer. They do have, of course, switch sides as far as selections, as who's going to be picking first and who's going to be getting that first double pick. So we'll see if there is a big shift overall. I doubt that we're going to see the Dodrio banned. Of course, that's going to be highly valued on both sides.
Right.
It seems like TTV is more just going for answers, both sides actually, rather than bans.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're getting into the counter pick ban strategy part of our matchup, and well, Luminosity Gaming having that first selection, they're going to be banning away the Comfey. TTV do not want to give first pick Slowbro over to the side of Luminosity.
Fully understandable. That slow row has been basically the ban the entire way through for this grand finals. We have just seen none of it. But once again, we're going to see the first pick Blissey, but this time for Luminosity.
Wow, and now TTV actually hovering over the Urshifu, a Pokemon they've been going into their second draft phase if it's available most commonly, but Celeste's going to be picking that one up. We're going to see something new from Rin for sure, but let's see what Overlord wants to select at the same time.
This would be interesting. Okay. No. Yeah, I feel like you kind of got to value this highly here. Yeah. And they are once again going to be stealing away that Dodrio. And on top of that, the Mew also being taken away from Otter. So two of potentially the strongest picks that we've seen from TTV now on the other side.
Trying to grab some of the things that they have been by far the most successful with. I also really like this, leaving Lutano's choice till the very end of the draft because of how powerful that Dodrio matchup was against Venusaur. I mean, I completely agree with Spraggles. I don't like that pick into the Dodrio. Luminosity, though, going to grab the Chandelure and the Hoopa yet again, so double support on the side of Luminosity. Blissey going to be a bit more of that pseudo-defender, and TTV making their choice, going back to the Venusaur. I'm seeing a lot of people shaking their head wanting that Blastoise, but no, it is going to be the Venusaur. Solar Beam back on the menu.
All right, very interesting, just based on what we saw to go with this somewhat similar pick for Lutano. Of course, Lutano has one of the widest character varieties that you could possibly have. Can go to just so many different Pokemon, but the Venusaur has been kind of the hero play Pokemon for him over the course of this weekend. We'll see if it works out this time. There's going to be a Solar Beam on the other side as well, so it's going to be Beam versus Beam very potentially. And now we'll see if there's an answer for this Dodrio this time around for TTV.
Yeah, this time having a Solar Beam secure and a Wicked Blow secure for Celestial is very, very powerful. However, the team fight capability of Luminosity is incredibly strong. Well, we are going to be headed into game number 2 of our Grand Finals reset. Casters, take it away.
That's right, this is game 2, Luminosity, TTV. TTV was on a hot streak, but Luminosity just shut them down in a big way. Barely let them score at all in that match. Dominated with them with a performance from Overlord of over 130,000 damage.
Yeah, looking at what TTV drafted just now, it was very similar to what we just saw in game 1 that they lost, which means for them, they believe it was an execution problem, not a staffing problem. So they're going to look to make some adjustments in their play in game with these Pokemon and say, we had the right strategy, we believe in this strategy, we just didn't execute it the way we anticipated or we want to. Here we go, we're going to see in game 2 how they switch that up.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what they do right here, as we do have some differences. Obviously, they were able to get that Urshifu on the side of TTV. They've got themselves an Espeon as well, which is a little different. And you see a lot of teams play the stored power Espeon into Dodrio, so they might think that is enough of a counter to deal with this here.
Absolutely. I do like LG taking away Otter's Mew as well. Curios has played incredibly well on that character, so putting it in their hands is kind of one of those take it away and give us a nice thing to use during the match.
And here we go in that top path. Overlord was trying to score right there. They stopped them as we continue to see experience going back and forth here in this bottom path. Blissey has evolved, so a little more has been secured on the side of Luminosity. They head right into that tall grass to see if they can get in the face of TTV.
Overlord level 4 looking for an opportunity, darts in, trying to get that wild Pokemon for themselves. That Vine Whip slowing them down. The follow-up comes with that little seed, and it's a quick KO.
Well, early on, clearly this Eldegoss has been very helpful against this Dodrio right now. You know, the red buff on that Eldegoss slowing them up considerably right there. Lucky time to evolve, I gotta say, because otherwise they would have eaten an entire overheat from that Chandelure.
Yeah, and Rin's playing very far forward, lacing in some damage, while LG has 4 players committed to this top path, leaving poor Slash, the off-tank, in that Blissey, which is a supporter, but playing more of the tank role in this one, babysitting that bottom goal zone alone.
And you can see Rin just continuing to shell damage over to the side of TTV. Celestial going for that single strike Urshifu, better for securing objectives and big KOs, but it obviously cannot fight the same way that the Rapid Strike can.
Yeah, Rin is actually just laying in those overheats for spacing, right? Because they know once Celestial gets close, that Wicked Blow will absolutely shatter that lamp
So instead, you just make sure they can't get to you. And Elo, of course, sticking around in support. They've still got Astonish to stun if they do go for an engagement.
We've got Dodrio here in this bottom path. It looks like Tubesnack's coming right around, seeing if they can get a KO. We do not have a sword power from this Espeon. It is a Psyshock Espeon with the long range and the huge stuns.
A well-timed engagement by Overlord there, waiting for Celestial to use that wiggle. Quick KO. Quick KO for Otter the Espeon there, and a good little look. But I was going to say it was perfectly timed. Overlord waiting for that Wicked Blow to be used by Celestial and then goes in to try and pick up a KO. It didn't quite convert, but you can really see the type of timing and things that they're thinking about when they go for those engagements.
Here we go. Nice big secure there. It looks like actually on the side of Luminosity. I wasn't sure if it was the Mew or maybe just the Blissey with that big secure. So we headed for this top path right here. Nice big drill peck. Not able to take Ender down, however.
You can tell that these teams are starting to figure each other out and you're grinding to a halt because there has not been a single point put in, and we know there's Pokemon stacking in this game, which means they are playing and reading each other very well right now.
We can see Luminosity has that Dodrio from Overlord in the central area of TTV, and it looks like it actually bullied out Lutano from TTV. Almost a level 8 right now, so it does have both of its moves as we head down to the bottom path here.
Oh, well, Regice at half, and it's Zugrug there again just to try and make a play for the squad as the commitment is somewhere else. Otter comes in, actually ejects in to try and use that big ability, that secure ability that they have, but can't quite get there in time. Meanwhile, we got Ender getting a KO on Overlord themselves.
Yeah, they couldn't get there in time. However, it was Zugrug, somehow, the solo Lapras, who was able to secure that.
That is wild. And that's why they send them there, to just hang out and see what they can do. Otter pulled up, couldn't quite close the door on it, but Zugrug's like, nah, I got it.
I'll give it a shot, guys. Just me against the whole team down here. I'll see what I can do. Nah, I don't need the secure. I can do it myself. Nice big Unite move onto Overlord. Overlord's getting extremely low right here. That red buff onto Ender, slowing them down, making sure they can't charge that Sprint Gauge. They don't even need the Solar Beam Lutano. They take him down. The support gets the KO. The best way to support, big KOs.
Yeah, best defense is good offense, and in that case, that was really facilitated by Otter. Great catch with their Unite move, and then, of course, the Eldegoss there to slow them down in a conversion. TTV is moving on the right axis. They're starting to figure out how do we need to play into this Dodrio, and they're getting a couple good quality KOs on top of Overlord.
One thing that we're seeing here is a nice big Unite move into Elo. Elo goes down right here. Here comes the Unite move from Venusaur as they're pushing onto the Skull Zone, picking up some KOs. Finally, some points are going to get on the board here.
Curios has to surf to try and get away, but the damage is done. TTV finally getting some points in, and they hit that perfect 100.
Yeah, 100 points for TTV. It's very different from the last game because it didn't have the 1 or the other 0. It had 0 for a long time. Remember the 0?
I do indeed, and there we go. We see the maneuverability and mobility of Dodrio able to get out, as Zugrug was very close to taking a 1v1 KO on top of Overlord as the Lapras. Nice follow-up, good Egg Bomb to try and slow that, but guess what? They used the Unite move to get out of dodge.
Lapras used the Unite move to get out, but it looks like they might be coming back in right now, just kind of doing a fun little circle right here. That's showing off. Here we come. Big wave, seeing if it can crash into anybody, and no, they are not able to find a target right there, as we have 1 second until Reggie hits this bottom, this basement. Reggie spawns here in the bottom path.
Elo pulls everybody through with the rings unbound, but there's 2 players down for LG. They're not even here. 2 KO streak of 2 on the backside of the map as Lutano is just doing work off screen. Slash is trying to bubble it out with a couple Egg Bombs to make sure that they've got the spacing that Overlord wants. Can they get in there? The Wicked Blow is charged up, and it's Overlord that actually picks it up before the Wicked Blow can hit. Bliss Assistance on top of Overlord, and they're looking for KOs. They got 2. Can they get a 3rd? Zugrug's trying to stand strong, but they don't have enough in them. 3 heads, better than 1 as it turns out, as Overlord's looking for another opportunity. Nice little surf by Curios. Oh, that's a big Unite back the other way for Otter. They catch 2, and they're able to get out.
Somehow the Venusaur Unite flies in but does not pick up a KO as we have the Solar Beam coming out. Here comes the nice Unite move onto the Chandelure. Rin goes down for the side of Luminosity as they're continuing to push onto this goal zone. I don't know if there's much they can do. And here comes another drill peck from Overlord. Overlord known to continue to push their advantage. He might continue this fight. It looks like he does. Grabbing Ender with this drill peck. Ender's in some trouble right here. The Solar Beam misses. Ender's HP is very low as he is continuing this push into the central area. Picks up another KO, and now he's looking for another one on Ender. Said, if you're coming in here, I'm going to take it. He might take another one on the Espeon as well, and he does! Can anyone stop Overlord?
I mean, Dodrio looks like a wood chipper, and TTV is wood to be chopped
up, my friend, because Overlord was hanging out. They were not hiding. They were ready for it, and TTV was just lobbing themselves in there. Great pickup of a KO by Overlord, and they are almost level 13.
Yeah.
Excuse me, 12, 13. Boy, they're 13. I can read numbers. Where are our numbers, guys?
Yeah, I mean, we need our numbers, guys, when we look at the difference between 12 and 13 over here. Come on, production. Don't leave us out to dry like that, guys. Here we have it. This bird goes down. Reggie Alecki is getting ready to be taken here by Luminosity. No one from TTV is here as they are focusing their efforts on this bottom goal zone. This Reggie Alecki leashes, but they are going to be able to take it, of course, in time as points are going into this bottom goal zone for TTV. That is a Unite. I guess he'll have it back in time. It's very late.
Big time question we're looking at right now. 3 Unites on LG's side. We have 4 on the side of TTV, but LG is going to pivot down and get some space. They want this basement Reggie, it looks like. An Overlord kind of made a bait to see if they could rip it. Can pull Celestial in, and are we sludge bombing out here for Lutano?
Yeah, Lutano did switch off of that Giga Drain here. I think they're thinking that maybe the sludge bomb can help them get some big secures with Otter as well, and at the same time possibly create zones where Overlord cannot play. We let the Reggie Alecki walk in top. We're gonna have to see. No, he could have waited a second there to get a bigger overcap, but he does leave the tier 2 goal zone there as this Rayquaza is being chipped up right away by TTV.
TTV putting it on a pedestal. We see Elo trying to stun him down. They're getting in the middle. Rayquaza's at 20%. Where's the follow? We're taking Wicked Blow. Wicked Blow seals, and TTV makes the magic happen. They're collapsing here, but can they withstand? The lamp goes down in short order. Dodrio's on the chase. Overlord's trying to shred some shields. Lapras is going up top. Zugrug is untouched. Meanwhile, you got Celestial downstairs on Burger for them. Bang. Overlord is dealing with Ender, but it doesn't matter because the Lapras is getting their points in the hard way. Fraggles, can they stop them? Can they? Overlord keeps them from going in. We got 100 back the other way, and we got 80 going into the middle. Can they get the stop? The Soul Beam comes through. Elo doesn't get it. Ender's trying to score in the middle. 309 to 270. Spraggles, they're going to get a KO on Ender, but there's going to be an opportunity to push back.
Wow, Zugrug not able to score right there. A beautiful stop from Overlord while TTV is slightly ahead on points. I do believe they have 1 or 2 shields. I couldn't see if one was also on Venusaur right now, but they have a tier 1 goal zone in this bottom path. This is not good for TTV. This is an easy goal zone to score on. 5 members of Luminosity. You're circling it like a shark right now as they are coming in to score, and if they do, they will take TTV down.
Big time reset. I'm looking for the Unite boost. The Candle has theirs. They're looking for an opportunity. Can they get a KO? They need a pick. Nobody's down yet. The defense is starting. Can we get an opportunity? Zombie goes through. Ring goes down. Ring goes down. We got an SP on Unite back. 1 player down, and TTV's going for the counter punch. 306 to 309.
Dodrio just went center. They're now up 358 to 309 as TTV's running to score. They do have a Rayquaza shield, but they need to make it happen quick.
Who's holding it? They got to get in there. They're going to use the express ride in, but Celestial gets it broken by the flying fist to Elo. They're going to try and get in. They need
Lutano scores to the top.
You're kidding me. 395 to 384. The stop continues. SPL goes in. TTV's in the lead. Nobody scored for Luminosity, and TTV balances this thing up.
Somehow TTV takes it, the sneaky score from the Venusaur in the top path. TTV evening it up here in game number 2.
Absolutely a flurry of scores back the other way. Sometimes the magic that's happening isn't what's on screen. We've got you looking in one direction. Let's see the other. Holy smokes, TTV gonna be taking that game 2.
And you can see Lutano being told by production right there, hey, stop being so sneaky, you silly goose. What are you doing up there with that score?
Last time you scored or won like this, you clapped 3 times. 3 chests were caved in with that pop-off. Less clapping out of you, Lutano. You are going crazy.
Yeah, and we're going to send this thing on over to our numbers, guys, to figure this whole thing out. Look, we don't know the difference between 12 and 13. Zoinks, Wonder Chef, take it away.
These might be the most important numbers that we have ever had within this tournament. What a photo finish. The Lapras Unite to bring Celestial almost there. The counter punch from LG. And then, of course, the sneaky Venusaur. I've never thought of using that adjective for that Pokemon.
That's true. Although I'll tell you what the difference between 12 and 13 is, because TTV just did it. They won.
Absolutely.
And it was well deserved. That was so sneaky. They're doing a little dance. The cats are doing a little dance that I just absolutely cannot ignore. But Overlord did so much. Speaking of sneaky scores, by the way, that score in the home goal was gigantic from Overlord near the end, pushing them back into the lead.
Yeah, bringing their chances back. I mean, Overlord has obviously been a cornerstone of this roster in terms of winning games, saving matches, and this one almost brought it to fruition. But TTV with, again, these literal last-second hero plays keep them up in this match.
Oh, I mean, I just can't even count how many times Lutano has pulled off a hero play to win a match over the course of this weekend. It has been, oh, now you're going to count on your fingers. It's going to be more,
count.
yeah, it's going to be way more than we can actually count, even as the numbers people. But you know what? We can see how many hero moments happened in this game alone, and that already might be, too many to count on our fingers. We're actually just starting here near the end, this amazing moment that, I mean, honestly, could have gone in either direction. But this was, like, not even, like, the key moment for this game.
Well, I maybe this. I mean, yes,
okay,
it did come down to some final moments, but those Rayquaza shields were so important for TTV to even be on the board in the first place, in that kind of situation. And we were talking about it in that draft screen. I was like, the secure is unbelievable for the side of TTV. You got Lapras playing defense. You have Espeon, Venusaur, and Urshifu. You have maybe some of the best arsenal of last hit secures that is available to you in Unite, and TTV played to that strategy perfectly. All attacks towards Rayquaza, and, well, they got it, and then this final push.
Oh, I know. It was all down to this final push, and in the meantime, the biggest distraction being that now Lutano gets the score in that Tier 2 goal on top. Amazing, amazing play. We saw even just a little bit more after that just to guarantee a little bit more of a lead, but that was the team of TTV getting cleaned up, but at that point they knew it didn't even matter because all that they could do is just get more points in.
Look at that pop-up, kind of a pop-up there from Otto, just being like, I think we won. I should probably be fine. All right, Lutano taking player of the game. 66,000 damage in that matchup. Running the Sludge Bomb Solar Beam, going away from the Giga Drain, just going all damage all the time. And whenever a Pokemon is poisoned by that Sludge Bomb, that poison special effect really lowers the special defense of those enemies. It slows them. So Espeon and Lutano paid it off. And shout out to the Lutano dad in the front row, cheering on our current player of the game. And Lutano as well. Also, shout out to Lutano.
Whatever Lutano's saying here, but yeah, you'll love to see it. We got to an interview with Lutano earlier. Look at this. This is the happiest we've maybe ever seen Lutano. You'll love to see it, and well-deserved, again, a sneaky little victory there that was, I mean, hard-fought, hard fought. But these teams are keeping it close, right? Absolutely. Despite the fact that we did see, once again, a win to tie things up for TTV here, the strategy change overall post-reset from LG has been extremely strong, and TTV has had to work a lot harder to make even these comeback wins to tie things up. So now we are tied up 1-1, and the draft is being deciding so much of what we've seen in these games.
Yeah, in that last game, TTV really throwing all their eggs in the final hit secure basket, and it works out for them. Luminosity building a very, very good team fighting composition, but unfortunately, it's hard to team fight when all of TTV is just paying attention to one specific thing. No pink Pokemon, please. We're going to go with a Blissey and a Slowbro brand on either side.
This is like a challenge that like a streamer would do. Like, oh, we're only playing not pink Pokemon today, but honestly, we've seen so many first pick Blissies over the course of this set that it's like, okay, maybe we just get rid of it and stop letting people get it. But the interesting thing is that TTV could have potentially been in that situation because they have the first pick, but I don't think they want to be forced to do that. Hey, there's the difference of where they're going to first pick. Once again, I don't really understand the draft priority at this point. This is so inter-player, inter-team that it's all genius.
Yeah, having Overlord with the Comfey is just too powerful. We're going to have TTV grabbing that one. That priority is too important. Otherwise, you can only pick one of those two speedsters, so Overlord's going to get one of those options. Lapras, Mew going to be backing up the side of TTV. A very fast draft. These teams are confident. They know what they're going with. I like the Snorlax from Slash. I think that was some of their best performances in the Grand Final so far in their Snorlax game from game number 1.
Oh, well, now, we saw a steal of the Speedster from LG, but TTV said, hey, we can play your your best speedster as well. How about we try that trade on for size, as we're going to see the Zoroark go to TTV this time around, and it's going to have, of course, Inder on that Comfey to make it that much more deadly.
So many 1v1s to look forward to, but honestly, the one that is catching my attention is going to be Otter versus Curios, Mew versus Chandelure. The amount of damage at the end of the game is going to be very interesting to see, but both these Pokemon running the exact same held items and battle item, these special attack damage dealers can be so impactful on our matches.
That's right, and I think my last thing I want to point out here is that Urshifu has been a huge deciding factor in every single game so far, and it's going back to the side of Luminosity this time, so we'll see if Urshifu keeps this 100% win rate in this post-reset set as we get right into game number 3.
Here we go. Game 3 of our grand finals. We are in a bracket reset right now. TTV resetting this thing, taking Luminosity out here into deep waters. Obviously, they just wanted to 3-0 this thing against TTV and go home as the victors. TTV not letting that happen.
Yeah, instead we're entering our 6th game, Spraggles. We are tied 1-1 in this grand final bracket reset. Again, TTV trying to etch their name into the history books, and like I said, trying to finish the last couple pages of their fairy tale here, because this has been truly a ride watching them play.
Of course, both of these teams are looking to become our champions today. Both of these teams want to be known as the best team in North America, and both of these teams want the lion's share of that $50,000 prize pool. I'm wondering if this Comfey pick will do it once again. TTV really seems to have this draft figured out at this point.
Yeah, they've leveled up in their strategy here. They're getting great picks. They understand what they want to do, and they're winning games. And that's ultimately all that matters here, Spraggles. Of course, as Overlord is desperately trying to get their stacks in, they actually get slow smoked and are able to just use that boosted auto attack for that spacing to get out.
Yeah, able to get out right there, which is great. They did jump on in and steal some experience from the side of TTV, so that's awesome as well. They now have 10 points. They're going to look to score once again. They do need those stacks in that top path right there. Slash in a little bit of trouble, eating a big old boosted attack from Mew.
Able to poach that wild Pokemon from the side of TTV, though, which is a good little win with that tackle. So good look there. LG peels back, and we've got an absolute slaughter on the scoreboard, 8-0.
Yeah, here we go, 8-0. You can't come back from that, they say, as we have the Alterius Swablu up here in this top path. We have Zoroark coming on in here to pick up a big KO. They hit their combo, they move in, but here comes the Drill Peck, pushing them right back. Comfey goes down.
Really prioritizing the experience. Comfey is collateral damage, and TTV got the player that they were targeting down, and actually able to get that KO before the Wicked Blow was even used to scathe that Zoroark.
Here we go in our top path, looking to see if we can pick up another one. Really nice Drill Peck right there. And the question is, are they going to continue moving in with this fight? And they do. They've got that Comfey collar. They know that it can save them, give them big shields and big heals.
Big shields and big heals is a good place to be if you're looking to be a carry. Overlord's just trying to scramble out as they are getting chunked and hit, and finally they get a KO. No escaping that one. Good engagement there by Celestial with the Comfey follow-up. Is there anybody else that wants any of that action? Rin thought about it for a second and then comes back. Look at that movement out of Zoroark, Spraggles.
Incredible stuff here from TTV at the start of this. I think Luminosity is starting to realize, is this what we've been doing to people with this Pokemon? So incredibly mean.
This is so mean. So mean. That's why they ban it all the time. It's so mean.
And here we go. We see Curios in this bottom path. They have the overheat, not yet level 7. They have not evolved into Chandelure, as it looks like we're trying to get another KO right here, possibly onto Overlord. Peeling out actually of this central area up to the top path right now. Both teams having this moment of a little calm before the storm, as possibly here comes the storm.
Heavy Slam going to try and get space points. Do go in for Overlord, so that's another stack for them. Zugrug is remaining relentless with that Lapras, trying to push forward. Celestial's there for the support, and of course they're able to peel back here, but it looks like TTV is willing to put some good pressure on before this basement reg.
Here we go. They are just continuing to rack up experience right now for the side of TTV. Up here in this top path, you can see they have left Rin alone from Luminosity. Lutano in some trouble right now. Overlord coming on in here, trying to get a big KO. We switch back to the Giga Drain. Overlord living on. Can you see that? Is there anything there?
There was nothing there. That line was completely black. Are you kidding me? Regirock at half HP. We coming in. The Wicked Blow's going to line up. Can they get it just in time? Bang! Sealed up by Luminosity. Rin does not miss
making it happen here. But Celestial's willing to go in with that Solar Beam follow-up by Otter. Tons of damage was put out, and Elos get caught from the long range. The Ivysaur Solar Beam getting it done. Slash is on the chase now. Celestial's going to buckle them. 2 players down for LG. Let's see if they can get on top of this gold zone. Zagrug has very low HP. Wicked Blow has the range with the eject button to get that KO, but that just baited out Rin. They're low on HP, and they just can't quite get there.
Can't quite get the combo. Nice Unite move coming in from Overlord as they're looking to pick up a KO, but no, they do not right here. We're also seeing a different look from this Comfey on the side of TTV. No longer running this Grass Knot. I think Grass Knot was set up perfectly well with their Dodrio, but because Zoroark just bounces around so much, it'd be so difficult to land. They're going with the magical Leaf, which will let you get the stuns, also find Pokemon in sort of this tall grass. If they're hiding, it's a very, very easy move to use, especially when the Pokemon that you are on is moving a million miles an hour.
Exactly, and you can get all those ticks line up on your opposition there. That was a very fast KO on Curios, who's trying to get a cheeky berry for themselves and couldn't sort that out. Meanwhile, TTV is over this goal zone. They'd really like to buckle this thing with the 40, but they'll take the 22-point overcap, as that Verdant Anger was unleashed just to make sure they had the space.
Yeah, they just wanted to make sure they had the space to score right there. And you know, sometimes it's fun just to throw a Unite move.
That's what I do.
Yeah, you just throw out something. You know what? Who cares? Looks pretty.
2 minutes, 9 seconds on the clock. No one around me. I'm unleashing that thing.
Oh, absolutely. As this Regieleki walks towards this top path. Don't take strategy advice from Doobsnacks or myself.
No, just watch the screen and take advice from these players live in action here. Slash is taking a ton of damage, but that opens up Overlord to get into the engage. Great Comfey Unite, and that's a Chandelure Unite back the other way. Can they convert on some KOs? Everybody's so low. Finally, the lamp from LG goes down. 2 players down back for TTV the other way, though. And is this a positive exchange for LG? You'd have to think yes.
I would say so. You know, TTV having to deal with this in the top path. However, Mew now picks up a KO on the Snorlax as well, as we're pushing Zugrug around with this Drill Peck. It's a level 12 Dodrio coming on in here, picking up another KO. And this is the Dodrio that they had to worry about a few games ago, and it's looking amazing here in game number 3.
I mean, that Dodrio looking like a skater boy. I'll see you later, boy. That Lapras got buckled. That Bubble Beam had no shot.
Here we go. Overlord trying to get away from this situation that, you know what, to be fair, they created. They're always the one diving into the central area of their opponents in here. Why do they have to always go and make things so complicated?
Well, Jesus. Nice KO by the Venusaur on Rin there. The follow-up is on top of Slash, and now they're going for this cold zone. I can't recover from that one. Please say something.
And here we go as they jump towards this top path. Another huge drill back into 3 members of TTV. One of them wearing a Comfey collar. Here comes the Unite from Zoroark, trying to just stay inside this fight or just trying to escape. Mew just trying to zone them out a little bit as another member of TTV. The Lapras goes down right here. Slash pushing towards this top goal. He's got 3 points. Just giving a little yawn and leaving.
I'm liking this heavy slam yawn combination when they get the catch, using the Unite move right in the middle of the map on the left-hand side of your screen there. Force out the Mew Unite. They're caught in the shadows and they get engaged on. There's not enough to hide them just yet. Solar Beam's going to try and get Curious to keep from scoring, and they do. LG's forced to retreat, and we have the Lapras who's kind of leveraging their Unite. We'll see what they could do. Slash is so low. A nice little yawn. Going to put Lapras down for just a moment, and now Lapras has to focus their attention using their Unite move, splashing up on the Eldegoss, but Zoroark goes down back the other way. Heavy slam on Lutano. Great engagement. We've got the Drill Peck. We've got the auto attack, and we've got a KO as LG takes the Regieleki.
Once again, I mean, this Dodrio from Overlord right here is just running an absolute riot on this team right now, picking up every single KO at once. The points rain into this top goal zone. That goal zone is gone. Luminosity is up now by over 100 points. They are looking incredible level-wise as well. They are dominating all of these fights, and TTV is in some trouble because we only got 40 seconds until Rayquaza, and that's a level 15 Dodrio. I'm well aware of that number. That's the highest in Pokemon Unite.
That is the highest level you can attain. You are correct, Spraggles. Now, what's important is that Overlord absolutely, under no circumstance, gets caught right here. They need to play safe. They've got their superpower right now, and it's Overlord on level 15. Just do not let it fall in your face.
Here we go. Massive solar beams here from Lutano as he's continuing his push right here. This could be huge. Oh my gosh, so close to catching multiple members of Luminosity. Somehow Chandelure making it out on 0 HP right now. As no way, if Overlord goes down right here, that's huge. A 33-second KO timer
over. This is TTV's chance.
This is TTV's chance. LG still has 4 players. The Whirlwinds go up. Rayquaza's at half HP. Big Wicked Blow comes through, and they're about to get KO'd by Mew. Nice follow-up by Otter. 2 players down. It's the biggest damage dealers. Celestial's looking in, and Rayquaza's getting chunked. What is going on? We got a little Bird and Anger action. We got a Solar Beam coming through, and we got TTV taking a Rayquaza. This is the Ender show now. What's a dinosaur to a ring of flowers, baby? Give us that Rayquaza and give us our points.
Oh my goodness, the points rate in this match is still incredibly close, 520 to 397, but Luminosity devastated in that fight. Dodrio goes down, somehow Comfey with the secure on the side of TTV as they take Rayquaza. They're up on the scoreboard, but there is time on the clock. However, we still have a Rayquaza shield, I believe, on multiple members of TTV, at least that Zoroark, Venusaur, and Comfey.
I mean, that is too many players to have a shield, quite honest. LG needs to make a push, and just a couple need to stand. We're taking a look. They actually have to leave Rin back to try and defend some gold guns and break shields as well. We just have Solar Beams coming through. Purist is trying to go score a heavy slam. We need a big time Yana. We need the scores to go in. Zoroark follow-up is going to go for it. 2 players down, make it 3. Oh, come on, baby. Dinosaur's looking for 1. Slash is there, and they eat a big-time Electro Ball. That's a weather storm out there between the Solar Beams and that, and they are dunking more points in. TTV 1 game away.
Here we go, 696, 397. TTV taking game number 3 right here. Incredible stuff. Ender doing a dance. And I don't think Luminosity likes it. Hey,
No.
hey, you, I don't like your Comfey. No way, no way. I think we need to ban it.
Yes, they need to do something. Every time LG makes a switch, TTV adjusts in-game and makes it happen. LG getting their face rubbed in it a little bit with that Comfey spin by Ender, and that's a way to get motivated. And if I'm LG, you got to find something.
Incredible match here from TTV as once again the production is saying, chill out guys with the sneaky scores. Come on TTV, you're making it look easy out here. Somehow TTV is taking it all the way here in our grand finals, and they are 1 game away from winning this whole thing. Let's send it on over to the number wizards, Zoinks and Wonder Chef.
Thank you so much, you two. I mean, me and Wonder Chef are here and ready to analyze that game, but I think there's only one question I have, and what happened? Where did Overlord go? Where did that KO come from? What a play from TTV at the end. Honestly, LG was such an amazing early game. I was very worried about TTV in the late game, but well, let's be honest, I should have learned my lesson 4 or 5 games ago in this set.
Or 6 or 7 in the tournament or 8 in the tournament. But
numbers,
yeah,
guys.
Honestly, numbers, guys. Yeah, all we do here is just say numbers on stream. I don't know. 30. There we go. That's a random number. No, but seriously, TTV, clearly the most clutch team that we have in this tournament today. How many matches have they won from behind like we just saw in that graph?
You keep making me count. I'm honestly not so sure. Otter and Lutano with very respectable 60,000 plus K damage games, but I think we just witnessed our best Celestial Zoroark game. Celestial's played a myriad of Pokemon in the top half so far in today's tournament, and I actually think their Zoroark was maybe one of the ones that was a bit shaky in earlier performance for TTV. In this specific game, not the case. Their Zoroark looking very good near the end of the game. Early game, you know, few moments, but late game, definitely looking solid.
Oh yeah, that again was one of the most interesting draft picks that we've seen in the entire set, where we've gone full circle now to stealing each other's speedsters. We can take a look once again at how that steal worked out. And this was, again, looking like a pretty tough spot for TTV, but like I said, you can just never count them out. They've had more comeback wins than they've had dominant wins, I think, in this tournament.
When historians go back and study this matchup, we're going to try to find what the key to success was for either roster. We were talking a lot about Dodrio in match number 1, but I mean, the Otter Mew has been impactful all tournament long. Maybe that has been the true success all along. Overlord's Dodrio, though, never not a factor. What an incredible player they are having. What an incredible performance they're having here on stage.
Well, I mean, let's be clear here. Every single player that's here in this grand finals is a superstar. They are all hero players for their teams. They're here for a reason. Absolutely amazing. And the pick, again, I honestly didn't see it the second time I was looking.
I think it was on the top half. I think Celestial and Ender found it and won that 1v1 with the Zoroark Unite move. I mean, it's a gamble. You won't have Zoroark Unite Unite for this final Rayquaza, last chance steal situation, but either way, the knockouts were there. Rin goes down, and the Kofe secures it. I mean, you kind of got to catch your breath when the Electro Ball lands and Rayquaza's not knocked out. That is a concerning spot, but, well, you can always rely on Inder with some incredible support gameplay.
Inder, our strongest, I guess, secure in the game, right?
Yes.
Our strongest secure player, for sure, using, classic secure Pokemon such as Comfey and also Blissey.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, maybe some unheard ofs, but who is not is Celestial, our player of the game. 3 lucky 7s in a row as NAIC rules out for their damage. What a game from this player.
That's right. I mean, being able to... True as well. But yeah, just being able to flex over is such a gigantic ability.
Yeah.
When you can take your opponent's Pokemon and rather than banning them, just take them yourselves, that means the entire world. And I mean, clearly in the highest stakes match that they've had so far, that is a huge risk to be taking if you're not confident in that pick.
Absolutely. And hey, I really do want to talk about that moveset a little bit that Celestial was bringing in on that Zoroark, going with the cut style build instead of Shadow Claw. So giving up a little bit on the damage numbers, but instead gaining a bit more healing. That cut giving you a lot of HP recovery actually gives Zoroark more of a fighting chance in some of these moments where there's so much damage all at once. A Comfey being on top and supporting you is a big help. However, adding that cut to that variable or that equation looked really solid.
Yeah, it's really cool, especially the combo with the Comfey, right? Like,
yes.
if you have a Pokemon that's, gets burned down a little bit easily, like Zoroark, one little bit of healing might not help, but 2 little bits stacked on top of each other might be enough to change things up. But, of course, here we go. We can see it is tournament point for TTV. They need one more game. They've reset the bracket and won 2 after. If Luminosity wins this, we're going to go to a game 5, but if TTV has their way, this could be it.
This is TTV's run back, but in so many ways. Yes, they lost to Luminosity in that winners finals match, but they have also been losing to Luminosity all season long. TTV has not cracked the code on how to beat this team until this tournament, and now TTV has found a whole nother gear to start performing in. Honestly, we were talking a lot about how NAIC is a chance for North America to prove to the entire world how strong this region is, and when we head to Worlds in August, how good these teams will be at competing against other regions. And with a grand final this electric, this close, and this competitive, I honestly think North America is putting themselves on the map in a major way here in Season 2.
Right, without a doubt, we've had a very strange season, a very fun one to watch, but filled with some levels of inconsistency, I would say. Yeah. However, I feel like really towards the end of this season, North America has tied their game plans together. They finally figured out what they all want, and clearly they're putting it on display here today, as these teams have been very, very strong in so many different ways. We've seen tons of different draft strategies, and all of it, of course, for the ultimate prize here of $50,000 prize pool, $20,000 to our champion.
We're giving away $50,000. Somehow you and I never got a part of that, but that's okay, because first place is going to take home $20,000, and of course the loser of this match will be second place, taking home that $10,000.
Right, a huge match, a $10,000 match between these 2 teams. In fact, it could be a $10,000 game here if this is the one that closes it out. A huge amount of money. And of course, you're going to really want that extra. So some spending money going to Japan, as both of these teams have already qualified, guaranteed for Yokohama. So they are going to be in for that as well. And being able to go off of a win in our final event before Worlds is just going to give them that much more momentum.
Wonder Chef, I've been racking my brain as we've been up here to try to think of a better way to end the second season of North America. I'm no scriptwriter, but honestly, this feels like the absolute best way that we could have done it. Luminosity versus TTV in a grand final situation. Momentum is a part of it. Just pure skill differences between these 2 teams. Game to game has been so interesting. Mechanics, draft, we're really putting everything on display here in the North America Regional Finals.
That's right. We can see how this is all played out so far. We're down to our final set, potentially our final game of that final set. And back down the list. We have, of course, Amaterasu placing 3rd, YouTube placing 4th, but our top 4 are our 4 teams that are qualified for Worlds, so an appropriate showing from North America.
Yes, absolutely. And now in the grand finals reset, we all remember that 3-0 from TTV to kick things off, but you can't forget the Luminosity bounce back either. That game number 1 within this set was LG coming back in one of the fiercest ways I have ever seen them do. They're going to have to do it again, though, because TTV has earned a lead in this match, 2-1. All of a sudden, LG with their backs against the wall again.
They've bounced back. They've just been bouncing back and bouncing back. TTV, clearly their adaptation may be the strongest of any teams that we've seen today. Otherwise, they wouldn't have won every single set up to this point at a 2-1. That is just an incredible statistic, but honestly, they have still a tough road. The time that LG had to think in between the Grand Finals reset gave them such a more effective strategy, and even in the matches that they've won over the course of this post-Grand Finals set, a lot of them have been the comeback victories, and that more just goes to even the play of the individual players on TTV than their draft strategies.
All right, well, these two teams are squaring up, and we do have some unfortunate. We have a TTV actually a little bit of a situation. We are going to have a slight disadvantage for them, an admin direction, a different direction. They are not going to have a ban in this matchup, so only Luminosity Gaming is going to have a ban in this match.
Interesting. Well, we will see what this individual ban is, but going into this, no bans. I mean, there have been a pretty big flex of the Pokemon side. It really chosen on both sides. And currently we can see that the Slowbro is the pick, the singular ban of the game. I guess we could just pretend in our minds that this is like a double Slowbro ban, and how would you play in that situation? But that is going to give the first option overall to Luminosity. Are they going to value that Dodrio extremely highly again? Are they going to be going for one of their other, first picks like the Blissey that we saw before? And that's going to be a big difference being banned out.
Yeah. And just one more clarification. It was a request from the admins for TTV that did not respond to it, so it is going to be the punishment laid out. Well, let's see what their double pick is on the other side. Hovering the Comfey as that first pick. The second option actually going over towards Zugrug for the Lapras, not grabbing that Mew in that first rotation. Potentially, we could see that Pokemon on Furios. They wanted to aim for it now, but I mean, Zoroark's available, Dodrio's available, and so is that Urshifu.
Well, I feel like you have to pick Dodrio at this point. There's no way you let that go over to that strategy that they've used with Lutano on it. And yes, exactly like you said, the Mew, when you can have a Pokemon that you can use as well as the other team, and you really want to take it away from them, that's the highest value that we get. We see that with both of the picks and their second pick of the game.
Wow, Celestial very confident in that Zoroark is going to be going after it again, even when that means you're giving Urshifu over to Luminosity Gaming. So Celestial going to take that Zoroark. Otter on that Espeon again, not quite the Mew, but still a lot of impact on that Pokemon.
So strange to see the final pick Urshifu. The draft has turned all the way upside down from what we'd expect in this set, but again, potentially the final set of the tournament point for TTV, and now their final pick is Lutano, locking into that Gardevoir. A lot of confidence from everybody here, as they've been through a lot to make it to this point.
A Gardevoir selection into Overlord's Dodrio on tournament match point. Lutano is definitely feeling confident about heading into this map here in Grand Finals.
Oh yeah, that's going to be so hard to avoid that. There's, I mean, not a huge front line altogether on the side of TTV. There's not going to be a lot of protection for any of this back line. I'm excited to see which moveset we end up seeing picked from the Espeon overall. That could be their option, again, against Dodrio, but we'll have to see.
Well, TTV are on match on tournament point. LG with their backs against the wall. Who better to take us through it than Spraggles and Doomsnacks?
Here we are, Doomsnacks, possibly the last game of this series, possibly the last game of the Pokemon Unite Championship Series before the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. If TTV is able to pull out this victory, they will have bracket reset against the World Champs and beat them on the big stage.
These teams have been in the trenches in the Thea Sky Ruins, battling it out all weekend long. TTV has absolutely rallied back. as we knew, TTV was having a very hard time this season figuring out LG, and it kind of seemed like LG had the script to TTV, and guess what? They are flipping that script and they're taking it for themselves.
And here we go, headed up to this top path right here. We have Overlord and Elo. Now, obviously, Blissey on the side of Luminosity right there. I think TTV is not happy to see that, but TTV did disobey a request from the on-stage admin, and they lost their ban in this game. However, their first 2 picks still going over to Comfey and Lapras. They also have a Zoroark. Both of these teams look absolutely stacked.
Absolutely. A lot of great Pokemon on both sides of the map here, and a lot of Pokemon that these teams have seen success with. So despite that slight disadvantage here for the TTV ban, it looks like they've got a real opportunity to still come away with the win.
And here we go, Overlord looking to get a nice secure right there, already scoring in that top path. We also have Slash evolving here in this bottom path. Things are going pretty well. Oh, I was going to say things are going pretty well for Luminosity. Almost get a KO, and they do!
Who else but to kick off the K opener but Ender on the Comfey? It's kind of been their pick in this match against LG, and it's looked good. Rin might get a KO. They engage on the Curlier. Curlier's trying to make it out. Celestial cuts it off. They're all over the Swablu and Altaria. They get most of that, but now it's an LG push. They're going to see if they can catch somebody. Comfey hops on, Curly appeals back, and it looks like TTV survives another day.
You know, Lutano's spacing with all of these special attackers is so impressive. Just somehow able to get away from these Pokemon with insane amounts of dive. Pokemon that normally would jump in and get all of these KOs, and somehow Lutano so heads up, great with the eject buttons, able to make it away from many of these moments. Obviously, that water bear, you know, from Luminosity, Rin, he is really there to dive in and KO Lutano and to KO Otter.
Which means the secure job goes over to Curios for this game, and we've seen them do a great job with that this weekend as well. No exceptions. Curios moving to the middle for these 8-minute Swablu and Altaria. Here comes Celestial to engage Curios, who's trying to Electro Ball in, deal some damage, take one for themselves, but really most of that went to Celestial and Ender.
And now we're watching this Zoroark with a Comfey collar, and it's such a difficult thing to deal with, chasing down a possible KO and Overlord, but they grab those berries and they are still healthy. Elo coming back in. They actually might be in a lot of trouble right here as we do pick up a KO.
They snatched them right away before they can pour it out, and there we go. The rest of LG is forced to rotate up and try and deal with Lutano, Celestial, and Ender. The pressure they're putting on is monumental as they get some points from that goal zone, and LG actually scrambles back.
Here we go, down to this bottom path. We have 25 seconds now until the Reggies hit the top and bottom path here. Rin just being pushed back a little bit, trying to pick up a KO with those nice shy shocks, and then also, you know, the Lapras right there just being a huge, huge deterrent for that. One thing that I was thinking just watching these two teams, Doob Snacks, is how proud I am to have both of them representing NA going to Worlds, because these teams are absolutely unbelievable.
They really, really are. LG sees Zugrug's opportunity, who used the Ice Beam, didn't quite hit anybody. Now Rin is going straight to this Regis deal. TTV is showing up, and we saw Otter and Zugrug make some magic happen last time. They're actually committing to getting Celestial in there. A little Phantom Force to get out of dodge. Elo dips, dives, and tries to get away. We're getting the coverage here. Can they catch the portal reset? Celestial's trying to keep that from happening. They actually use the Unite move, but it's a hair too late. Elo pops back through. Now the pressure's on. Rin is getting so low. Otter wants that KO. Can they find it? That's the big time question.
Here we go. Rin grabbing a berry right here. And then, of course, this build from Urshifu just able to recover a ton of HP. Registeel actually leashing right there and recovering a lot of health. I think Luminosity would have got it had that not happened. We're looking for the combo, and no, it is secured by Overlord on the Dodrio. Moving in for another KO, possibly picking it up, and it's Curios who gets that. Overlord getting KO'd back the other way as TTV is running towards their tier 1, getting pushed back.
Otter with a huge Unite there and an awesome follow-up by Zug and Ender to make sure that they get 2 KOs. They don't overextend their welcome or push into the face of LG.
And here we go. Almost the 6-minute mark right now. 30 points to 41. This game is so incredibly close level-wise, point-wise, skill-wise, and it's so incredibly close to being over if TTV can win this one. Otter in some trouble right here. Nice big Unite move. Dodrio's looking for the KO. Can he find it? Might find 2 right now. Zoroark coming in trying to pick up a kill, but there's the Bliss Assistance.
Bliss Assistance just in time. Rin uses their Unite as well, gets a KO, and now Zugrug, there's too much firepower. They just rack up the hits. We get up to 17.
insane, and they actually take the bubble beam. I said ice beam earlier, but it's the bubble beam that's able to keep Rin from continuing that engagement, and then Elo getting the KO on Lutano.
Yeah, sneaking up through that hyperspace highway, just picking up a KO after clearly Kyrgios is doing a lot of work up there in the top path. Right now, Luminosity dominating this match 190-41, and they're just picking up every big KO they can find. Nice double KO here from Zugrug, throwing it right back in the face of Luminosity.
Yeah, going through, moving forward, trying to get into the face of this LG squad. Elo uses the rings unbound. They get a quick stun. So the Ender's on top of Zugrug. They're peeling back. That's going to be a tough, tanky Pokemon to take down. But the Fists are actually catching Otter, who's very low. Can they close the gap to keep this push on? No, it doesn't quite look like it's Sprague.
Yeah, nice job there from TTV, able to get out. Beautiful side shock to get the stun. They're able to pull back. Obviously, the Comfey can heal as well. And now we still have this Regieleki in the top path. It would be more advantageous for Luminosity to grab it, send it towards TTV. But of course, TTV doesn't want to deal with it either, as we have a Reggie spawning in this bottom path in 5 seconds. And Luminosity has a Hoopa, able to bring their whole team down.
Regieleki moving towards TTV, despite the Fairy Singularity on top of it. Nobody kind of plays ball. Rin's going to get caught out here. No, look at that dash out of dodge. And the Celestial keeps putting the pressure on. Solar Beam from Kyrgios comes back the other way. Comfey Unite right on top of the goal zone. Can they convert this into some points? Doesn't really look like it. Espeon picks up a couple, but now TTV still getting pushed back. Blizzard sits on top of Overlord, and they're going to keep pushing as well as Rin uses their Unite move in tandem, and they want Otter. They're at 10 hits. Can they keep racking them up? They get them the normal way. Zugrug is now trying to peel out. Celestial needs to come in for the save. We've got the hyperspace hole open. We catch a quick reset, and Kyrgios is still in the mix. Zugrug eating Electro Ball, follow-up Egg Bomb, big boosted auto, and they're going to get out.
Wow, what an insane fight going back and forth. But with Rin now going down, as Celestial comes back in with that Zoroark, a little taste of Luminosity's own medicine here. But Luminosity up 303 to only 109 for TTV.
Kyrgios is coming in. They were trying to keep these scores from going in, and it kind of works. The Mew uses their Unite move to collapse on top of Lutano, and they get that KO for that effort. Electro Ball on top of Celestial going to force them to back up a little bit, as Ender's going to try and top them off some HP.
Kyrgios' Mew has just been incredible. I swear, every time we see Kyrgios, just superstar plays all day from this player. Rin now looking to secure this Regirock with Overlord right here. This is going to be great for Luminosity. Make them a little tankier, a little more difficult to KO. We've got 50 seconds left until Rayquaza could be the last Rayquaza of the Pokemon Unite regular season.
Yeah, Slash is playing forward. I don't know if it's for vision. I don't know if they just got caught out. I don't know if they're trying to take wild Pokemon, but Lutano is all over.
Yeah, nice little KO right there. But you know what? Tactical reset, as they say.
Tactical reset indeed, just like using that tactical Unite move at 209.
Every time I get KO'd, tactical reset, everyone.
TTV is rolling up top here. They're taking a look at this Regieleki. It's less to take, more to make sure LG doesn't.
Yeah, absolutely. They just don't want to deal with this Regieleki right now. Burst it down with a ton of damage right here, and honestly, probably just walk straight away from it so that nothing crazy happens inside that Rayquaza pit. That looks like what's going to happen. It's going to walk into that top goal, give them very, very little, only 20 points right here. TTV behind on score, and they may be starting this thing.
Elo goes rings unbound. Overlord's on top of Zugrug, taking tons of damage. They use their Unite move. They're back on the other side. Everybody's low. Otter is so low. They're on the retreat. Comfey's on top of Celestial, and the stuns are coming out. This is a Unite move that needs to be leveraged. It's actually TTV taking the bodies. 2 players down. They got big damage in. Where's TTV? They're gunning all over LG, and Overlord's trying to take care of Zugrug. Zugrug is so immensely tanky. They can't find anyone on the backside. Overlord, Keizo, and Zugrug, and we also have Otter down as Celestial is trying to level up, and Overlord looking to cheeky score.
Oh no, Overlord finding Lutano right here, and you definitely don't want a Dodrio alone with a Gardevoir if you are TTV. This could spell big trouble. Overlord looking to pick up a massive KO right here. Lutano's not careful. Otter with a huge side shock, but Overlord able to get healed up by the soft boiled, and it looks like we are all resetting after a crazy start to this fight.
Yeah, Slash throwing that Egg Bomb to keep Otter from being able to close that gap and use that side shock was immaculate. Celestial over Elo, that's a courtesy KO they would have liked. They reset on top of the middle, and on top of this Rayquaza, Celestial gets spun up by the Whirlwind. We're going to see who can collapse on who. They're still playing in the middle. Otter goes down. Elo gets
TTV takes Rayquaza!
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? Lutano again from the top side. I don't know how they keep letting them get away with this, and now all the shields are getting melted. They still need to scramble to score. They're jumping into the top path. Lutano needs to get that 50 banger in. We got Elo on the backside, putting their points in. Zugrug jumps, can they stop it? Lutano can't get their points in. Luminosity still has the lead.
Luminosity has the lead, 305, 229. TTV needs to score. They have a shield on a Comfey. They can pick up points with this Zoroark, which they did. Those are all transferred over to Comfey. Everything over 50. They can drop them off at a goal, but Urshifu is at this one. It can pierce shield, so they're running down to this bottom goal because if Urshifu is there, they can stop this Comfey from scoring. Also, the shield is so incredibly small. Let's see if they can make this happen. Ender hops off. Ender tries to score. The points do go in. 64 points going for TTV.
This could be it. If that was just enough, we're going to watch this. Flip the screens up. Give me some energy right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, TTV wins it! TTV wins it!
Takes it. Hey, it might be Grimace's birthday, but there's no smiles on the side of purple. TTV are your NA Regional Finals champions. Woo!
TTV somehow wins this thing in a bracket reset against the world champions, going from the team who last year had the heartbreaking finish of getting knocked out in regionals to watch the world champions go on to win the whole thing. Now TTV comes back here live on stage at NAIC and wins the whole thing.
What a bounce back. Zoinks was saying about the storyline. You have your world champions and you have your NA darlings that fell just a hair shy in season 1. They win the AOS Cup, the biggest tournament we've had to date until today. They take this one down in an absolute mean fashion. And Lutano with the smile as the day is long. The whole team well earned. I love TTV, so does NA. What a win.
What a win. What a finish. What a game of Pokemon Unite. My heart is almost bursting out of my chest in some of these moments right here. Two titans of NA going at it right now. Both will represent North America at the World Championships, and TTV takes down the two biggest tournaments of the year.
Absolute amazing work by this TTV team. Put Rayquaza on the pedestal. Get Lutano Vision. We'll win the game. Get it done. TTV, there was only Lutano that could have secured that last Rayquaza at the rate they were moving at today and yesterday.
Incredible stuff here. As you just see, the celebration for TTV. Obviously, you know, the crowd is ecstatic for them. They would love to see either of these teams win. These are two of the fan favorites of our region. Of course, the victory for TTV. I mean, it feels like a long time coming, and they finally reached the mountaintop.
They were the absolute gladiators and gods of Season 1 and the grassroots events until the UCS Season 1 kicked off. Had an amazing start to that season, found themselves on the outside looking into the World Championships, and now not only have they qualified for Worlds, they did that a few weeks back. They find themselves as the Regional Finals champions. You cannot be happier for this storyline, for this team. Consider that fairy tale written, Spraggles.
Incredible stuff here for TTV, and look at them hoisting the trophy. Your champions, the Regional Finals champions, TTV.
Getting that hardware, well earned, well played. Their draft strategy was off the wall, but it worked for them. It made it happen, and honestly, LG just couldn't react fast enough. They couldn't adjust fast enough, and they couldn't get Lutano off that Rayquaza.
Yeah, incredible stuff. They put Rayquaza on a pedestal. Even better, you know what? They put Rayquaza on a sparkly vest.
Did they? Oh,
Even
that
better.
was me. That was me.
That was you. Oh, that was you, actually. They put it on a pedestal, and they took it down. I mean, really aggressive stuff, amazing stuff from TTV.
I love this new TTV look. It felt like we were watching a brand new squad this weekend. But look, enough with you and me. Let's get it to the stage with Zoinks and Chef and all of TTV.
It is my pleasure to congratulate your champions, TTV! That means that Zugrug, Otter, Lutano, Celestial, and Ender are your Pokemon Unite North American Regional Champions here at NAIC. Let's hear it! Zoinks and Wonder Chef, and we want to know what's going through your minds right now. So, Inder, we just watched you be on stage for a very long time. You had some momentum coming into this last match. What did it take to keep that momentum, or was it fending off being tired?
It was just taking it one game at a time. We have a lot of respect for that team. I was shouting at the end of every match, so you guys can hear I've lost my voice completely. But we knew one game at a time, and we can't give it up.
Amazing, amazing work, amazing work. I mean, Otter, I got a specific question for you, Otter. You played out of your mind this tournament on multiple picks. I mean, MVP level performances. Maybe, I don't know if we'll get that vote yet. We'll see, we'll see. You played so well. How does it feel to beat LG on the main stage in a bracket reset?
I mean, it feels amazing. It feels like it happened in the most deserved way possible. I think every single person on my team did so much today, so much yesterday, like especially Lutano. I think we can all agree Lutano really was the backbone of the team. BL is all together. Like without him, without all of my teammates, and without Evo, our analyst and coach, like it was not gonna happen. It took everything within us to make it happen, and we're just so glad we're here.
Oh, amazing, just pass that mic along.
All right, I've got my question here for Celestial. We're going back and forth. We're tricking you here. All right, so the big shift in the end was switching to the Zoroark. How prepared were you to make that switch so late in the tournament?
Always prepared. Zoro, love Zoro, you know, it's a comfort pick. Yeah.
All right, hey, that works out well. I'm surprised we didn't see it more then.
Go ahead and pass the mic down. I've got a question for you. Now, you guys are regional champions. You get that title forever. It must feel amazing. But of course, we're all looking forward to Worlds now. There's been some speculation that if you could get there, you could really show us a good Worlds performance. How do you think that will be? Do you think you guys have what it takes?
I mean, NA won it last time, right?
I love to hear that. All right, Zelgrug, I have two questions for you. First, is Gengar a cat?
Gengar's a cat.
All right, yeah, we got that confirmed. And now, Zelgrug, I gotta ask, you won in front of so many people, Twitch chat, of course. What do you want to say to all the supporters of TTV? Because they have been amazing these last 2 years.
You know, just shout out to everyone that support us, believed in us. Like, we couldn't have done it without without all the TTV fans. Like, you guys motivate us to do our best and trying to win it all. And we're gonna try and do the same at Worlds.
That's what we like to hear. I love it.
Columbus, Ohio, everyone at home, let's hear it one more time for TTV. Back to you, casters.
Incredible, incredible, incredible stuff. I mean, look at this. TTV on top. It feels great. It's amazing to see Duke's next.
Yeah, raising the trophies once again. You got to get that photo op in there. And if I'm them, I am soaking up all that sunshine because all the solar beams they deliver, they put enough light on everybody else. Time for them to get a little bit themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. What an incredible weekend of Pokemon Unite. What an incredible weekend for TTV and a crazy season for this team. I mean, they just really feel like they found their footing. Obviously winning our regional finals, I'd say that's pretty clear. Amazing job from this squad.
And it was another one of those moments. There was walking highlights for every single player. That can't be understated. They gave the nod to Lutano. We saw great work out of every single player. Celestial, Zoroark coming alive. Inder on that Comfy, securing objectives, getting KOs. Otter, of course, just being an absolute menace on Espeon, on Mew. And then Zugrug just laying it out on the line, getting the space that this team needs to work out in the front. I mean, they could not have built a better squad. We've been following them for 2 years, and it's nice to see them with a little piece of hardware.
Absolutely. It's amazing to see them as champions, of course. They look fantastic. Huge congratulations to TTV. As you saw it here today, TTV made their way through this winner's bracket, taking down Brave Birders and Ginyu Force, then losing to the world champs, Luminosity. Heading down into our loser's bracket, having to take down the incredible Amaterasu, back up to the grand finals, resetting the whole thing to take the big prize pool there, $20,000 to TTV.
They've got to be happy with that extra money they got lying in their pockets now. They've won both
the money tournaments this season, AOS Cup, then the regional finals. But let's take a last look at the final CP standings. Amaterasu still standing on top there when it comes to CP in first place, and right down the line, TTV, Luminosity, Team YT, all earning their stripes, all going to Japan to fight for NA and represent.
That's right. And what, I mean, incredible teams coming out of North America here. TTV looking fantastic. We've got our world champions, Luminosity, heading back to, the World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. And then we have Amaterasu, this incredible, consistent, amazing team that absolutely crushed it this weekend. And then Team YT coming in the clutch and making their way to Worlds. Let's take a look at all of the teams here qualified for the World Championships.
Well, you see them there on the screen. Unfortunately, old guys doesn't mean you and me, Spragos, but we got Time to Shine, EXO, Legends reappear in awesome fashion here. We've, of course, got Peps, Nouns, Tally, and Peru, a list of other, so many more teams. We've got an whole other page.
Yeah, double-elimination, I see you, Secret Ship, we see you, Secret Ship. I can't wait to see them back at Worlds. Of course, so many amazing teams here. What an amazing season this has been.
It's been amazing. I'm going to spin a yarn real quick for everybody. Thank you for them so much for having me here. It was an amazing event. Amazing being there in the sky on AO Silence. Shout outs to everybody at home. Most importantly, shout outs to everybody in the crowd, to everybody watching at home, everybody that supports us as casters so we can keep doing this thing we love. And of course, shout outs to TTV.
Yeah, I think one of the best decisions I ever made, Dupe Snacks, was hiring you. I think you've been absolutely incredible. I have to say that this has been a privilege and an honor for myself as well. A final yeehaw to you and yours. Thank you so much to the Unite community. You are absolutely unbelievable, and this does not exist without your passion and support. I love you. That's a wrap for day 2 of the NA Regional Finals at NAIC. Congratulations one final time to TTV. They are going home with $20,000, the trophy, and the title of champion for the NA region. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. I love you very much, and we will see you at Worlds in Yokohama, Japan. Don't go anywhere until then.